Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Chime. I think Chime is a great option for basic banking, so why not give it a try? Sign up for a Chime checking account today to link your paycheck. It only takes 2 minutes and doesn't affect your credit score. Get started at chime.com/sacred. That's chime.com/SACRED. Again, that's chime.com/sacred. Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. members FDIC. Early access to direct deposit funds depends on payer. SpotMe eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. See chime.com/spotme.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Liquid IV, the effective and tasty way to hydrate. As the spring turns to summer and as it gets more hellish outside by the day, I'm glad that I've been equipped with Liquid IV, which helps me recover lost hydration from that devastating star in the sky. Grab your Liquid IV in bulk nationwide at Costco, or you can get 20% off your order when you go to liquidiv.com and use the code SACRED at checkout. That's liquidiv.com with the checkout code SACRED. That's 20% off anything you order when you shop Better Hydration today using the promo code SACRED at liquidiv.com.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 256. And boy, is it going to be a big one. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined, as always, by my boy, my son. Let's put him on my lap. Come on, the grandpappy's lap and just and let me tell you a story.
Give me a kiss right out of here.
Yeah, Chris Reagan, how are you today, my friend?
I like that we're immediately off the rails. But I'm feeling pretty good. You know, I woke up about 10 minutes ago because my alarm. I woke up today and I was not having my alarms. You know that happens? Does that happen? Do you just wake up and sometimes you get an alarm and it's like, no.
Yeah, I usually don't even sleep well when I know there's an alarm set.
Yeah.
I find
it's
it
like the
massively
anticipation.
Yeah.
The anticipation that you're going to be jolted out of your sleep ruins it.
Right, like at any moment.
Yeah. But I got home kind of late last night because I went to see Guardians of the Galaxy on a whim because I kept hearing that it was kind of good.
Yeah, I heard it was good. My nephew said they really thought it was emotional.
Yeah, it was surprisingly pretty. It was way more violent than I really anticipated any of these movies being, but we got back pretty late. So,
well, the 7,000th MCU movie. I hope you enjoy that. As we were kidding around, I'm so far behind that as we do them on Knockback, I am falling further behind because they are releasing them quicker than we are doing them. Yeah. So I don't know what's going on with that. It's kind of nice because I just don't feel like I ever have to. I don't ever have to catch up. I probably never will.
Yeah, you don't really. I mean, it's over, really.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I must admit though, but I've been watching The Walking Dead. Not that it's the same thing, but I really am enjoying it. Like more than I thought I was going to. Season 3.
Did you like season 2?
I thought season 2 was better than I remembered it. Yeah,
it's on the farm, right?
That's the farm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was.
I don't want to say. I don't want to say more than that, but yeah,
that's the budget cut season where they lost all their budgets, so they had to film on a farm for weeks.
But I didn't know that was the story behind it because I've never read the graphic novels, so I have no familiarity with it at all. Dustin Furman, executive producer, welcome. How are you today, my friend?
Doing all right. I was feeling pretty amped. You know, I was listening to music, getting hyped up. Walk in with my coffee about 15 minutes ago, and there's a giant bee flying around the room.
Oh, man.
No, can't have that.
No.
And, you know, I don't like it when people are like, oh, you're afraid of bees. It's like, you know what? Honestly, I kind of fucking am because I've been stung by them, and it's really, really annoying.
Yeah,
so, yes, I do everything I can to possibly not get stung. Now, luckily, I have one of those handheld vacuum cleaners. Suck that bitch right up. He's out on the porch now. I didn't even take him out. He's in the containment zone where he will suffer along with all the dog hair in the vacuum cleaner for a while. But, you know, other than that, I'm feeling pretty good. I want to give a warning since we're doing things a little differently this week. I'm going to be typing a lot on the podcast, writing out timestamps as we go. So it's not that I'm not paying attention.
I'm always typing.
Giving that warning. I'm going to be typing a bit.
Yeah. I think people understand that, like, we're not spacing out. I'm not like looking up ESPN.com. Like we're doing things for the show. I mean, isn't the show engaging enough that it's clear that I'm paying attention, that I'm focused?
Yeah.
That I'm locked in.
Sometimes I do play chess.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice.
During the show,
Yeah.
Oh.
Just to keep my mind sharp.
Just to keep things going. Let me see here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, as you said, this is an interesting episode. First of all, welcome everyone. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. We're not positive, but I think this might be the biggest episode we're ever going to do up to this point. I'm really interested to track the traffic about this, not because it's necessarily a special episode, not because I'm in rare form, which I'm always in rare form, making it common form indeed, but because we finally have a PlayStation showcase to discuss. However, at the time we're recording this and saying all this, we haven't seen it yet because it hasn't happened. We're doing it before. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the episode as we normally would and get as far as we can because we're under some sort of time constraint all the way through to listener inquiries. And then we're going to go watch the showcase when it happens. Then we're going to come back and talk about all that, smush it in there, and then publish it. And so you're seeing this and listening to this earlier than you should be if you are on Patreon and even on free feeds, because I don't think I told Dustin this yet, but we're putting this thing on free feeds tomorrow.
Nice.
So yeah, I think it's a good time to just celebrate.
Yeah.
Surprise. And if you like what we do, come to Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia, where we have, I don't know, 14,000 something people now, which is incredible. And for $1 a month, $2 a month, if you'd like to sign up at the lower end, but most people sign up at the $5 a month or higher portion of Patreon. That gives you early ad-free access, the ability to submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas for all of our shows. That's Sacred Symbols Plus twice a week, which is our supplement to this show, Defining Duke Ultimate, Knockback, Punching Up, Constellation, $5 a month. I put this out on, I don't know if you guys saw, I put it on Twitter. That's incredible value. It was $5 a month when we started Sacred Symbols, and that's all we did. And as we've added more and more good content, we still just charge you the same amount of money. And with inflation, thanks, Joe Biden.
Thanks. Damn.
And thanks, Federal Reserve. Trying to create a recession, although they're going to have to do that in order to get this inflation down. Yeah.
Can we still thank Obama, or is that that's like an old joke now?
That's kind of an old joke.
That's what I was thinking too. Yeah. Obama's done enough for us at this point, but
he's done enough for a lot of people. The people he was drone striking, all that. So
we have this joke on the Snark Tank that Bo, his dog, is the one who's telling him to do all that.
I love that. It's like a Brian situation.
Now Bo.
No, I do miss his. Have you ever thought about the reality that if we didn't, what is it? This 22nd Amendment, I think, contains people to 2 terms. I wonder if Obama would still be president today. In his 4th term. I can't
begin to think about that.
Yeah, isn't that interesting though? Like we didn't even have. Think about 2016 and how horrifying that election was. No, we didn't have the option to say, can we just stay with him? If this is what was going to happen, can we just stay with this guy instead? And they're like, well, you can't do that.
Yeah, I kind of think if that was the case, I think so. I think so. It was definitely the better of the two, for sure. But
oh my God, not even close. I'm not even a big Barack Obama fan. I voted for him the first time, actually, believe it or not. First Democrat I ever voted for. But I wasn't about to vote for John McCain. Let's be real. You kidding me? Warfare John McCain. R.I.P. All right. By the way, Sacred Symbols Plus. Oh, do you have something to say, Dustin? I saw you lean into the mic. I didn't know if you had something that you might
I did have a thought. It's not super important. I was going to say, with this being our biggest episode ever, this is a great opportunity to share Sacred Symbols with a friend. We don't ask people to do that, but with it being such a big news week, maybe you got a friend that has a PlayStation or something that just got one. Share with a friend. I've always thought, remember when bands used to do the street team? Did you ever hear of that?
My ex-girlfriend was a member of the POD street team in high school.
Dude, that's pretty sick, man. That's actually pretty awesome. Maybe we need to do the Last Stand street team.
Yeah.
Spread the word.
I lived next to a dude when I was a freshman at Northeastern. His name was Sean. He's a really nice guy. I still speak to him once in a blue moon. He was on the street team for Maroon 5, I remember.
Whoa,
but it was around the time Songs with Jane came out, that record, which is a really great record, actually. And I was like, wow, who the fuck are these guys? How do you find these connections? How do you find all this new music? But now it's not hard at all with all the Spotify and all these things. In fact, there's too much music. I don't even know where to begin sometimes. So I just listen to the same things over and over again and over and over and over and over and over again. How much can a man listen to Soundgarden? You're about to find out.
Ooh.
Yeah, spread the show. Write the name of the show on a little piece of loose leaf, tape it around a rock, and throw it through your neighbor's windows. The old-fashioned way, spreading news.
Nail it to someone's door, like Martin Luther nailing the 90 theses to the door of the church.
The 99, I think.
99.
Yeah, 99
got
theses.
99 theses.
What about some rogue, going into a Walmart and blasting the show on a Bluetooth speaker as loud as possible and then walking away? People love that. That's a great way to find out about it. I think people would really enjoy.
Yeah, blast us on a Bluetooth speaker on a train.
Yeah. So everyone can listen. Yeah, everyone can be a part of it. It's great.
Specifically the poop stories. Anyways,
a lot of people sent in poop stories this week. I don't know if I solicited them. I must have, but we're not using them this week because we have too much to go through. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry.
For next week.
Yeah,
or write them in again.
Yeah, write them in again, and I deleted the thread, so I hope you saved it because you have to write it all out again. But just too many. There was an incessant, diarrhea's amount of poop stories, and I didn't realize that I so explicitly asked for them. But unfortunately, this is the wrong episode for it. But Sacred Symbols Plus, I wanted to just give a quick shout out to because it's doing so great right now. That's our twice weekly supplement to this show. It's available on patreon.com/lastdaymedia. So we do interviews and deep dives. We've been having a lot of fun on that show lately. First of all, we did a really fruitful and interesting, I can't wait to see how Lockmort scores it, predictions episode for the showcase. And I interviewed David Jaffe recently. We spoke for 2.5 hours about Game Pass and game subscriptions, which was awesome. I had Ken Levine of BioShock fame on to talk for about 2 hours about life and game development. You guys did a call-in recently. I noticed a lot of contention around this particular call-in. What was that all about? Are we done with call-ins now? Is that what's... Because I got to be honest with you, I never saw anyone complain until this particular episode. I'm like, what is so different about this than the other 8 million call-ins we've done?
The murmurings, I asked the Discord about this. Some people say they prefer traditional write-ins because they don't like that the people calling in are not good podcasters. And I kind of can see that.
Yeah, I can understand that.
There was one call where the guy was cutting in and out a bit, but I thought that Chris and I were making it funny because it sounded like he was in a mythical forest. So I put it in there, but that was, I don't know, that was a step too far, the mythical forest caller. So I don't know. I don't really know how to solve the problem. I don't know if people want less call-ins or
fewer,
less, whatever.
You can count them, so it's fewer.
Some people suggest that we should screen the call-ins, and I'm like, we don't. It's too extensive at that point. I like that it's random. If you're screening it, that's not as fun.
I do too. I've been on talk show. Like I was on Sean Hannity's show twice when I was in high school on AM radio, and like called in some other random shows and would just get on. I think I was on Rush Limbaugh actually once, and you talk to the producer beforehand, and then you just and then you go into this like silent chamber, then you just appear, and you can tell that after you're done talking, they click and disconnect you, so you can't even say anything anymore. I feel like that's strange. I've often joked about the talk radio sports guys in New York, like the people that call in are like, "Yo, it's Billy from Long Island, just calling to talk about the Jets. Want to hear what you think about Aaron Rodgers? Okay, I'm gonna hang up and listen." Like that's the kind of shit they used to do.
Yeah,
like you got to know. Some people don't know. And I stole that joke from around the NFL, by the way. I don't want to act like I made that up. The observation that everyone knew when to hang up, which was so funny to me. All right, so we'll do more, I guess, in the future, but we're appreciating the feedback. But there's a lot of good ones up in the meantime. Your Kingdom Hearts conversation with Brad Ellis from Easy Allies, a whole conversation about Final Fantasy XVI was accomplished as well. Maddie and I just put up one that I think is really, really great. Actually, like one of the best episodes of Plus I think I've done in a long time, which is about making games, about my experience kind of with Lilymo and his experience, his nascent experience making his game. And that's a lot of fun. And then we did a backlog episode that lasted more than 2.5 hours with me, you, Chris, and the Dukes, where we each described our 5 backlog, like seminal backlog games for each of us. And I think that's going to be a fan favorite episode too. So thank you so much out there. However, for the predictions, Steve Zarcone wrote in and said, "Hello, Colin. This question is for you. Having just listened to the predictions episode, I always wondered if your insider knowledge you get from your friends in development influence you to predict in these types of shows. If not, how do you ignore what you may already know? I don't know. I can't tell you that. I'll tell you if certain, because we don't know what happened yet. I'll tell you about any guesses that were educated based on what's shown at the showcase. We'll put that in later. merch, laststandmedia.store. And please leave a review on podcast services, like us on YouTube. You can follow us wherever. We appreciate all of that as well. Share with your friends. And if you listen on free feeds, which many of you do, thank you. Support our advertisers and share with a friend. Okay. Let's see here. Actually, I'm going to put this one. This one doesn't belong here. All right. A few things to talk about before we get into games news. So we're going to go through the episode like we normally would. Some opening comments from the audience, smaller pieces of news, what we're playing, bigger pieces of news, listener inquiries. I don't know if we're going to get to listener inquiries before we run out of time. If that happens, we'll just put listener inquiries at the end of the showcase recording. It'll all be one recording anyway, and then it's published as soon as it's humanly possible. It'll be live, and you're listening and watching it. All right. Brent Hooper wrote in and said, "Hello, sacred gentlemen." And remember, you can use our weekly thread on the newsfeed on Patreon to write in your inquiries. "Hello, sacred gentlemen," says Brent. "Just this past weekend, I attended the video game tattoo convention in Knoxville, Tennessee, down there, where I got myself a Ghost of Tsushima piece tattooed on my right calf. While I was there, I proudly wore my Sacred Symbols shirt. Not even 10 minutes of me walking around the main floor, I was promptly told to stand down. We both laughed, shook hands, and bid each other a good day. Just wanted to share the love that LSM is everywhere. Keep doing what you do, my friends. Much love from Tennessee." That's wonderful to hear. Love to hear it. Love the stories of people seeing, like I told you, my stepdad works for the FBI, and so he's up towards Washington a lot, and he said that he saw a Moriarty ray gun sticker straight up on a car, which he wouldn't just make that up. Maybe he would.
Yeah.
You know, but I thought that was pretty interesting. So
You
awesome
really
to
think
see.
the FBI would lie like that?
I don't know. Yeah, it's unbelievable. I can't believe that. I'm surprised. Never mind. I'm not even gonna say. Never mind. I'm not surprised by anything. Okay. Love to see the merch out in the wild, though. Love hearing about people seeing the merch out in the wild. I don't know if I told you guys this, but because I'm going to a tailor to get like a custom made suit for the wedding, I'm gonna get the moon. I'm gonna get the moon emblazoned into the suit somewhere, whether it's on like the arm or like on the collar or something like that. I think it's gonna be pretty cool. Just really marry capitalism to my wedding as much as possible. Yeah.
It'd be a great repeating inseam pattern as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That'd be dope as hell.
You're absolutely right. That's a great idea. Yeah, they even do that at like Joseph A. Bank, or like some of these like kind of nicer places than Men's Warehouse, but not as nice as like your nice tailor. They even are starting to do like the custom inseams and stuff, which is cool. So I can only imagine what I might be able to do at a real tailor. I've never gotten a suit, and Men's Warehouse suits are nice. I'm not saying insulting them, but I've never gotten a suit nicer than a Men's Warehouse suit, which is your standard suit. You know, I really want to get like, I've never spent money on clothes generally, if you can believe it. Probably the most expensive items I have are probably hockey jerseys, like authentic hockey sweaters, which are hundreds of dollars each. But as far as clothes are concerned, no. And I'm not gonna, I can go get like a Sears suit or a JCPenney suit, which is what I used to do. But for this, I'm gonna get fucking snazzy.
Yeah.
You guys excited? It's coming up,
dude. I am. I actually am pretty excited about that. I need to ask because Gene's going to be there. And so we're going to be coming down from DC. Maybe carpool with Gene, with Mama and Papa Furman.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Yeah, Gene's going to need you because of his DWEs. He can't drive anymore.
Oh, yeah. Well, hey, Gene, if you're listening, we'd be happy to give you a ride down. Go on down to Virginia.
Go on down here and drive down here to Virginia.
I didn't mention I'm seeing Gene this weekend. We're gonna grab lunch.
You going to Washington, or is he coming to you? Oh, obviously you would have to go to him. Yeah.
Well, we're in Alexandria and he's in DC, which is like maybe 15, 20 minutes depending on traffic. So I have no idea where we're going to go yet, but
that's exciting.
Since we're going to be there.
Be safe out there.
Yeah.
It's going to be good to see Gene. We just sent out a bunch of the invitations, and so it says Gene Park and guest. Will he bring a date?
Nobody knows.
Maybe it's a Miss America contestant.
I know, it's going to be some random, the most beautiful woman you've ever seen, you know?
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. His stories are incredible. He's like the most interesting man in the world in some way. Okay. Well, Brent, I'm glad that you got seen. I'm glad that you've been seen. We'll have more merch soon. Remember, you can buy merch, laststandmedia.store, shirts, sweatshirts, hats, stickers, free shipping in the United States on all stickers. Okay. Oh, what is this? Oh, Red Apple Tobacco wrote in. He said, "Hi, guys. Wanted to share a little drink-related tale with Colin. I've recently returned from a trip to Poland. I'm sorry. The last night of which we were an underground cocktail bar. I noticed there was an old fashioned on the menu, so after hearing much of this drink from Colin, I thought I'd give it a go. To cut a long story short, this sweet tooth was not prepared for the strength and flavor of whatever the fuck goes in that drink. Pretty sure I felt new chest hair popping out with each small sip, but I got it down one wince at a time. Think I'll stick to porn star martinis for now. Thanks anyway from the UK.
What the fuck is a porn star martini? I have to ask.
Let's see. Let's look it up.
I've never heard that phrase ever, and I was a bartender for 2 years.
Yeah, he's typing it out as a proper noun too.
1.5 ounces vanilla flavored vodka, 1/2 ounce passion fruit liqueur, 1 ounce passion fruit puree, 1/2 ounce. Oh my, you're a woman. That's okay. Here's the thing about old fashions. It's funny because my sister Allie just got married this past weekend, so I was with my entire family. It was a lot of fun, by the way. It was the first. We were thinking that it was the first time in 19 or 20 years that all of us have truly, like everyone in our clan were together, and so it was a lot of fun. It was out of control. I was drunk, of course, and I was drinking old fashions because my sister had what you do at a wedding, which is have an open bar, and so
Yes.
I went and I got drunk and the old fashions were flowing and they were great. But my cousin Jamie, who's only 4 years younger than me, she's like, what is that? And I let her drink it and she was like, this is like gasoline. And I don't understand that because I think old fashions are so good. They are so tasty. You're not supposed to fucking drown yourself in them. You're supposed to sip it, you know? And I was explaining to her, it's the original, it is the first cocktail. When they came up with an idea of saying like, could we do something with liquor other than drinking it straight? They made the old fashioned. And
I think they're really sweet. That's the thing, is that they're not, I've had much drier, quote unquote, more manly drinks than that.
Like a Manhattan,
that's how you want to put it.
A Manhattan is an old fashioned without the sugar, added vermouth. And so that's it comes in a more womanly glass, but it's a more manly drink, I would say. Yeah. You know, in some sense. Chris, are you an old fashioned guy? Do you like old fashions? Do you like scotch?
Yeah, I mean, I like if I'm gonna have a thoroughly unpleasant drink, it's probably gonna be scotch because that's for some reason the one I can handle. You know, like I don't. Old fashions are fine, but I don't like many. I don't like many drinks like that really. Like it's a Moscow Mule. It's like Moscow Mules are like baseline for me. It's like really reliable, and then it's Oh yeah, what did I just say? It just escaped me.
Moscow Mule. Scotch.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I was thinking of a cocktail. I'm like, I don't think you brought up.
No. Moscow Mule and Scotch is basically the only thing.
Dagan loves Scotch, and I don't like Scotch at all. I think Scotch it's fine, but it's not my thing. It's like drinking wine or something. I'm not. Yeah.
it's putrid, but it's strong.
What do you have you had bourbon?
Yeah, I've had bourbon. I've had it all. It's just like, it's fine. You know what? I had absinthe once. Somebody brought it to a party in like a vial, like one of those fucking Rasputin vials from Anastasia. And I was like, why do you have this? And why does it look so menacing? And I was like, I think 20.
Absinthe is interesting.
It's
scary, man.
I had it in Europe for the first time. Then you started seeing it in places here. I'm like, aren't you supposed to not have this?
We served it at the Speakeasy.
Yeah. So I don't really, because it's supposed to be like some sort of hallucinogen too, right? Isn't that
it's very. I woke up in a Home Depot looking at PVC pipes. So like I don't think absinthe is something I'm gonna.
You started plumbing school and you were going to work on your home project.
Yeah,
Chris, I kind of like that your signature move is the Moscow Mule, because the few times I've been around you, I'm like, that's Chris's go-to drink. It comes in the copper mug.
Yeah, it comes in a tin.
I think that's cool. I don't know. It feels like branding in some way. Like, that's the Chris drink, the Moscow Mule.
Absolutely. It's an aesthetically pleasing drink to look at. It like tastes nice. It's like a little strong, but also like a little like fruity. It's like not too crazy. You're not going to get like completely sloshed if you have like maybe like 3 of them. It's nice. Mm-hmm. It's a good drink.
That's the way I feel about old fashions too. They are stiff, but because there's Angostura bitters in them, which is itself just pure alcohol and all this. But I love it. So usually when I go out to dinner, Micah and I we don't go out to dinner nearly enough, but I would like to go out every week, but we go out way less than that. But I'll get an old fashioned when we get there, an old fashioned with the appetizer, an old fashioned with dinner, and then an Irish coffee to cap things off. And and then I just walk out of there drunk. And but I don't drink at home anymore because it was becoming, when I was in San Francisco, I kind of stopped because it was too easy. So I like to really take advantage of things when I get out and about.
Yeah, make it an occasion.
Right, exactly. Yeah, drink. And my friend Eric Castro, friend of the show, bartender, James Beard nominated bartender and bar owner. He would always tell me, and he was totally right. He's like, cocktails you make for yourself are never as good as a cocktail. Like no matter what, as good of a cocktail as someone else will make for you. And so I remember when I used to hang out with him, even at our house or at his place, I would have him make my old fashioned for me just because it was different. And then I would make things for him and I had to see if I could do it. And I think he would humor me. All right. Let's see. Is there anything else to talk about here? No. Red Apple Tobacco. I'm glad that you enjoyed your womanly drinks, or that you do enjoy your womanly drinks. That's fine. Old fashioned, pure America. An American cocktail from the colonial era. Is it a surprise that someone from Britain doesn't have what it takes? I wish it was, but it isn't. I'm sorry. Thanks for writing in. I'm only kidding, Red Apple Tobacco. I'm only kidding.
We bully these people.
I know, just bullying them into submission. Europeans. Uncle Pecos wrote in and said, hey guys, thought I would add to the interesting list of work situations we listeners find ourselves in while tuning into the show. I'm a middle school teacher and I'm currently on my way back from a 2-day class trip with students. Exhausted from hours of walking in the sun for 2 days straight, I am simply no longer in the mood to overhear 13-year-olds giggling about things such as pocket pussies and turbulent ejaculations. So here I am, completely oblivious to the world around me, listening to Chris giggle and Colin's bursted ball instead. You guys are great and take care. A lot of interesting stories, so keep them coming. I love this story. Kids seem to be growing up quick. I'm 38, so I was 13 years old a long time ago, but I don't even think I even understood anything about that stuff even when I was 13. I just
really,
yeah, like I just wasn't. It probably wasn't until 9th and even 10th grade that I was really interested in girls, or at least admitting it. You know, I was very slow and late to. I just wanted to play Breath of Fire, man. You know, just wanted to hang out.
That's so interesting.
Yeah,
I do think it's like just the access to information is a lot higher, and also just like a lot of the entertainment that people, you know, that kids specifically are consuming is online, which is a lot less regulated. You're not going to hear you're probably going to hear PewDiePie say something like turbulent ejaculation. Turbulent. You're not going to hear that on like fucking Amazing World of Gumball or Dexter's Lab when I was a kid. Like I don't think there was an episode where Dexter turbulently ejaculated. I don't think it's real.
At least we don't know that. Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know if that idea though that like kids are necessarily growing, because I mean, A Christmas Story was pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Like I remember seeing that movie and being like, "Whoa, these kids in the 50s are cursing up a storm." You know, right, it's kind of crazy.
Let me see here. A Christmas Story. Yeah, but that's an 80s movie, right? So.
Yeah, but even so.
But you're saying it's yeah, I guess it would be like Mad Men, like an accurate representation. Like Mad Men made it seem like I was like, oh my God, like this. I never even, people in modernity certainly don't speak like this in the workplace. I can't believe this kind of shit was going on. But I guess you're right. But nonetheless, Uncle Pecos, stay safe out there with the pocket pussies and the turbulent ejaculations. It sounds like the guy in 40-Year-Old Virgin that's like, you know, the pussy juice cocktails and the butthole pleasures and the double-decker pussy or whatever the fuck he says. It's horrible. That guy, Dagan knows that guy's name off the top of his head, that comedian. I can't think of it, but he's funny as fuck, that guy. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Chime, the award-winning banking app and suite of basic banking features you can learn more about right now at chime.com/sacred. Listen, your money is serious. It's not something to be trifled with, whether you have $100 or $1 million. You've got to start somewhere. And when you do, you need to be smart with how you save and spend your money. And for many people listening to this, you don't need sophisticated banking options. You really just need a checking account, a savings account, and a debit card. That way you can process your paychecks, put some cash away, and spend it in the modern economy, respectively. And Chime can easily help you do that. Since Chime has no monthly fees or minimum balance expectations, and since it doesn't even require a deposit to sign up, you can use Chime easily and flexibly, feel things out and get your feet underneath you, and utilize their various features to help enrich your life and make it easier. For instance, there's no overdraft fees up to $200, and you can sign up to receive your direct deposit from work 2 days earlier than usual if you have some bills you need to take care of or a fun weekend staring you down. My friends, we talk about money quite a bit on Sacred Symbols because we focus so much on the industry we cover. But on a personal level, your financial health is vital. Having a good, solid banking service you can trust is essential. Chime is an awesome, free-of-frills option for those looking to guide themselves healthily through the financial world. I think Chime is a great option for basic banking, so why not give it a try? Sign up for a Chime checking account today to link your paycheck. It only takes 2 minutes and doesn't affect your credit score. Get started at chime.com/sacred. That's chime.com/SACRED. Again, that's chime.com/sacred for an award-winning banking app, checking and savings accounts, a debit card, and more. Everything you need for a solidified banking journey. Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. members FDIC. Early access to direct deposit funds depends on payer. SpotMe eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. See chime.com/spotme.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Liquid IV, the effective and tasty way to hydrate. Learn more right now at liquidiv.com and use the code SACRED at checkout to receive 20% off your order. As a newer resident of the South, I've come to both appreciate and respect the insane levels of heat we experience down here, and we're only in Virginia. As the spring turns to summer and as it gets more hellish outside by the day, I'm glad that I've been equipped with Liquid IV, which helps me recover lost hydration from that devastating star in the sky, all with great flavor and surprisingly quick action. Indeed, drinking Liquid IV, which is a powder you merely mix into a glass of water, you'll find that you're hydrated twice as quickly as water alone. Plus, you get infused with some vitamins too. You know, B3, B5, B6, B12, and the world's undisputed favorite vitamin, vitamin C. And the flavors Liquid IV comes in are legion. There's strawberry lemonade, watermelon, passion fruit, guava, a dozen flavors in all for you to try. Truly, Liquid IV tastes great. Packed with vital electrolytes and made with premium ingredients, those with various allergies or dietary requirements will likewise be pleased that Liquid IV is free of gluten, dairy, and soy. Whether I'm preparing for or finishing a workout, going on one of my neighborhood walking excursions, or am merely lounging around with Colin and the pups, I've been using Liquid IV incessantly since it's been introduced into my life. It's proven itself really valuable, noticeably so, and I think there are plenty of you out there who will likewise find it useful, whether you're an athlete, work outside in the hot sun, or are merely looking to better survive a night out with friends. Hydration, electrolytes, vitamins, and a great taste, you simply cannot go wrong. Grab your Liquid IV in bulk nationwide at Costco, or you can get 20% off your order when you go to liquidiv.com and use the code SACRED at checkout. That's liquidiv.com with the checkout code SACRED. That's 20% off anything you order when you shop Better Hydration today using the promo code SACRED at liquidiv.com.
All right. Weston W. Wellborn wrote in and said, "Hello, gentlemen. Long time, first time. This one's for Colin. Back in the Beyond days, you used to mention Dank, Yharnam, Nugs quite frequently in your vocabulary. I haven't heard this turn of phrase from you in a while. Where did it go and why did you say it? I take your comments off air." I don't know what that means, Weston. Thank you for writing it. It's not from Beyond, because Beyond, I was on Beyond before Bloodborne existed. It's from P.S. I Love You, which was my second PlayStation podcast. And I used to call weed Dank, Yharnam, Nugs, but I don't really know why. Do you remember, Dustin, any of that? Because you actually listened to that show. I don't know.
I don't think it was from that show, actually. I think it was from the Let's Play with you and Nick Scarpino.
When we made the horror. Oh, that's right. I gotta look that up. Me and Nick Scarpino made a horrifying Bloodborne character, like the fucking most hideous. And then we couldn't figure out how to get out of like the beginning area. And the Let's Play like annoyed the fuck out of people. So then we did another one. I think it comes from that. You're right. Yeah.
Dank, Yharnam, Nugs.
Now, this is a bit of a separate question, Colin, but I remember during that era, Colin wasn't as open about smoking the weed, but it was everyone knew. We all knew, but it wasn't really said out loud. What was up with that?
At IGN, it was, when I first worked there, I kept it hidden from everyone because I was afraid. I've said before that they laughed at me when I asked if I was going to get drug tested, and I wasn't. And that would have been a big problem for me in college. And then I got the job, and for some reason I was just real down low on it, even though medical marijuana has been legal in California since 1996. I don't think a lot of people realize that. It's fucking been legal there forever. And getting it is trivial in California. But for some reason, I just didn't want to make it known. And then as I got more comfortable there, it became more known. And then I started smoking with people there. I used to smoke at E3 outside that big hotel we used to stay out down there. We used to go on company retreats and box out fucking hotel rooms and make gravity bongs and do all sorts. So at some point everyone knew. And as I said, I won't say his name, but a friend of mine flew, and it was an accident, with almost an ounce of weed to Japan. which would get you put in prison for a long time. And I remember him, I wasn't there on that trip with him, and I asked him, I'm like, so did you like flush it down the toilet? He's like, no, I smoked it. I was like, oh my God. I would be, can you imagine the paranoia of smoking like sativa or something in Japan and then worrying that someone's going to catch you and you're going to end up in some Japanese prison with the Yakuza?
That's awesome. That is insane.
Because we used to fly with these bags, and you guys might be able to relate because you both understand camera equipment a lot more than I do. But when we would go to a show, it was like a lot of shit getting sent. And you would have to sign this paperwork. You'd bring it to the airport. They would take care of it. You would have to sign this paperwork on the way back. And I don't think they look at that shit. I just don't think they look. You're basically declaring it for value and all of that. But I think there was just an ounce of weed stuck in one of those bags. When I went to 311 Day in New Orleans in 2004, my friend Gus brought an ounce of weed on the plane with him in a sock. And it worked. And we smoked the entire thing that day. All right. Let's move on. Thank you, Weston, for writing in. Robert wrote in and said, hey, everybody. Colin, you should raffle off one set of tickets to your wedding on the Patreon Discord. Dustin,
that's
thoughts?
So funny.
Yeah, I'm totally into this idea because, man, you could have someone awesome, someone really cool comes, hangs out, maybe brings a great gift, or you get someone that is going to ruin the whole day. But that is the fun, is the wild card nature of it. The raffle, who knows? It could be, so the raffle is random. What if it's a bid system? Who pays for the highest amount gets to come to the wedding?
God, I could pay for the whole wedding like that probably.
Yeah.
I'm paying for all of it myself. My parents aren't, like, I'm just paying for the wedding, which is weird, at least in the United States. But my parents have no leverage over me and for anything, which is so funny. And I think I don't think my dad gives a shit, but my mom cares, I think, a lot. She's like, now we can, my sister got married. She's like, so now we can, and they helped pay and plan that wedding. And she's like, now we can focus on yours. And I'm like, we don't need anything from you, Mom. We just need you to show up. Don't you even worry your pretty little face about that, But she did corner me. I know it's weird, but we weren't going to do first dances with our parents. Micah doesn't really want to do that. Like her dad and her are not really like that. And so I thought it would be weird to have an asymmetric one, but my mom's making me do it. So it's going to be the awkward moment where I have a dance with my mom, but Micah does a dance with her dad. Thanks, Mom.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
That'll be fun for everybody.
That'll be great. I'll be too drunk.
Some drinks, but I was going to say, you'll be at that point, you'll think it's great. Your mindset will be shifted.
Yeah.
I was thinking about, you're talking about getting trashed at your sister, maybe not trash, but very drunk.
I was drunk.
I don't know. Should Chris and I have a competition about drinking at the wedding? Like who can embarrass themselves more, something like that. I feel like, you're really hyping this up. Chris and I got to let loose in some way.
Yeah. I've seen some interesting things at weddings, but.
Oh, so have I.
Yeah. And so you don't want to be one of those people because that's. Yeah. And then there are just funny things that happen because people just drank too much and it hurts no one. Like I remember my friend Craig at my friend Nate's wedding just walked right into a glass door thinking it was open to the outside and just walked into it. And that was just a funny moment for me that I'll always remember about that wedding. But that wasn't embarrassing. That was just funny. But some people really embarrass themselves at weddings. You don't want to do that. But I think there are certain things you got to keep in mind. You got to eat, right? Like you got to eat at the wedding, keep it going. I had 2 plates at the wedding actually, because it was a buffet.
Fuel up.
Just to fuel up. And then, you got to always remember what's the old adage, Dustin, you know what I'm talking about? What's the adage about liquor and beer?
I can never remember. That's the problem. Every time I go to drink, I can't remember which one's first. It's liquor first, right?
Yeah, you go liquor, then beer. You're in the clear. Beer, then liquor. You've never been sicker. And it's true. It's totally true. So I started the wedding with 2 old fashions and then I switched to beer. And I was golden. You
also should drink water.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Water is essential.
Yeah. Dude, Pedialyte is such a cheat. It's insane.
I need to try that at some point. I don't drink that often. But
I couldn't believe like when I was back when I first moved here and I was drinking incessantly, not even for any reason, just because I finally had the freedom to do so. Pedialyte was absurd.
Yeah, Pedialyte.
Because you would have because you would have just a little bit of it, maybe even just maybe half of one of those bottles, and you could drink as much as you want. And you wouldn't have a hangover. It was insane. It was like a miracle.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that it was real.
Yeah. I remember, I don't know if this was true for you too, but I remember it kind of being this thing that girls would do in college that they thought was kind of cute. Like
what?
Like Pedialyte. They would it would be a thing where they would openly drink Pedialyte the next day or like before or during a party to like, but it was a known thing. It wasn't weird. I don't know if I'm explaining it right. Like
it
seems like it was a thing they embraced, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. But that shit works. But I don't know. My days of getting belligerent.
One last ride, Colin's wedding. Let's go.
One last ride, yeah.
Chris is going to be tying the tie around his head by the end of the night.
Nice. Yeah.
It's going to be good.
It's going to be fun. We're going to have an interesting group of people there. And some people from the audience will be there because I've become friends with a couple of people from the audience. Like my friend Mike Patelli, who I call my G.I. Joe consigliere, who was a good buddy of mine. I met him because he was a listener and we've just bonded over G.I. Joe. He's going to be at the wedding. So, so who knows who might appear? Who knows? You know who's I think going to be there? Gio Corsi, I think is going to be there. You know who might be there? David Jaffe.
Dude, I'm partying with Jaffe. That's Chris. You're out. Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, Gio has been anxious to meet my mom forever because Gio's parents are off the boat Italian, and so he grew up Italian in Canada, and like a very, very Italian upbringing. He's very eager to meet my mom because my mom is like the last vestige of our Italianness, and he wants to like eat. So he's like he basically I have people I'm inviting to the. Let me say this. Maybe you guys can relate to this. The closer I am to a person, the less likely it is I'm putting something into their envelope or like writing anything on the invitation because like, so you're getting them, right? You know that you're going to hear from me. But for the people that are on the fringe, not because of how I feel about them, but because of where we are in our lives, I'm writing notes to them, kind of just being like, would love to have you there. Absolutely no pressure, kind of thing. And that Gio was kind of in that lane for me because it's like, well, Gio's a good friend of mine and a really sweet guy, but you don't want to. I can imagine him getting this and being like, well, what do I do? Like, I have to go to fucking the United States. I mean, he lives in Canada. It's like, I got to go to the United States now and do all this kind of stuff. And so everyone's going to get a little note just to let him know, I'm thinking of you, would love to have you there. Mostly people that I've gone to their weddings or I wonder if the old IGN contingent that I'm inviting is going to come, which will be interesting and so on and so forth. So it's mostly the guys that work at Apple now that left IGN. So it'll be interesting to see who comes and, yeah, like the collection of people that we'll have to Barry Johnson.
Oh man, Barry. Yeah. I've always tried to get Barry. I tried not years ago, but months ago when we were doing something, I was like, Barry, you seem like a cool dude. We could hop on a call some point. And he's like, no. Barry doesn't want to talk to anybody about anything. No. So if he's there.
Do you understand how we found each other? Do you understand that Barry and I have launched 3 games together and have talked probably for a combined 5 minutes in audio the entire time?
You did that show that one time.
That's true, but that was not for us to interact.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
he is the game development Colin, the Canadian Colin. He loves it. He loves his reclusiveness, just like I do. Yeah. That's why we work together well. And then he comes in and he says what he needs from me. I give it to him, and then I recede like tuxedo mask in that awesome gift that I love. GIF. All right, let's see. Robert, maybe we'll have tickets to the page. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that's a good idea.
It's not. It's definitely not a good idea.
It's a funny idea.
Yeah, it's definitely a funny
but it's
idea.
not a good idea.
It's definitely a funny idea. Yeah.
There's a difference.
Yeah. Because maybe they'll be one of the people that's like, does anyone have any objection? And it's going to be like the Patreon person. It's going to be like, of course, man.
Oh.
All right.
Is it because they're in love with Micah or in love with you?
I don't know.
They got to object.
Everyone's in love with Micah. Why wouldn't you be? All right. Daniel Rico wrote in and said, sup guys. After years of getting your content for free, I decided to join the Patreon and have to say what an incredible value my $5 a month gets me. The community in the Discord is awesome as well, but enough of that. Colin, you often talk about how you love to mow your lawn and do yard work and such. My question is, what method of mowing style do you prefer? I myself like doing a crosshatch style, and I'm quite fond of how the yard looks after. Death to all the grass-killing weeds. Thank you, Danley, for writing in. Guys, I want to let you in on a secret that I discovered. I didn't know this. There's some people in my neighborhood. I just want to be in the conversation for best yard, but I don't think I'm winning, right? I'm definitely in the conversation, but there's a couple of guys that are at an elite level. And there's this one guy that mows his lawn, I shit you not, every other day by hand, not even on a tractor. And he has this thing. It looks like a very expensive lawnmower too. And he has this thing behind it, and it's just a roller, like just an analog roller. And just by going over the freshly cut grass, it creates the lines like you're in a baseball field. And I'm so jealous of this man. And I know I can go find one, and I want to ask him, but I'm afraid I'm putting him out. He doesn't see, he's not one of these neighbors that's very friendly. He's not unfriendly, but he doesn't acknowledge you, or he's just there. Like he's focused on this yard. And I want to just pick his brain because it's so impressive. But my own technique, it is the crosshatch. I do horizontal lines, then I weed whack, then I do vertical lines, then I blow. And that's how it all works. And I love it. I love being out there in the yard. And I'm getting tan. I don't know if you guys can tell. But I'm getting
not on here.
The Italian in me is coming out. And
not on here.
Yeah, not on here, but I look Hispanic is basically in real life is what I'm saying to you.
I think if I ever find myself privileged enough to have a lawn, I think I'm going to rip out all the grass and replace it with sand.
That's the kind of shit they do in like Arizona and New Mexico.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, they like literally don't have grass.
I don't want to worry about watering the fucking dirt, like having dead patches of grass randomly show up, and just like it seems like such a hassle. Like lawn, like maintaining a lawn is one of the biggest deterrents for me to own like a house. Like, and I'm not even remotely kidding.
You can always have people do it for you, you know.
Yeah, but then it's like I don't know. There's a whole thing. I don't like paying people to do things.
Yeah, I understand.
I could never like. There's something about like housekeeping and like just those service jobs that it makes me feel weird participating in it for some reason. Like I know it's a job and they need it and all that, but like there's something I don't know. I don't like the weird dynamic there.
It is like, weird. I totally understand what you mean.
I finished cutting your grass, sire. Like
Yeah, I mean, I see that it's like they're serfs or something when you look at it like that. But at the same time, it is just a service, and it's like a big thing down here. Like there are so many lawn care companies down here, and I just like being out there doing it myself, not because I want to save the money, but because it's like a hobby in some way. But you're right, it does. First of all, it's hot as fuck down here. So you have to find the time, like you have to really look ahead and be like, when am I going to mow the lawn? The person next door to me, I was just outside like weeding in the middle of the day one day, and she earnestly came outside because they know we're from like the north, and she's like, we don't do this stuff out here during the day. That's like what she literally said.
Did she do the voice?
No, she did. We don't. Yeah, it wasn't a guy. I can't do a female version of that. At least not yet. And so I was like, oh, that's interesting. When are you supposed to do it? And then you realize like people mow their lawns like when the sun, like not even when the sun's setting, like at dusk, you'll start hearing people start their lawnmower, you know,
what is that? That's insanity.
Because it's so hot that like you need to wait until the last second.
Oh,
you know,
no, that's an endurance problem on their end. That has nothing to do with like, we don't do it at this time. That's insane. Oh, let me mow my lawn in the dark. What?
Yeah. Like after dinner, you'll hear a lawnmower start getting pulled, you know.
Oh my God.
The golden hour. You know, that little time.
Yeah.
Right there. That's
but it's fine. You don't like, I don't think you're into it as I like, because you own a house, Dustin, and you're not as into it as I am, but my yard. I have a pretty big yard, but a lot of it is dominated by the pool and then gardens and all this stuff. So I don't have a whole lot of grass, so I can really focus in on it, you know, and I have a chemical company come and treat it every month, do all the different things to it. So I don't do that. They seed it and do all that. I just mow it and tend to it. I'm actually asking them what I'm supposed to do. And when you get into conversations, and Michael will tell you, like when you get into conversations, they're really nice people. They love lawn care. They'll fucking keep you forever talking to you about lawn care if you get into it with them. They love when you ask them a question. I literally asked him a question the other day. He's like, that's a great question. That's what he said to me. I was like, yes.
That's a great question. I've never heard that in my life, by the way.
Wow, that's interesting. That's sad.
Yeah, every question I ask is a very profoundly stupid question.
Right. Fair enough, my friend. Fair enough. Okay. Dustin, any parting thoughts on lawn care before we get into the matters at hand here?
I'm glad you enjoy it because I don't at all. And I think a lot of that is attributed to my allergies. And right now, some people will shit on this, but Holly, at least she tells me, she says, I enjoy mowing the lawn. She likes tending to the lawn care. Mm-hmm. So guess what? Especially right now in May, which is my worst allergy time of the year, she mows the lawn. When it starts getting hotter out and the allergies are not quite as bad, the pollen, I will definitely be mowing the lawn, sharing the load. But right now, it's all Holly. Holly with the load.
I got a load for you, Dustin.
Please.
All right. That was gross. That was just too earnest.
You're like one of the junior high 13-year-old kids.
Yeah.
Turbulent ejaculations.
That's exactly right. It's like saying turbulent ejaculation. It's like, that's just too earnest. I can't have that. All right, my friends, this is a video game show. We're 45 minutes in, so let's talk about video games. if we have to.
We're not going to make time on this.
Yeah, I know. We'll see what happens. Kendrick Lukenbach, and a few people wrote in about this, but I went with Kendrick, a correction from last week. He says, hey, Last Stand lads, somebody wrote in about Sony doing deluxe early access, and they do this every year with MLB The Show. There's an early access weekend starting on Friday, then the official release is the following Tuesday. Good point. So there we go. We already have that in our ecosystem. Thank you, Kendrick and others, for writing in. All right. I thought this was an interesting story here. Longtime art director of Santa Monica studio, Raf Grassetti, has left the studio. This is interesting because you would think that someone of his pedigree and like his position would probably be involved at a very embryonic stage with the next project, and you would think that he would be on for that. I don't know what him leaving means. Maybe they're just not in need of him anymore. Maybe he got a great opportunity elsewhere. I know for a fact, knowing people that work at all these studios, that the poaching on these guys is heavy. And I'm just wondering what you think of this, Dustin.
Yeah, well, looking at his tweet thread, there's clearly no ill will between him and Santa Monica Studios. So that's good. So I would imagine that, yeah, it's like you said, either a better opportunity or maybe wanting to move somewhere else or something like that. Or maybe just, sometimes you need to change in life. So yeah, it's good to see, though, that, like I said, that no ill will. It's always weird when you have situations where someone's suddenly gone or you see a LinkedIn profile change, but this definitely is not the case in this situation.
Yeah, nothing crazy here. Just wanted to acknowledge it because he has been bouncing around. He had originally comes from BioWare, I want to say, but I could be totally wrong about that. Anyway, well, before obviously he was at Santa Monica.
Yeah.
Chris, do we need new art direction at Santa Monica Studio, or do you like where they're going with these games? So imagine a game with God of War's kind of direction, but something else.
I don't know. It's God of War's art direction isn't particularly striking, but I don't think it's bad. It's like there's a weird kind of, I think it serves whatever they do well. And I'm curious to see how it expands into things that aren't like, Norse. Like if they're going to do something that's not God of War, or if they're going to, even if they do something that's God of War, but like, I don't know, maybe they do like an Egyptian pantheon or something. I don't think that's necessarily in the cards, but I do wonder how it would branch out. But it's I don't think it needs new art direction.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I'm trying to. I take too many notes. Where are my fucking notes about this?
You're a note fiend.
I am. Like I have more notes about this guy, but I guess I don't. Hold on a second.
Do you have like a glossary, like a codex?
I should have that, but basically what I have. So I have two. I should take a picture. I mean, it's not like an amazing setup, but people have probably no idea what I'm looking at all the time. It's like I have two big screens. Dustin knows what they look like. What size are they, Dustin? I don't know.
I think 27.
27. So two 27-inch screens, and I always have the screen split into 4 sections, always. So you know how you tear like a Windows screen to the side and it just attaches itself to the side, so it's like half and half, which I love. Yeah. That's like one of the smallest quality of life things they've ever done that I like absolutely love. And so I always snap these 4 windows, and so I always have my email on the left. By the way, David Jaffe just randomly emailed me, and then on the far left and on the far right, I always have Spotify. It's always open, or some other thing that's just there. I don't know. It's not, and then in these 2 windows, the other 2 windows, I always have like a bunch of tabs open on this right window, and it's just like Moby Games, Wikipedia, fucking financial reports and all these things, and it just gets out of control. Like I'm like clicking through them, I'm like, why is this even open? Why is this here? And I try to keep it all straight, and then I have my written notes, and then I also have the document I write for all of us. So I'm not smart enough to keep up with all this for much longer. I think I'm losing my mental acuity. And we're gonna need.
You gotta get 8 monitors.
I know. I'm like the architect in the Matrix. But it really is only 2 months. And it's a very boring setup. I have nothing going on in this room. Like the cool stuff's behind me. What I'm looking at is just like there's windows here. The first Colin's Last Stand poster is above my desk, and that's basically it. Anyway, Raf Grassetti, character artist, etc. Godspeed to you, my friend. All right. I wanted to call this out. PlayStation blog announced this. The Backbone 1 PlayStation edition is out. The officially licensed controller for Android. The iOS version's already out. Obviously, I have it. We've talked about it extensively. I think it came out almost a year ago, I want to say. And people are interested in this for multiple reasons, and I'll read them out here because we have a couple of inquiries from the audience. Giovanni D'Amico wrote in and said, hey guys, I saw that the Backbone PlayStation controller just dropped for Android. Are the offset sticks and kind of awkward looking layout as uncomfortable as they look, or should I sack up and give it a shot? I imagine you adjust to it after a little bit. Dude, I love my Backbone, but I don't play active games on it. So I really can't even speak to the sticks. I don't think I even use the sticks in the games that I play on it. It's great for 2D games, not even action games. It's really great for role-playing games. Like I played Slay the Spire probably for almost 100 hours, and I played it basically all on the Backbone. It was perfect on there. But I don't think I would play Final Fantasy 16 on it or anything like that. So I can't really speak to the sticks. Chris, do you have any experience using the sticks on Backbone?
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I don't think it's, you know, it's a portable system. So the sticks they're not as, I don't know, tall as you would need them to be for maximum kind of, it's not a replacement for a controller for sure. And you definitely feel that, but I don't think it's particularly hindering it's just at the cusp. I feel like if they were any shorter, it would be a sincere problem. But it feels to me like they're right at that point where it's pretty acceptable. But at the same time, most of the games that I played on the Backbone don't use the sticks either. You know, I think I played Nobody Saves the World and a couple of other games like that.
Yeah, that would even be too active for me, I think.
It worked totally fine for me, and the no latency somehow, and it was like, this is pretty, this is cool. And I think I did try Gears of War 2 just to see, and it worked pretty well, like surprisingly, like shockingly well. So yeah, I feel I don't know, man. The offset sticks though, not remotely awkward. In fact, that's my main preference for a controller is offset sticks.
Yeah, I'm just used to it's nurture for me. Again, I'm just used to parallel sticks. I thought I remember the conventional wisdom when Orbis, you guys remember PlayStation 4 was called Orbis? And the kind of conventional wisdom was that they were going to offset the sticks. And there are apparently DualShock 4 controller iterations with offset sticks that they were fucking around with. I would love to mess with those. I actually, when I went to Japan last time I was there, when I was still in the press, I asked them explicitly if I could see them, and they said no. Because I'm like, does anyone ever ask you to see these controllers? Like, can I see them? Can I see the boomerang? And all this from the PS3 and all this? And because I don't think anyone even really played with the PS3 boomerang. They were behind glass when they were shown. So, and that's why the DualShock, or it was really the 6-axis and the DualShock 3 used the same form factor, because they didn't have time to make another controller, which is so incredible. What a fucking clown show that was back then. It's incredible how different it is now, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Offset sticks, Dustin, is that a problem for you? It seems a little un-PlayStation. I don't quite know why that is. Let me look at it and see if it's more obvious when I stare at it. Yeah. No, I don't really understand why that would be, actually. But yeah, what do you think?
I honestly don't even really think about it that much because, like, for example, when I was playing Metal Gear, a lot of that was on Xbox because of that backwards compatibility. I don't know. I switch between the two and I don't even really think about it. I think if I had a preference, I would lean more towards the PlayStation symmetrical sticks, but it doesn't really matter to me.
Yeah.
Mark L wrote in with something else that I didn't know. He says, hey guys, I just wanted to give a huge shout out to the company that makes the Backbone 1 controller. Back in December, I purchased the non-PlayStation branded Android Backbone, and I've had to use a third-party remote play app to use it. Just today, the white PlayStation compatible version released. I thought to myself, damn, that sucks. I should have waited. 10 minutes later, I get an email saying for the next 30 days, there's an exchange program for those that want to trade their non-PS Backbone for the PS version. Never really see a company doing something like this, and thought that was cool. Have a great weekend. I thought that was Backbone is the company, as far as I know. That's what the company's called. And Backbone 1 is the device. I think that's true. Because I think I'm reading here, Manik Kaira is the CEO of Backbone. And he's the one who wrote the PlayStation blog post. That's fucking dope, man. Got to take care of your customers.
Yeah.
You really do. You got to take care of them. And Sony might, first of all, there's probably not that many out there. Sony might even have a little payback system for them to kind of get those out so that they stop using third-party stuff and instead use just the streaming app, the native streaming app, which is, in my estimation, works great. And without the Vita, the thing is that I wonder, the timing of this seems conspicuous because this seems like something they're like, we really need to announce this because Q Lite is going to be announced and this is going to become irrelevant, I think, in some way, if you really want true remote play. We'll find out. Maybe we'll know more. Maybe by the time you're hearing this, we already know more and we're going to talk about it later in the show. But wanted to shout that out. Thanks, boys, for writing in. Backbone 1 available on Android now. The iOS version has long been available, and you should definitely check it out. Although maybe wait now and see what happens with Q Lite. All right, I wanted to ask you guys about this. Chris, let's go to you. What is this Destiny 2 and PlayStation Studios collaboration cosmetics? So did you see this stuff?
Yeah.
What's going on here? They're kind of there's like an Aloy thing, a Kratos thing, a Jin thing going into. Well, yeah, talk to me about this. What's happening here?
Yeah, so it looks like, I mean, if I'm remembering the classes right, they're kind of hard to tell at a distance, but it looks like the Hunters are getting an Aloy, kind of like an Aloy Horizon themed armor set. It looks like Titans are getting an armor set themed off of God of War and Kratos, and it looks like Warlocks are getting Jin Sakai from Ghost of Tsushima, and you got like Cordyceps, Last of Us style skins for your tech, like your ship and your Sparrow and your little ghost companion buddy. It looks pretty dope, honestly. Like I really like the way that they do collaborations, because it's not like in Fortnite where it's just like here's Leslie Nielsen,
right?
You know, like in Fortnite
in his giant man condom.
Yeah, and it's just him. It's like it's thematic to Destiny. Like it's these IP filtered through the art design of Destiny. I think it looks dope. Looks really cool. But it's just cosmetics. It's not. I don't imagine it's. This is probably like a skin that you can apply over your armor. I don't think the way cosmetics work in Destiny is that they have any stats or anything. But
likewise, and I'll throw this over to you, Dustin. There's been murmurings of, I don't know if you read this stuff. Jim Ryan, I think, gave an interview with Famitsu and maybe some other outlet in Japan. Anyway, people are gleaning things off of it. And one of the things I was reading, he and Herman Hulst are both talking about the kind of the normalization of the collaboration with Bungie. Now that the Bungie's been involved with PlayStation as a first party for this long, although they're parallel to PlayStation Studios, that they're getting a lot of information. And one of the things that I thought was interesting, I'd love to hear you talk about, is they were saying that Bungie is involved in like the review process of all of the live service games. So basically they're part of this board or whatever that oversees all of them. And I'm wondering what you think about that increasing power as they flex their muscles here with PlayStation.
Yeah, this makes total sense to me, just in that Destiny and Bungie created, they weren't the creator of the live service game, but they were certainly at the forefront with one of the biggest ones with Destiny. And they had a lot of growing pains during that period where the first Destiny when it came out was pretty middling reviews. People weren't really into it. And they struggled a lot with DLCs and figuring out the content planning and stuff around it. So, and you look at examples, we've brought this up a million times, but Anthem, where they specifically didn't look at Destiny or other players in the space and completely fucked up. And so if you have this insane knowledge base of someone who's been doing a really successful live service game for what, a decade now, to some degree, I think maybe not quite a decade, but getting close. A lot of years.
They've been working on it for over a decade. That's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Why wouldn't you use that knowledge? So yeah, this just makes sense. It's just a smart thing to do. And that's, I would imagine, one of the biggest reasons on why you buy a company like Bungie in its modern iteration.
Agreed. We'll see what happens. Sorry, I'm writing a note. We'll see, of course. We'll see what happens with Bungie. We might, again, later in the show, be talking about something that they reveal. There's some feelings about that, you know. Yeah, it'd be interesting, man. And I really do wonder. It's almost not even worth talking about it right now, but it's almost worth wondering, are they really not going to make this thing PlayStation exclusive, at least in a timed way? It just doesn't seem like so. It's such a different Sony. The first time that Sony would publish a first party game that's not MLB The Show, I guess that would be explicitly designed for competitors' consoles, or at least PC. We'll see. All right. Yeah, this one was interesting. GQ had a piece about Final Fantasy 16. So everyone, by the way, all the outlets, a lot of creators, podcasters, YouTubers have played Final Fantasy 16. I am pretty sure it's out in the wild now. Maddie, I think, said that. That codes are out there for people. Not everyone. I don't think he has it yet, but I don't know for sure. So people are starting to play it and talk about it. And so you're going to see tons of coverage. I have basically tuned out on everything Final Fantasy 16 related. I don't want to know more. I'm not interested. But as part of that tour, and we'll talk a little bit about Final Fantasy 16 in a moment, there have been these interviews where some other information about Square Enix products have come out. And in the GQ article about Final Fantasy 16, it came out that Final Fantasy 14 has 1.2 million players a day. That just seems pretty incredible. It's a subscription-based game with, you would assume, therefore, millions of engaged customers in this game that almost died and somehow still survives. I'm really curious how they continue this. Are they going to do a Final Fantasy, let's say 17 or 18 or 19, that's an MMO? Or is this going to be the baseline MMO? Are they going to try to somehow segue this? Because one of the things, Dustin, they brought up in this was that they had broached for the first time, apparently, not numbering the game. And first of all, I think that's a huge mistake, first of all. Final Fantasy's legacy is awesome. If you don't understand that you don't have to play them all, then you don't just read on Google for 5 seconds, like do a little bit of work. I understand that they want to hit the lowest common denominator, but it's an anthology. It's not, they're not connected to each other.
What if they call it the Final Fantasy?
The Final Fantasy. That would, just calling it Final Fantasy would be interesting, but I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like, I can hear from you guys about that if you'd like, but Dustin, I wanted to hear from you about the success Final Fantasy 14 has experienced.
Yeah, the thing that I'm really curious about, I was trying to look it up on the fly, and I'm not sure if these numbers are totally right. There's a website called MMO Population that I was trying to see how it compares to World of Warcraft, because I think that's the MMO and has been for so long. On this website, MMO Population, which Dextero recently cited, so we'll go with and say that this is at least somewhat accurate. The daily players of World of Warcraft is estimated to have 1.2 million players per day this month. So we'll just say it seems that it's comparable, right? And that's crazy, just because World of Warcraft was the king for so long. And like you said, Colin, this game nearly died at launch, and they went and fixed it and just had this absolutely meteoric rise with this game. And so it's great to hear, as we've said, that that team is the one stewarding Final Fantasy 16, which is what's really exciting. And yeah, and just remember too that those 1.2 million players, I don't know how the count is, whether that's only subscribers or if that includes free trial people, but either way, that is a lot of people spending, I think, $15 a month to have access. It's a huge, huge revenue stream just from this one game that's reoccurring. So I'm sure Square Enix is very pleased with this.
For sure. And something else that I read that I'll kick over to you, Chris, about Final Fantasy 16 in this round of media that's happened, it was over at Game Informer. And so we were talking about the Final Fantasy 14 team that's led by Yoshi P, Naoki Yoshida. And he was asked about DLC for the game. Mm-hmm. And he said, quote, "It's a one-off game. We're asking players to pay the full price for this experience. And so we want an experience that's going to equal the amount of money that players are going to be paying. And we want them to have that satisfaction equal to what they paid or even more than that." So it sounds like, in a very Japanese way, that there's not going to be an expansion. And Final Fantasy 16 seems like there is no plan for that. Final Fantasy 15 did receive expansions. There's also word out, and I don't know how I feel about this, that they won't even have a day one patch. I don't know if you guys saw this, and I don't know if that's true or not, especially because, well, let's kick it over to you, Chris, with this. Let me see here. Yeah, he says, it's Mr. Moobs. Yeah, here it is, Mr. Moobs. Nice name. Hey, guys. Curious about your thoughts on Final Fantasy 16 lacking a day one patch. We've gone long enough buying AAA games that barely work on launch without various patches. It looks like Final Fantasy 16 seeks to break the mold. While I'm happy to see a return to norm, is this worth applause, or should it just be considered the bare minimum? Looking forward to your coverage of the showcase. Keep on keeping on, Sacred Gents. Yeah, there's something interesting about it being positioned as if it's a big deal, but why would it be I guess it's true. It's like, why do we always anticipate the day one patch? I always anticipate it because I feel like things are never quite where they need to be ever. So you just constantly are tweaking, but the fact that they're bold enough to say like it's basically done is interesting, especially because some people are complaining, from what I understand, that there is some slowdown in the game. And so clearly it's not fully optimized, at least according to these people that are playing preview builds. So, but what do you think about the no patching? What do you think about the no DLC? Talk to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think no patching would be ideal in the sense that, you know, it would be nice to just have the game done, especially considering didn't Square Enix talk about how this game was basically done like a year ago and they've just been spending like all this time polishing it? You would hope that with all of that time spent on polishing that you wouldn't necessarily need a day one patch. So I mean, I don't really feel any type of way about that, but I do feel like, I don't know. The thing that bothers me is that we just expect it, because I think a lot about Days Gone whenever the day one patch comes up into the conversation, and how like apparently transformative that patch was to the experience, because the version we played when we got it early was like so fucked, like in ways that I couldn't even believe, especially from a Sony first party. So like, I mean, with Final Fantasy XVI, I just hope it runs at this point. Like if you have been working on polishing this thing entirely and that's all you've been doing, it better run with it. You better not need a day one patch. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's interesting that they that they were willing to also risk the idea of leaking by holding it for so long. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, it is crazy. I do like the no DLC thing. That makes me happy. As just a general, because I'm just like, I don't know, man. I'm so like, I know there's a lot of great DLC out there. I can't. There's something about it that feels, I don't know, like that Spider-Man PS4 DLC was kind of, and you know, just give me a complete experience and then I'll wait for the next one.
It's never really worth it, is my opinion. Like, you think about Burial at Sea or something, like something really special, and then for every one of those you get 25 like whatevers, or just, I don't know. I'm playing, well, we'll talk about it when we talk about what we're playing. I'm playing Forespoken, and that DLC is about to come out, and I think I was just going to get it because I just happened to be playing it at the right time. Like I just happened to be playing in this DLC window. Otherwise, I'd have no interest in it. You know,
the thing that I specifically don't like about it is that it kind of punishes you for being in the day one kind of ground floor.
Yeah.
It kind of punishes you for being hardcore, because it's like, okay, here's the new game, $60, right? And then like, oh, here's a DLC pack, and it's like an extra $15. If you waited like a year or two, you could have had all that for the same price as the game that you bought on day one. So it's just kind of like, I don't know. There's like a culture and like a style of business that surrounds it that bothers me. So it's nice to hear that this game won't do that.
Yeah. You have any thoughts, Dustin? How's your Final Fantasy 16 meter doing right now? We're getting close.
I'm getting real excited. I'm also on media blackout at this point now with you, Colin, but it's a little, I don't know, it feels a little cocky to say no day one patch, just in the fact that you now have reviewers playing it. You better hope that none of them find a bad bug or something, or else you will be having, I still think that between now and then it's totally possible that they'll have some kind of day one patch, and then they're going to be like, well, it was bug fix. We found something, you know, just because from a matter of when you expand the amount of people playing it, the more likely that someone's going to find some obscure thing or something's going to happen to someone that no one's ever thought of. So it still could have a day one patch, but either way, despite that, I get why they're saying it. The confidence that they've been polishing it for so long is cool. And yeah, I'm with you guys too on the no DLC thing, just because I don't know, it feels good that the game is just a statement. Here it is. That's all it is. And you're not getting anything else. I prefer that, I think.
Yeah, we'll see if they can stick to their guns. Depending on how well it sells, they might be very tempted, because I think, what was the recent game that, Hogwarts Legacy. They were like, we're not doing DLC for this. And then the game sold 20 million copies or whatever, and they're sure as hell doing DLC for it now. Yeah. So that might change, but we'll see. All right. Dustin, let's stick with you, since you're the only one that might be interested in this other than me. I'm sure Chris isn't, but that game Blue Protocol, which is the free-to-play action RPG that's being made by Bandai Namco and Amazon, that's supposed to come to PlayStation 5. a PC first, but PlayStation 5 has been delayed to 2024 in the West. It still comes to PC in Japan in June. Are you interested in this game at all? I have to say the art style in the game is very appealing to me. If you look at it, it seems like whatever Studio Ghibli however you say it, stuff from Ni no Kuni wore off on Bandai Namco has stuck around and found its way here into this game. I see it anyway. I'm wondering what you think.
Yeah, well, I think that could be true, but since it's not, I mean, I think that's kind of level 5 more than anything than Bandai Namco. But either way, I want to be intrigued by this game, or I guess I am intrigued, but I'm hesitant because I don't know. I'm just so out of the MMO grind that it's hard for me to want to look at this and be excited because I think about the commitment. These types of games are not something that you're usually in and out for, but I don't know. Maybe it could be something that I would like. I've always been curious about Genshin Impact. I've played it a little bit here and there, but I never found it compelling enough to really commit to. And I also just don't like that eventually they want you to pay for the loot boxes and stuff like that. And so that's the thing, is I'm sure this will be no different too. It's one of those things that I think I would want to play it more if it was just a game that you bought and played. But then I think about how if I get invested at some point, they're going to ask me for money in some way that is going to feel unsatisfactory. So that's a big damper for me. But you're right. The art style and the gameplay looks really cool.
Yeah, it's disappointing because Bandai has been somewhat quiet with Tales. I think because the last Tales game wasn't extraordinarily well received, and I think that expectations for that series are different now. We used to get Tales games like constantly, as you might recall, during the PS2, PS3, even into the PS4 era. And so with that lack of game coming from the old Tales studio, whatever Bandai Namco team it's called now, there seems to be a lack of their presence in that genre, and I'd like to see them come back. So it kind of looks like a Tales game. It kind of, like you said, it looks like a level 5 Ni no Kuni sort of situation, but I don't know. We'll see what happens with it. It comes to PC, and so people will be able to check it out there. And then this happened right before we began recording, so I thought I would just talk about this briefly. This is from Steven Sotillo over at Axios. And the piece is called $2 billion partnership deal falls through for Embracer Group. So this is an interesting thing here. Apparently Embracer and some mystery entity had a $2 billion deal in place for some sort of, it doesn't seem like it's an acquisition. That wouldn't be enough probably to acquire them anyway. In a certain case, it certainly wouldn't be actually. It seems like some sort of significant infusion of money to the tune of $2 billion was coming from some entity. And this was apparently being worked out since October. And they had the paperwork done and all of these different things. And then apparently yesterday, the plug was pulled on it. And it was so disastrous. It's so disastrous to them internally that they had some sort of, I guess, live stream today to discuss it. And their stock is down almost half since the announcement, which is crazy. I've long said that Embracer Group is way overextended. But I don't want to pat myself on the back for first of all, people are, it's people's jobs are on the line and all this kind of stuff, but it's obvious that they need money, that they need more capital, and they're only doing, according to this piece, they're not even doing $1 billion in revenue a year. It's just not enough to carry their enterprise right now. So it's a disappointment for them. I'm sure they'll survive or all of that, but your stock being down 40% or 50% is a pretty significant big deal. There's not much more to say about it. And we don't know. So again, we don't know who the other party was. It could have just been an investment firm. It could be another publisher. It could be one of the first parties. But I don't think it was a full acquisition. It seemed like it was some sort of licensing deal or some sort of capital infusion. All fell through. I wonder why. And yeah, so there's nothing else to really say about this. You have anything you guys want to add before we move on?
No.
They're always confusing to me. They have a million things going on. And when I saw this, I thought, oh, it's just another thing to add to the pile of this mysterious. It's always, when we're talking about Embracer, like high level business stuff. I feel like we're very rare. I mean, we're talking about Embracer games, I guess, sometimes Dead Island and Saints Row, of course.
Dead Island 2 surpassed 2 million copies sold. So not too bad for them.
Yeah, no,
it's actually great. I mean, the more I play Forespoken, the more I appreciate that island too. I'll tell you that. All right, let's see. That's it for the news. For the opening salvo of news, we have much more bigger pieces of news to get to, of course. And of course, we're recording out of order, but it'll be in here. All the stuff from the showcase. Of course, I know that's what you guys want to hear most of all, but it would feel incomplete without doing our show as we do it each and every week. Dustin, you did a little hand motion there. What was that?
I was sorry. That was my flare pressing enter for the timestamp.
Okay, and
I can't do things without the flare. You know.
Yeah, and
you need the flare.
It confused me a little bit because it looked like you were doing.
I'll do less flare moving forward.
No, I mean 20%? I mean have your do whatever you got to do.
Oh,
is it less flare or fewer flare?
It's less flare because I fucking hate you. So if you were talking about if it was from Office Space and you were talking about the pieces of flare, it would be fewer. But if you're talking about flare, which cannot be counted, then it would be less flare.
Yeah, who's to say?
Like I can't go back. We can't go back to this. I can't do it. It was driving me into a complete mental tizzy when we were going down this road. All right, let's get into the things we're playing, my friends. We have a nice little selection here. Dustin, let's get your stinky Switch shit out of the way first.
Oh,
talk to me about
it easy now.
Zelda Tears. I'm only kidding. Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. It seems like unanimous game of the year from many a person. We'll talk about it more later. I have a question from the audience in our final segment where we'll talk a little bit more about Zelda from my perspective. But hit me with more thoughts about Zelda Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah, so I'm at the weird part right now where I don't know how much more of the main story I have to do. It seems pretty cut and dry, but I have no idea. But yeah, I'm still really enjoying this game and loving the different ways that it challenges me and the creative aspects we talked about building and stuff like that. And recently, I mean, I've been doing the story stuff and it really is compelling me to go and grind things out, I guess. And I don't know, when you think of grinding, you think of going and fighting a million enemies over and over and over again, where for me, grinding in Zelda is going and finding the different shrines in order to get your hearts up or your endurance, or going and doing stuff to get your battery meter up so you can make machines that run longer and stuff like that. I was thinking, I don't know, I don't want to call anything too early. It's probably, as far as my pure enjoyment, this would be my game of the year, but there's something about it too that, I don't know, I was just thinking, like, do I like this more than Elden Ring? It's like, no. But I don't know, Elden Ring for me was something special because it appealed very specifically to my FromSoft sensibilities and that kind of gameplay style. But I don't know. It's been cool. And like I said, surprising through and through. And I gotta say too, it's been really fun playing it at the same time as Holly, because we have this kind of, you know, when you would play games when you were a kid going to school and you would meet up at recess and you would say, oh, I figured out this, or the water cooler conversation, I guess, for more adults. Holly and I have been having that where I'm trying not to look stuff up almost ever. But if Holly's discovered something, I'm cool with her showing me and be like, oh, you should check this out. Like, oh, okay, cool. Or the opposite way where I'll say, hey, you might want to consider doing this. And so it's been a fun collaborative experience of us playing that together. But that's really been it. My Metal Gear Solid playthrough totally on pause for now. And I that's the thing. This is the type of game I feel like I can enjoy for many weeks. But I am conscious that I want to be done before Final Fantasy comes out is the big one. Well, Final Fantasy is in July, so I guess we have the whole month of June, but there's also...
Final Fantasy is not in July, it's in June.
Wait, then is July Diablo?
No, June 6th is Diablo, I think. That's soon.
Oh, man, it's even worse than
June 22nd is Final Fantasy 16.
Damn, okay. So there's a lot of games coming out pretty soon, so I'm very aware of that. I'm aware of games soon, but not their specific dates. I'm pushing them back mentally in my head, so just got to wrap it up, and then it's...
Yeah, Diablo is imminent. And
I know, it's going to have to wait, I think, for me, which is crazy. But, I mean, who knows? It might not even work. It's a Blizzard game at launch, so might be better to wait.
Fair enough. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's great to hear everyone out there digging it. So many people in my life are playing it.
Yeah.
I think my brother's playing it. And, yeah, Mike is not into it. Like, she's not a Zelda person, so she's not playing it. She's still playing Octopath on her Switch while I've been playing Forespoken. I'll wait to go though. Let's hear from you, Chris. I'm curious to hear about this Warhammer 40k bolt gun game. I see that it got pretty good reviews actually. And just a Colin thing, and this is people would want to know this. No platinum trophy. I couldn't believe that.
Yeah.
I don't think I would
platinum.
ever get to this game anyway, no matter how cool I think it looks. I just think there's other things to play, but I was really put off by that. It's like, come on, man, this isn't fucking 2010. What is that shit? What is that shit? Come on. But
I don't know.
It looks great. So talk to me about it.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. It is fantastic. It's just this. So Warhammer 40K bolt gun. It's by this relatively unknown developer. I think they made like some Mars game or some Brewmaster. I think it's called Brewmaster or something.
Oh, they're the ones that do the Brewmaster game. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that game.
So it's a very, it's a small studio, and then here they are just randomly putting out a retro inspired boomer shooter in the Warhammer 40K universe, and it's so cool and so polished and so fun and frenetic. It's really difficult to describe, but I feel like just videos of it really sell it. Like, it is as cool as it looks, and cooler in a lot of ways. Like, the sound design is really awesome and crunchy. There's like a whole button where, like, if you press triangle or Y or the top button on your face buttons, the character just taunts with these like really like for the Empire, like these amazing. There's a button for screeds, which is awesome.
Love it.
I love it. And the pixel art of like all the enemies and
it looks beautiful.
Yeah, and what I love about it is it's really simple. Like, you're not going to be solving puzzles. You're not going to be like, it's not like Doom Eternal where like it's a bit more of a sophisticated kind of, old school style shooter where there's like an item economy and there's like resource management and like different weapons are meant for different enemy types. It's like every gun works on everything. Like, you can kill everything with everything. It's just a matter of like your preference, and it's the pacing of combat of like Doom and Quake and those older games with like a lot more modern level design pacing. It's still very, very linear. It's like point A to point B, maybe you get a key or something to open a door, but I don't know. I'm like 5 levels in. I haven't gotten lost yet, where like that happened to me a lot in Doom. In the original Doom, I was just directionally challenged, apparently. But
that game confused the shit out of me when I was a kid.
Yeah. This is far less confusing, but I think a lot of that is just because like the graphics read a lot better because it's made to look like a retro style like 90s shooter, but there's clearly more going on. There's like a lot of particle effects going on. There's a lot going on screen. There's a lot more detail in the environments. You can tell where you've been and where you're going. There's this really cool lunge where you can basically, and it's a chainsaw lunge, and you pull out a chainsaw, and if the time slows down, and you look around for an enemy, and then you just lunge straight to it. It makes no fucking sense. You're this like 10 million pound like mech thing, and you're just flying across the battlefield. Every time you land, you hear this like this like really like good heavy, like the sound design's really, really, really good. And it's kind of jarring in some ways because it's like a juxtaposition between like how it looks and how it sounds. But it's so cool. I can't recommend it enough. Like, actually, it's like $20. It's like super cheap. It's like really polished.
Shout out to Focus, man.
Not a single bug at all. Not a glitch. Not nothing. I've been playing it on Steam Deck as well, and it runs awesome on Steam Deck. And I'm sure it runs great on PC too. I've played it a little bit on PC, but I don't know if it's on. Is it on PlayStation?
No, it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Easy recommend for me. So cool. And it's like refreshing too. Because there's no puzzles. There's no like, it's not complicated. It really is just go kill. And it's so sick.
Yeah, Focus is the holder of the 40K license. And there is that Space Marine 2 game coming, right? That people are pretty excited about. That looks pretty cool. My nephew, Dash, is like my littlest nephew is in 6th grade, I think, and he loves Warhammer. And he's amped up about Space Marine 2. And I'm like, oh, dude, you got to go play the original Space Marine on PS3 because people really loved that game as well. That was pre-bust THQ, which is funny. But Focus has silently been doing some interesting stuff. They do a Plague Tale. They published that. They published Evil West, which I thought was great. They published Atomic Heart. They are publishing or have the upcoming Aliens game. I don't know if it's going to be any good, but that game, Dark Descent. Atlas Fallen comes from Deck 13 later this year. They're publishing that, and then Greedfall is one of their big ones too from that developer Spiders, and they're releasing that sequel, which I think is going to be pretty big. Actually, The Dying World.
They're making the Aliens game.
They're publishing it. Tyndalus is the studio that's making it.
Dude, it is honestly crazy how much damage Colonial Marines did to that IP. Like every time I think of Aliens, I think of Colonial Marines. Like before the movies, even.
I was at I think you'll find this interesting. I was at New York Comic Con covering the reveal of that game. It must have been in like 2011 or something. And they had like the whole cast, or like much of, not the whole cast because there's some famous people, but like a big portion of the people that were in Alien and specifically Aliens there. And it was a bunch of Gearbox guys and all of that. And it looked so cool. And they showed off that opening sequence when they go into the ship and all of that. And I'm like, this is going to be awesome. And I think if you go back and read the preview stuff from that era, people were into it. And then do you guys remember that there's like I don't know if it got settled. I don't know what's rumor or innuendo, but there was a lot of scuttlebutt about how money was used and lawsuits between Sega and the studio and Gearbox, and how people were accusing Gearbox of using Sega's money to make Borderlands while they should have been using, and then they used some money to outsource to this other team. It's a lot of.
I think I do remember that.
Yeah, there's like a lot of sordid shit about it. Do you see anything, Dustin?
Didn't they finally?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chris.
Didn't they finally fix Colonial Marines by changing like one?
That's what I was going to say.
Wasn't that like a famous? Like we talked about that on the show.
Yeah,
like
there was one line that they needed to like remove or something from the game's code
like
or whatever. I don't know. Yeah. It's good stuff.
Holy shit.
But yeah, people can go read into that Colonial Marine stuff. Like I remember, I think Jim Sterling was really big on covering it at that time.
Mm-hmm.
He did like a bunch of videos that people can go look up, and I'm sure we wrote about it at the various media outlets too. But anyway, that's an interesting story. I'm trying to remember, what was the studio was Time Shift, right? Am I making that up?
Time Shift is a game.
Yeah, hold on. Time. Well, let me see.
I remember that. I remember the cover with that stupid helmet.
Let's see. Gearbox is listed as the studio, but let me see. There's a citation. Additional work by Timegate Studios, Demiurge, and Nerve. Demiurge, I think, still exists. I think they work with Sega.
No.
Nerve is a like a for hire contract studio. Anyway, let's move on. Warhammer 40K Bulk Gun. Glad it's great. I saw it got a good review, I think, on Push Square, so that's cool.
Yeah, it's awesome.
All right. For me, it's Forespoken still. I don't know. I'm at the end game because I know it's immersion breaking, but I do like that games give you the point of no return warning, being like, if you go past this point, you can't do anything else, you know? So I'm at that point. So I backed off, and I just think a lot of the weaknesses, and I know people hate this game. I think it's a joke anyway. So people are rolling their eyes nonetheless, but I think a lot of the weaknesses of the game, if you're really critically analyzing it, come out the more you play it. The game is just too big. It doesn't need to be this big, especially because the action is so fast and the movement is so fast, and that's what's fun about the game. So I know that they wanted to create a world where you fucking climbing things and shooting around like a fucking maniac, but it's just too big. And I know I'm the kind of gamer that does everything that's established and given to you before the main quest. So if I'm in an area and it's like, here's 18 different things to do before the main quest, I'm like, I'm doing all 18 of them before I do the main quest. And I was playing through like that. But when you look at the map, it's like, damn, there are so many things that I didn't do, or so many places I didn't even go. How big is this fucking game if I want to try to get trophies and see everything and get all the lore and all this? I'm trying to hang in there, but I just don't know if I'm going to. People think it's like, why are you torturing yourself? I don't think it's that bad. It's just that the game doesn't read well in terms of tracking its side quests and what you need to do. The map's kind of muddled. The upgrade system's kind of muddled. But this stuff doesn't really come out unless you try to spend time with it. And that's kind of disappointing. If you play it like a more linear game, or just go from point A to point B and just do what you need to do and really just use the skills you need to use and really just know what you need to know, you really could have had almost a totally linearly developed or delivered game. And so I don't know. Forspoken's not very good, but I've certainly gotten to the end. So if I really feel like I can't take it anymore and I want to move on to something else, because I'm going to start playing Final Fantasy II soon for Knockback, and it'll be fun to play. I haven't played that in years, and it'll be fun to get into that. So I'm going to need to make room for that. And so I might just lose patience with this soon. And then when I do, I'll just go and beat it. And which is what happened with Deathloop, I think, actually, where I was just like, I was trying to do trophies and see things, and I was like, fuck it, and just went and beat the game. So yeah, that's Forespoken, and the DLC and Tanta We Trust, I think, is out imminently. I think it's already out for people that have the special edition as of the time we're recording. So I am going to get that just to show a little support for Square Enix, but also I'm here at the right time for once. So why not? Because like Dead Island 2 DLC is coming. No way I'm going to play that. Not even a chance. Like you said, Chris, we were done with Spider-Man Forever before the DLC came out, which is why I'm so excited to get into the PS5 versions of some of these games. Like Ghost of Tsushima, when Ghost of Tsushima 2, Ghost of whatever comes out, I'll play Ghost of Tsushima on PS5, which I never did because I played it on PS4, and then play the DLC and so on. But that's not always going to be possible, so. All right. I need to go get my water, so you guys can vamp for a minute. You don't have to cut this out. You can say whatever you want.
I refuse to cut it out.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Say whatever we want. Chris, this is our time to shine.
This is our opportunity to get the show pulled off of all podcast services.
All podcast services. Yeah. Dude, did you see? Okay, I don't even want to say it. I'm not going to say it out loud. Did you see that it was trending yesterday that someone in there, I think it was, I don't want to say the site because I can't remember which one it was. They posted their preview of Final Fantasy XVI, and they used a certain word that sounds, okay, here, I found it. It was push square. I'm just going to send this to you, and I refuse to say it out loud.
All right, let me.
Here, okay, this is from Push Square.
Okay.
Anyone can look this up. You're not going to hear me reading this tweet.
I did see this.
Maybe, I don't know. Should I put it in? I'll embed the tweet in the show so you can read it. If you're an audio listener, sorry.
There's no problem. It's a word.
It feels weird to say it, though.
It does feel...
because I'm thinking about people that have clipped other stuff that I've said and just do that. And so if you say it, Chris, someone's going to clip just that. And not that they're trying to burn you or anything, just because they'll think it's funny.
That's true.
That's what I'm thinking about. It's not a problem. I said this word to Holly when I was telling her about it.
I did see this trending. I saw this word trending and I was like, what is going on? We have to talk about it. We have to. Like,
Colin has to see it.
It's too funny. Colin. Did you happen to see this Push Square tweet about Final Fantasy XVI?
I was gonna put it in, but then I was like, are people gonna be upset with us?
Well, Colin, what I just told Chris is that I think it's fine to say, but me as a host of this podcast, I'm not going to say it because I know you fuckers will clip it out.
The tweet is as follows. Preview, Final Fantasy XVI still seems like a PS5 must-have, but a couple of niggles need to be addressed.
He did it.
I can't believe they wrote this.
They knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing.
It's just so insane. Like, it's like there's no... It's too funny.
That was trending on Twitter. Yeah. Through our good friends at Push Square. So yeah, I was going to put it in there, but then I was like, I don't know. Is it getting too close to the edge here for people?
It's not. It's just so silly.
It is. Put
it this way.
Yeah.
Put it this way. If Push Square can post it, I mean, it's not 4chan for fuck's sake.
Yeah, no, fair enough. It also shows how deeply British they are. Because and I think that's an important component of it is that they are a British outlet. So it's like their use of the words. I don't even want to say it.
Yeah, no, don't say that. I know what you're saying. Yeah. I know what you're going to say.
Don't say. Oh my God. All right. Yeah, no, I forgot about that. I'm glad that came up. Thank you for bringing it up. All right. This week's news. So I have 4 news items that I wanted to get through with you guys, and I think this will be interesting. This all comes from one document, though, and this is the extent of the news that I wanted to discuss this week in depth. The document is and I'm going to discuss it here more, comes from PlayStation, and it outlines a lot of things. It's a very bullish outline of what's going on with PlayStation. I split it into 4 parts that will touch on kind of the general overview of hardware and then get into software, and then get into services, and then finally get into like parting strategy and all of that. So let's take them one at a time. You'll be glad that I did this because originally it was one thing and it was impossible to read. All right, so let's begin with number one. On the verge of the PlayStation Showcase, Sony released a substantial, candid, and very positive document outlining the PlayStation business, which you can find right now at Sony.com. As you likely know if you're a longtime listener or if you're a nerd about the business, Sony is split into a half dozen internal units. For instance, its TVs and cameras are in the consumer electronics silo, while its film, TV, and music business is under Sony Entertainment. PlayStation has its own vertical known as Game and Network Services, and this 38-page document covers only this vertical. So let's call out some interesting stuff from the document. For starters, PlayStation is wildly successful financially, which old PlayStation fans know wasn't always the case. Indeed, the PlayStation business mostly ran modest profits in the PS1 and PS2 eras before going haywire upon PS3's launch, keeping both the console brand and Sony itself in the red. Beginning with the PS3 Slim, however, and with much more consistency and volume in the PS4 era and beyond, PlayStation is a clearly healthy brand that Sony relies upon more than any other part of its business. Net sales for the PlayStation brand are more than 3 times higher today than they were during the late PS3 and early PS4 era, and 6 times higher than the PS2's launch year, 2000. Sony reports that PlayStation 5 consoles are now flooding the zone, as we all see when we go to the store, and this has also had a major impact on sales. Manufacturing issues, COVID, etc. kept PS5 severely supply constrained for its first 2 years on the market, and this kept it lagging behind PS4's meteoric sales trajectory. The company reports that PS5 now far outpaces PS4 in cumulative adjusted sales, and this trend is expected to accelerate, not decline. Sony is actually selling PS5s at a greater velocity now than at launch, which is a fairly incredible stat. Interestingly, Sony also lists very strong performance of accessories, driven not only by DualSense, but DualSense Edge and headsets. Net revenue of accessories on PS5 currently tracks several times higher than PS4. And there's some big news for PSVR 2 in here too. Sony claims PSVR 2 is outselling PSVR, accounting for its first 6 weeks on the market, in which it pushed 600,000 units. PlayStation accounts for nearly 50% of total core gaming revenue globally, and Sony expects this numbers to push beyond 50% in the coming fiscal years, complete domination of the space. Dustin, let's begin with you. So let's stop here because there's so much more to get into, but let's stop here. What do you think about this? We've touched upon sales, velocity, and trajectory now outselling PS4. PS5's easy to find and selling briskly. And Sony, and I want to talk a little bit about this sentence again and just kind of underline this for you. Net sales for the PlayStation brand are more than 3 times higher today than they were during the late PS3 and early PS4 era, and 6 times higher than the PS2's launch year, 2000. They are making and selling an extraordinary amount of just hardware, software, everything. So Dustin, what are your thoughts here?
So here's the main thing I want to point out. Obviously, there's lots of stuff here that we can get into, but I find the PSVR 2 stuff the most interesting, just in the fact that, remember a few weeks back when there was, I'm trying to find it. I know there was a firm that made an estimation that there was 270,000-ish units sold. And it's now, and there was a lot of doom and gloom around VR. And I'm not saying that everything is perfect in PSVR 2 land, but certainly much better than originally estimated by quite a bit at 600,000 units and outselling the original PSVR. I still think they need to, and again, we're recording this before the showcase, have a strong showing for PSVR 2 in order to kind of continue that momentum. But outselling the original PSVR is pretty awesome for sure. So there's that. And I think the other thing too is just to talk about the accessories. And this is something that I really thought about a lot recently, and something that we've touched on is just that when people get annoyed about all of these different products, whether it's DualSense Edge, or they're going to release the version without a disk drive, or there's all this line of headphones and stuff like that. And I think the point is just that Sony's realizing that if you make more options for people, whether it's high end or something more budget friendly, if you present people with options and more stuff to buy in the PlayStation ecosystem, they will buy it clearly. And that's what I've always said, is this Apple-like approach where it's no longer just that there's just this one lineup of things. There's all these different options, and people will eat that up, even if it is minimal returns or something like, it's just a little bit better, or You think about something like the DualSense Edge, you're not getting 2 to 3 times the amount of value out of the DualSense Edge, but you are paying quite a bit more for it. But people are willing to pay that premium for premium products. And so I would not be surprised that we continue to see more accessories. Talked about the Q Lite or whatever it is. I think that's part of that lineup.
Yeah, I'm excited to have more context, which we will probably have in some sense after the showcase, but it's just the nature of our recording. And to your point, Adam Welby wrote in and said, "Good afternoon, Sacred Gentlemen. With the news official and direct from Sony that PSVR 2 is outpacing PSVR 1 in sales by 8% at a higher price point and in a far weaker economy, when does the apology tour start for all the haters who have been wishing death on the system and spreading lies about it since day one? When does Bloomberg retract their article when they were off by sales numbers by literally 50%? As a day one owner of the headset and someone who uses it almost daily, bouncing between 5 or 6 fantastic games, I'm thrilled with this news and incredibly excited for the PSVR 2's future. Thanks for reading my question, and Colin, find that sweet spot, brother." I don't even want to know what that means. Why? But I appreciate you writing in.
He's talking about the VR sweet spot.
Okay.
That sweet spot.
I was like,
Colin was thinking about some other sweet spot.
Yeah, I was thinking about it.
You got to find that too.
Yeah, I'm never going to find that sweet spot. All right. So this is interesting because a few people wrote in specifically about this, that the PSVR 2 is well outselling the rumored trajectory of its sales. And that's awesome. I'm thrilled for that. I still think 2 things, though. I don't think Sony's that proud of those sales, because I think that they would have said so in a separate press release, not buried in a 38-page document that they know people are going to spin off from. But they didn't. They were proud of God of War Ragnarok sales, weren't they? They talked about that. They sure talk about PS5 sales a lot. So yes, PSVR 2 is doing about the same, let's say, because, by the way, they stop tracking at 6 weeks because that is the nature of the fiscal year. I would be surprised if that trajectory was the same still, but maybe it will be. Maybe they'll reveal that. Maybe they'll have more to say at the showcase. So I wanted to just say that, though the numbers at Bloomberg were wrong and those should be retracted, and there's never accountability for this shit ever. But that being the case, I don't know that Sony's that proud of selling 600,000 units. The second thing is that, especially, by the way, based on what apparently they had much more bullish expectations, as we know, because we covered it in the past. The second thing I'll say, though, and that I think is relevant here, is that Sony is just in a different position with PS5 now, and it's going to have a sucking up effect, as it were, of vacuuming more and more people up in the moment. In other words, PS5's sales, as I said, are tracking really well, are actually increasing. The velocity is increasing, which doesn't usually happen for things that are on the market for 2 or 3 years. And with that kind of movement on the market, it's just going to suck up some PSVR 2s. And I think it seemed like it was coming out at the wrong time. It probably wasn't still the best time. It might not ever be the right time for a unit like this, but maybe it was serendipitous in some way, just based on the fact that though the economy seems to be, as I noted earlier, and I was in passing and joking, but we're going to enter a recession because that's the only way to get inflation down. And so until that happens, people will still have money to spend, and it will benefit those things that are on the market. So it's very interesting to see the accessory sales, but I wanted to point those things out. Chris, do you have anything you want to say about PlayStation's dominance here so far, especially on the back of PS3? It's so funny when they actually have a graph showing their net profits or losses over the years. And it's like a little hill in the PS1 and PS2 era, and then it kind of plateaus and then drops during the PS3 era below the line, and then kind of during the PS4 era peaks back up above the line, and then mid to late PS4 era into now just making absurd amounts of money.
Yeah. I mean, they're impressive numbers. That stat about it being that much higher than PS2 sounds kind of crazy from our perspective when we've always been kind of like ingratiated in this industry, but it does make some semblance of sense when you consider the fact that, like, I mean, the general age of your average gamer is probably getting older, and I imagine more people are playing games today than ever were in the 2000s.
It's also important. So sorry to cut you up, but just for context, it's also important to note PS2 was $300. These are not
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Games were $50. These numbers aren't adjusted, and there was no PlayStation Plus. There was no like just latent money coming in. So that's just, it's actually impressive that they made that money considering it was all hard sales. You know.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. But yeah, no, good numbers. It's good to hear that it's healthy. Lord knows Sony needs it, because I know that in their other verticals they've kind of slipped a little bit. Like I know that they're not really the top TV anymore. They're not really the top camera anymore. So it's good that they have this vertical where they're kind of dominating.
They're becoming a entertainment company. I mean, and they've always had that they've always had music. I mean, Michael Jackson was a Sony artist, I'm pretty sure. They've had had this presence for many decades now, but it's becoming what they are now, as opposed to they were always the electronics company that had these other things. And actually, if you read some of the stuff that was coming out from some of these financial calls, there was note that they might be trying to spin off some of their financial services. So one of the 6 silos or verticals in Sony is financial services, and they make a lot of money just operating basically as a bank in some sense. And they want to kind of spin that off to raise a substantial amount of capital to buy entertainment companies. And that's interesting. So it looks like they're always going to be a manufacturer of electronics. PS5 is itself an electronic, but yeah, they're becoming much more something else, which is, it's fun to see them embrace it. All right. Let's move on to number 2, get further into this document. The company likewise outlines strong first and third party game performances and also teases upcoming games. This list includes Spider-Man 2 and Wolverine from Insomniac, as well as Ubisoft's Avatar, Frontiers of Pandora, Bandai Namco's Tekken 8, Square Enix's Final Fantasy XVI, Capcom's Street Fighter VI, Activision's Crash Team Rumble, Larian Studios' Baldur's Gate 3, Konami's Silent Hill Downfall, and Rocksteady's Suicide Squad. PlayStation's engagement stats are also high. As for their own games, the company presented an aggressive statistic about investment into new game IP. Noticing that they risk doing the same things over and over again, money spent on new IP is increasing substantially. 50% of PlayStation's first-party investment this fiscal year is being spent on new IP, up from 40% 2 years ago and 20% in 2019. And perhaps to the chagrin of some, PlayStation's investments will not only skew towards live service games beginning now, but the change will be substantial. In 2019, only 12% of PlayStation's game investments pertain to live service. This went up to 55% this year. It will go up to 60% by 2025. In a particularly telling slide, Sony separately lists some first-party single-player games and first-party live service games. In a single-player category, it lists God of War Ragnarok, Horizon Forbidden West, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, Spider-Man Miles Morales, The Last of Us Part 2, Returnal, Death Stranding, and Ghost of Tsushima. It also simply lists Uncharted, a game we will likely learn about at the showcase. In the live service column, however, there's more interesting information to glean. Destiny 2 is listed, not surprisingly, and MLB The Show is there too. But then there are 4 studio logos: Haven, Naughty Dog, Firewalk, and Guerrilla. This is assumed to be for Haven's new IP, Factions, which would come from Naughty Dog, Twisted Metal from Firewalk, and Horizon, respectively. And it's entirely possible some or all of these games are likewise at the showcase. All right, so let's stop here. And Chris, let's go to you first, because I saw you nodding a little bit. What do you think about the live service investment? More by fiscal year 2025, Sony will be spending more money on live service games, developing live service games than single player games, which is their pedigree. What do you think of this?
I mean, I think it's the first thing that came to mind when I heard you reading that was kind of like the monkey paw, you know, and like the finger curls. When everybody's like, "Oh, I wish Sony would make new IP and not just the same Last of Us and God of War," and then the monkey paw curls, and it's 55% of them are new IP. I would imagine that's a lot of the new IP that's being invested in, by the way.
I would hope so. You know, that's what's so interesting about when we were doing our guessing in Sacred Symbols Plus was we didn't guess any new IP, because it's like, how could you guess that? But that's got to be a lot of it.
Yeah, it's impossible. You can't. I guess Phantom Rosewood, and it might be a shooter. You know, like you can't predict.
Sounds like an awesome game though.
Phantom Rosewood.
Yeah,
it's not a bad name.
No, not at all.
But I think I don't know, man. I feel like my one worry is that, you know, I mean, obviously they do have to compete in the live service front. They've got to be there. They've got to grow. And those games, I would imagine, have to be as multi-platform as they can allow. But I do worry that maybe the single player front will, and in some ways this is kind of telegraphed with Wolverine and Spider-Man, where it's like I kind of worry that the single player vertical will become less and less important over time, and because of, or not less important, but less viable to take risks with. And so a lot of single player games will kind of lean on IP that already exists, not only in PlayStation, but externally, like something like Wolverine, where I'm sure that most of us were kind of hoping for, you know, if Insomniac were to move on from Spider-Man, it would be for something completely like original. And it turned out to be, oh, Wolverine. Not to say that game's going to be bad. It's going to be great, I'm sure. But that is a concern of mine, where the single player vertical of PlayStation will it'll just be like, you know, Ghost of Tsushima, like a new Last of Us, new God of War, because these are proven success stories in the very, very risky world of spending as much money as they spend on games to make them. Especially with the economy the way it is. So like, I don't know.
What I think, it's interesting because when I read those numbers, I find it fascinating that they're spending so much money on live service games, not because they need them, but because it seems like they are high budget, which is so essential. I mean, it goes without saying, but that's got to be PlayStation's advantage even in that space, is to say like, yes, we are going to make $100 million free-to-play games, not some janky bullshit. And
yeah,
I can see that investment being heavy is going to be necessary to find their success. They're not going to find success without that PlayStation quality. No one is going to gleam onto any game they do that doesn't read like a PlayStation game first and foremost, I don't think, because you're going to need that audience first. So yeah. That's what I read about it. But Dustin, I'm curious what you make of this. Talk a little bit about, first of all, and again, we're talking about this right now through the context of not yet seeing the showcase, but the Uncharted logo I thought was interesting just because that indicates that we are going to see that, and I would be surprised if we're not talking about that later in the show. But also the prominent placement of both Spider-Man and Wolverine is these huge games. It's like, we do need some new IP. It's good to know that they're working on a lot of new IP. It's good to know that while a fifth of their money in 2019 was being spent on new IP, half of it is now being spent on new IP.
Yeah, new IP is essential, and it's what we've asked for on this show when we hear about a million Horizon games and stuff like that, or another Marvel game or something like that, that you definitely want to make sure that you're investing in future series in order to, you know, keep things fresh, and so you're not always relying on the same things. But the one thought that I did have about the live service stuff is I've been thinking about how oftentimes, and this is myself included, is when you think about a live service game, you think of a lifestyle game. You think of something like Destiny, which has it requires a big commitment to get what's offered out of it. And I was thinking about that, and I don't know if that's entirely fair in some ways, in that some of these games, sure, people play them like a lifestyle, but you don't necessarily have to. You can kind of hop in, play what there is to offer, and then dip out for a little bit. But if you want to do, go full hardcore into it, you can. It's one of those things I think about. If you're not expected to watch everything on Netflix, but you pay for it, you like that service or something, and you can enjoy what you pick and choose from it. And I wonder with these live service games, if they can still be distinctly, so like you said, Sony first party quality, but we don't necessarily need to look at them as like, oh, we've got 12 lifestyle games coming. I would love to see them be formatted in a way that you can jump in, play what there is to offer, like there is a different, any other Sony first party game. And then if you want to continue, you can, or you don't have to, or you can jump in and out. I think that would be a really ideal situation, but I can also understand that if they're thinking about the money aspect, you want those lifestyle people at the same time. You want to design the game around that. So I don't know. I hope that when we're talking in pretty soon that we've got an idea of what that looks like.
You have anything you want to add, Chris?
I just sort of, just to echo what Dustin's saying, it's like, I do hope that in Sony's massive investment into this new kind of live service initiative that they're kind of pushing, that they might find a way to secure a lot of players and a lot of interest without necessarily having to take over your fucking life. You know, like, because if there's one thing I miss about like maybe like the late 2000s, early 2010s era of multiplayer games, it's just that they were games that felt really good to play and you wanted to put time into them because they felt good to play, but you didn't like need to log in every day. You know, like you didn't need, like, it wasn't like a necessity. You played it because you enjoyed the feel of the game. And that was like kind of the big draw. And it was a reasonable enough draw for millions and millions of players to come back to it. You know, I think about it in the same way that I think about, like, I don't know, a baseball player isn't waiting for baseball 2.
Right.
You know, he plays baseball. And it would be nice to have more games like that didn't necessitate like, oh, I gotta check in with I gotta feed my chocobo at 8 a.m. or whatever the fuck. Like, I don't know. Like
a fucking Tamagotchi.
Yeah.
I totally get what you're saying. I think that's finding that pocket, I think, is going to be really important. I agree. And I think we'll start seeing games like that just remain. You can see a game like Rocket League just being kind of what it is. I know there's different modes and stuff now, but it is what it is. Like, you can see people just playing that game forever. Very similar to what you're saying about baseball. I love that. And I also wanted to just touch on this idea that, based on just reading the document, it kind of struck me, when we talk about live service games, we kind of seem to be conflating it, at least me, with free to play. And that's not what they mean. And I wonder how far they're going to push this, because they are explicitly saying MLB The Show is one of these live service games, right? So MLB The Show is a $70 game. And so that kind of reinforces this idea I have that the Factions game even is going to be a full price game, which I think would be good, because you kind of want to, I want them to remain an a la carte marketplace. Like it's the most comfortable way to play. And and to your point, Chris, the least urgent way to play, because you kind of buy into something and then chill with it, even for years, if you're happy with it. So I'd like to see them maintain that, but I wanted to throw that out there too, that I think there is going to be some free to play stuff. The other thing though, that Chris, that you said, and this is about them, you said, I think you used the verbiage like making things as multi-platform as they're comfortable with, or what they'll allow. And it sounds, and this seemed like very intentional pre-showcase stuff, very similar to them saying Spider-Man isn't co-op. They, in a tweet or whatever, Jim Ryan said like, they're not releasing games on PC day and date. It seems like they're just not going to be doing that. I don't know if that tracks to all of their games or to their live service games, or if this is just single player games, but he said something along the lines of, our audience is on console and our audience has let us know that they're okay with us doing this after 2 to 3 years. So I wonder if they're going to try to win this fight without being as prolific as possible, which I think is a mistake. It's not going to happen, but I would love for one of these games to literally be on everything. Xbox, Switch, like just one of these IP just literally on all of the platforms, because none of them Nintendo, Microsoft wouldn't stop them from doing that. It's Sony's reluctance to do that stops them from doing it. Yeah, he is speaking in a way that he feels like he probably needs to speak. He's speaking tough in a time where I think there's a lot of hostility in the industry, and I think that's totally fair. But I mean, come on. It might not happen now, but like, damn well that there will be a PlayStation live service game on everything at some point. I hope so. I mean, that is like the cornerstone of that model, is that I don't even know how you could make something really good with a serviceable, amount of players, and that's fine. Maybe they're comfortable with that. Maybe that's totally fine. Bungie's game will probably be that, obviously, but I'm talking more about PlayStation Studios. Yeah. Right. Yeah. That's fair. Yeah. But I do think, like, I don't know, man, Horizon's not going to be on PC. Come on. Yeah. Like, that would just be weird, Yeah. It would defeat the purpose of milking it in the way that they're doing, like, I just don't understand what, like, oh, we're going to squeeze Horizon dry, but limit it also. It's like, what? Like, it doesn't, that logic doesn't track to me, especially if they're going to be competing in an ecosystem that kind of necessitates high player counts. I think that was always the big benefit to me, like outside looking in, from the whole crossplay initiative, where it's just like, if let's say you have a copy, a game that comes out on everything and it's a multiplayer game and it sells, hypothetically speaking, crazy, like impossible scenario, it sells 2 copies
on PlayStation and sells millions everywhere else. And it's a multiplayer game. It's like, well, those people on PlayStation are fucked because they got no pool. And it's like, why wouldn't you want that pool there? Like, why wouldn't you want people on other platforms populating your game, making it feel way, way, way bigger?
Yeah, and signing into the PSN. But like they noted in the document, which I thought was interesting, that there are now 5 PC games that allow you to log into the PlayStation Network. So yeah, why wouldn't you want to just cross-pollinate that as well? I think, though, Chris, to your point, that they're going to say, when we bought Bungie, we did it under the auspices of multi-platform. They're not in PlayStation Studios, and our multi-platform games will come from them. So Destiny 2 and Matter and whatever, Marathon.
Yeah.
Like, you could see Marathon being on PlayStation only. You can see a game like Matter, if it is what it seems like it's going to be, which is the follow-up to their service or whatever, as being the multi-platform game. But I don't know. I don't know enough about it. And maybe we'll find out in the showcase.
Maybe. Hopefully.
All right. Let's go back into the document, number 3. And how's PS Plus doing? 71% of PlayStation 5's user base are subscribed to PS Plus, with 53% of the user base having purchased something on PSN, up significantly from the 31% that bought digital goods on PS4 during its initial few years. PlayStation 5 users have spent an average of $622 each on games, subscriptions, and DLC in the console's lifecycle, up nearly $150 from a similar examination of PlayStation 4. While full game purchases are actually down 10% console over console, add-ons are up 210% and subscriptions 52%. PS5 now officially has more monthly active users than PS4 for the first time this past quarter, and PS5 game sales far outstrip PS4's, with gameplay hours on PS4 now eclipsed by PS5 as well. PlayStation Plus is also seemingly thriving. More than 1 billion hours of gameplay time have been logged on PS Plus's 2 upper tiers, Extra and Premium, and the average revenue per PS Plus subscriber has gone up 11% year over year. Interestingly, Sony doesn't explicitly list how many PlayStation Plus subscribers there currently are, but you can do some math based on what they do give you to get a number around 47 million. Out of this 47 million, 14.1 million are subscribers of either Extra or Premium, with 8 million on Premium and 6.1 million on Extra. So let's stop there. Dustin, what do you think? Sony's rise in subscriptions. There has been, I have to find the statistic, but there was some claim that PlayStation actually made a comparable amount of money in subscriptions as Microsoft does on Game Pass, because they have more subscribers, but those subscribers pay less money. So it comes out to about net even. I find this interesting because I imagine that Sony's investment into Plus is actually much less than what Microsoft's has to be because of the opportunity cost of putting games day and date, which Sony continues to reiterate they simply aren't going to do. So what do you make about these numbers? 10% down console over console for full game sales, but everything else booming.
Yeah, I am the rise in the subscription is good. I mean, I guess good for them. They definitely have a different approach, like you said, than Microsoft, but I wouldn't say that it's weak by any means. You see when they do the drop every month or whatever, when we talk about not necessarily premium, but the extra tier, the games that they're putting on that are really good. Really good and awesome games that people are often really excited about. And so it's clear that having a volume of quality games is, as I don't know, is also appealing, and not that you just need day one releases, which Sony also hasn't shied away from either in a few specific circumstances. We saw Stray was one that was a day one release on extra tier. And then just recently, Humanity was the day one release on the extra tier as well. So, and I kind of like that approach where it's not necessarily all of these games, but every once in a while, we're going to give you something that we think is cool and interesting. Sony has done a really good job at curating those types of indie games. This is probably the work of Shuhei Yoshida when it comes to Stray and Humanity, which, man, by the way, that Humanity game, I really want to get to because I think it looks super cool. I don't want to buy it right now if I'm playing other stuff and playing Zelda. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this continues to go up just as people get more involved with subscriptions and things like that.
Yeah, it's interesting that 7 out of 10 PS5 owners are subscribed to PS Plus. Yeah. This seems to make sense. I think that number would probably be even higher if and when people realize that they need to be online to do all these certain things. And some people don't use it in that capacity, but I think that number will probably just naturally increase. And then it's awesome that more than half of PlayStation's user base interacts with PSN. This seems like a no-brainer, but it's not a no-brainer because, as I said, only a third of people with PS4s were buying their games on PSN. Even though digital sales were skyrocketing there was so much physical activity still. So more and more people are operating in a mode of buying digital product, DLC, microtransactions, all of the rest. And then the user base is spending on top of the console for $500, $622 on average each. And that number is drawn obviously way up by people like me and way down by people that buy 1 or 2 games a year. So that's a pretty decent average. Chris, I wonder what you think about Sony's future here in terms of moderating a $70 game approach and a thriving PS Plus subscription model and the need for people's attention for games as a service. It reminds me a little bit of the problem we have at Last Stand, which is like you can only demand so much of people's time. It's not even a money issue after a while. So, but they are going for full domination here. So I wonder what you think.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're on, obviously given how successful the PS5 is and how much the numbers are up from even just some of the earlier stories that we were talking about, they're in a good position. I think, like you said, just the sheer doing comparable numbers to Game Pass just purely because your user base is that much bigger is a pretty big advantage to have. It means you can offer a lot for a lot less and still make out pretty well. And I think they're in a good position to kind of continue this, especially if the showcase is a banger.
I think it will be. All right. Let's move on finally to number 4. Finally, let's get into some information Sony shared about its game strategy away from PlayStation, as well as its hopes for PlayStation IP outside of games entirely. As we know, PC has become an increasingly important platform to PlayStation, and while Jim Ryan recently surprisingly noted that Sony doesn't actually have a day one PC strategy in mind with PS5 games, they will continue to rely on the platform to squeeze more juice out of older games. And the increase in revenue is notable. In fiscal 2020, Sony made a meager $35 million on PC games. In 2022, that number went up to $250 million. This fiscal year, that number is estimated to go up to nearly $500 million. Recent success stories include Spider-Man, which sold 1.5 million copies on PC for more than $50 million in revenue, while the beleaguered The Last of Us Part 1 sold 368,000 copies for just north of $15 million in revenue. Sony likewise outlines their continuing, albeit nascent, mobile strategy, one that seems to have borne no fruit as of yet, though there have been a couple of silent external releases like Wipeout and Little Big Planet. Sony is, quote, partnered with established teams to deliver to mobile some of Sony's most celebrated IP, end quote. Interestingly, there are multiple first-party teams currently working on mobile games, and that shouldn't scare you, since they are no doubt smaller teams within devs, save for Savage, which was purchased specifically to make mobile PlayStation games. And Sony is explicitly looking to expand their studio reach in this space. By fiscal year 2025, it's estimated that 1 in 10 releases from PlayStation in a year will be mobile, with PC accounting for another 4. That leaves half of Sony's releases by that year being designed explicitly for console. To this end, Sony is planning at least 2 major first-party releases each calendar year, covering every major genre, which they list as shooters, racing, RPGs, platformers, action, and sports. All right, Chris, let's stay with you. Mobile strategy and PC strategy. So it seems here, if you read the graphs, and I did, that for every 10 games, 1 game will be a mobile game. 4 games will be a PC game. 5 games will be on PS5. It seems to indicate what you're saying about a bigger PC strategy, although I think some of those games are going to be back catalog games. I'm most interested, though, in their approach with mobile, because though there is that Little Big Planet game that came out recently, it's a Sackboy game, I think, and then Wipeout, which seemed to have just come and gone like a fart in the wind, basically. I'm wondering what's going to be the big one. Are they going to announce something? Are you going to be able to connect it to PlayStation Network? Can you earn trophies? These are all things that they need to start answering and get something out there. It's exciting to know that first-party studios are working on some of these games, which is exciting when you think about the smaller studios that made games like, let's say, Tearaway or Tokyo Jungle. I think that there's potential in just saying like, hey, you 20 guys go over there and you do something. So what do you think about this?
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder how they're going to handle marketing for these games, because mobile is just such a different space. Like, I don't know. Every time that I've ever seen a mobile game announced at a games showcase, like a hardcore showcase that like only the most diehard fans of the industry watch, everybody shits on it. And it really doesn't matter how good the game is. It's just like, what is this doing here? So I almost wonder if it's one a year, I can't imagine that it would necessitate that much importance. I would imagine they're just probably going to try and put it out and just kind of compete in the mobile space. And mobile space is a very sink or swim kind of place. And I don't know if marketing, I don't know if marketing really helps. I think the only way to market a mobile game is to make a good mobile game. And then people kind of catch on to it and people are like, oh, what are you playing? Oh, I'm playing this. I feel like genuinely that's the way that mobile games work, because I can't recall, I might be wrong 100%, but I don't remember my entire life ever seeing a trailer for Angry Birds, or like anything like that.
Interesting.
Like even remotely. And so you have to wonder like what the strategy would be to even get in the door with this stuff. Especially since, Wipeout and Sackboy didn't exactly set the world on fire in that regard.
Yeah, well, they didn't even bother. They didn't even acknowledge them. That's what's so strange about it,
Yeah.
Like, what was the point of that? I think what they're doing is just kind of setting a little bit of seed money into different places and saying like, yeah, make a Wipeout game, and then it costs us $2 million or whatever to make that game. We don't care. No reason for us to even bother with it. But hopefully we see maybe at the show. I don't think the mobile stuff will be here because they said PS5 and PSVR 2 specifically, although I don't think they would say and mobile, because I think people would shit a brick if they did that. So that's probably a smart thing from their perspective. Dustin, do you want to add on to this?
Yeah, I think there's a right way and a wrong way, like Chris was saying. It's not really that exciting when you throw a couple mobile games into an announcement stream, but it's not that it's impossible. I think of Fallout Shelter as the ultimate example, where they announced it at the same time as Fallout 4. So it was one of those things where it didn't feel like a blue balls situation where you're not really getting the thing you want. You're getting this fun little thing that's out right now. And then I'm looking on Wikipedia right now, and they made over $100 million on that game by 2019. And I'm sure that's something Sony's thinking about. A game like that was cheap for them to make, and it can tie in to a bigger product that maybe just kind of, lifts everybody up when you release it. But I agree, Chris, because I think of times Bethesda did it wrong. What's that Captain something game? There's like one of their old.
God!
I know what you're talking about.
Commander Keen.
Is it like
Commander Keen.
Oh,
yeah. They announced that during a press conference, and it was so deflating. Where people are like, "What the fuck is this? What are you doing here? What are you doing? No one wants this." So they're absolutely it's funny, they've experienced the highs and lows of something like this. And so I don't know, there's obviously, Fallout Shelter was a really cool, fun little game, and I would love it if that's the type of thing they're trying to emulate. They should make a mobile game where you have to finish making Redfall and that's the game. You have to, it's like a game dev story. And it's weird because Sony's making it, not Microsoft. They're like, here, we'll show you how it's whatever. Done. Yeah, we'll see. That'd be such a bastard move.
The thing is that people would want a Commander Keen game just on console and PC,
Right.
Know your audience. I totally agree with you there. That was weird. I remember that actually very specifically, but yeah, we'll see what Sony's strategy is here. It's going to play out. I'm so excited because, we're going to roll into the showcase coverage now. And and on the other side, we'll see you for listener inquiries. But let's just there's nothing else to say. Let's go right into it right now. All right, here we are. We're cutting in. We're back. We've recorded the entire show, as you know, including things you'll hear after this. But we wanted to cut in now for the showcase. The big showcase lasted about 70 minutes or so. So they said an hour and change. That's what we ended up getting. To my count, there were 34 games shown. I don't know if that's what others counted, but that's what I counted. We're going to get into each and every one of them. We'll have something to say about each and every one of them. We'll take them in order. And then there were like 3 little kind of sub events that I thought we would talk about as well during it, as in addition to this tight 65, 70 minute, like I said, presentation. No time spent. I think they could have even gone a little longer and showed some of these games for a longer period of time. But before we get into the individual games and all of the rest, including some really exciting ones, I wanted to get everyone's pulse on how they thought, we all thought that the showcase was overall. So Dustin, let's begin with you. What did you think about the showcase now that it's come?
These things are always tough, man, because we always try not to get too hyped up. But I think since there was a lot of, as I said in the last night Discord, a lot of edging going on from Sony on this, that I don't know, my expectations were through the roof. And I feel like this was overall kind of just fine. There were some exciting things in there, no doubt, that we'll talk about. But I don't know. We're so fresh off of it that I'm trying to calculate the logic side of my brain of what my expectations should have been and exactly how I feel in this moment. And the logic side of me says that my expectations were too high, and that was actually a pretty nice showing of an array of games. But I don't know. I feel at the same time like a little disappointed in some ways. Like I expected to see more. And some of the things that we did see that were exciting, I don't know. I always am disappointed with when it's just a CG, trailer with it, no in-game or anything or very few details. It's like, I don't know. It's still exciting, but I'm curious what you guys think, because I just, in some ways, in some parts of this, it felt like an extended state of play, and other parts were more interesting, but I don't know. I'm really mixed.
All right, fair enough. Chris, what are your thoughts?
I'm kind of in the in the same place. I mean, I think when you hear about how Sony's been talking about this and how it's like, total mind share, we're looking to really clean house. I don't know if they really did that. I don't know if they did that really at all. Like, I think there were certain things there, no doubt, that I audibly screamed at one point, and we'll get into that later. I'm super excited about that. But I'm actually also surprised at the stuff that we didn't see. And, I just sort of feel like, it felt like a glorified state of play with some banger announcements for sure, but not at the cadence that I anticipated. And even some of the stuff that we predicted would be there, that should have been exciting, for some reason kind of wasn't. And I think we'll get into it, but I came out of this feeling kind of disappointed. And I think largely that was maybe us hyping it up too much, but also, I mean, the hype is built in to an event like this when you don't do it for 2 years and then you suddenly do one. And I want to make no mistake, I don't think this is like a failure or anything. Like, it's not a bad showcase. For sure. It was like, in fairness, it was a pretty good showcase. It's just, this isn't the total mindshare showcase that I think a lot of people were expecting.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think I was trying to think about what would I give it if I was in school, like if it was a school grade or something. I think I give it like a B or a B plus, in my opinion. I think that's, because to me, I think it's good to very good. You can't deny that there are probably 10 banger games that they just showed. Not all of them exclusive, of course, or not even all of them first or second party. But whether it's the first 3 games I think they showed, which are incredibly strong, the way they ended, which was incredibly strong, there was just a lot of questionable inclusions, games that I feel like don't really need to be in something like this. And I don't mean that as any disrespect. I own an indie studio. I don't want to see these smaller games in something like this. Or if they're going to be something like, you need to make sure they're the really special ones, like Ghostrunner 2 was a cool inclusion or something. But
absolutely.
I don't need to see the game that looks just like Journey from the guy who made Journey or whatever. Like, it's not the guy who made it, but the art director from Journey. So I agree with you guys. My whole thing, and I think you touched on this, Chris, was, and I think you did too, Dustin, in fact, was, if this was a showcase and we had one in November, and before that we had one in May, and before that we had, then I'd be like, yeah, that was awesome. But I think that they needed to do more. And I think that they needed to show more exclusive games, more gameplay from exclusive games. I did think that it was cool how much they showed of Spider-Man 2. We'll obviously talk about that at the end of our thoughts here, because I want to go in order. But I would argue they showed way too much of it even. It's like, take half of that and show us another game. Show us factions or something. I feel like the picture is still highly incomplete, but I'm loath to give it anything less than a B, because that would really suggest that there weren't some pretty sick games in here, which I think that there
are.
It's
a B. It's a B. Yeah. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So with that said, let's get into the games one by one. We start with a banger. I actually was surprised by this. I didn't think they would be ready to go yet. It's not a huge surprise that there's no gameplay, and there probably won't be for some time, but we open with Haven. Haven, of course, is the Canadian studio, Sony's first Canadian studio, helmed by Jade Raymond, who is the longtime producer of Assassin's Creed and Watch Dogs. And the interesting thing here about the creative direction of the game is that it's heavily Watch Dogs, and that's because Matthew Leduc is the creative director of the game, and he was the art director of Watch Dogs and Watch Dogs 2. So I think that has something to do with it. But they didn't really get too much, obviously, into the trailer or have much time to explain everything. But Haven's new game is called Fairgames. It's one word. In annoying Sony style, they're going to have the $sign at the end instead of an S. This reminds me a lot of Infamous, where it was lowercase I, lowercase n, and then famous, capitalized. And we refuse to do that, actually. Like, I'm not doing that. But this encourages too much. So I'll be interested to see how the various places cover this, especially because I feel like it's kind of corny and that it would have been way cooler. Wait, what is this thing? Did I say something wrong here?
No, I was writing out the timestamps and I accidentally did it in the chat window instead of the timestamp window.
Oh, okay. I was like, did I say this?
It just says Haven. Like, I was just declaring Haven, but no, that's just for a timestamp for later.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough. I wanted to say that I think the name of the game is super cool, and it would be cooler if it was just Fair Games with an S at the end of it. Why does it have to have the fucking $sign at the end of it? That's just a little Ubisoft. That's a little Ubisoft corn that I don't want to see in my PlayStation games. Mm-hmm. You know, you got to extract. That is hardcore Ubisoft X-Defiant corn.
Yeah. You gotta run it through a filter, like a Brita filter.
You're not over there anymore. You're not doing that anymore. You know, so you got a cool idea. I think the game is super stylish looking. Here's what it says on PlayStation Blog. We don't know very much about it. It says, and this is from Matthew Leduc's point of view. He says, quote, "I've always been passionate about creating new IP that offers a sense of mystery and a window into different subcultures of society. In many ways, I feel like my own experience and the collective experience of our entire team creating new IP and working on captivating multiplayer games has led us here. Fair Games will give you an opportunity to break the rules as a modern day Robin Hood, a thrill seeker, or just someone who wants to collect cool loot. Trespass inside forbidden locations around the world, fill your pockets like a kid in a candy store, and unravel the nefarious plans of untouchable billionaires." So that's basically all we know so far, in addition to just the cinematic that we saw and then some of the screenshots that they released. The game certainly sounds and looks really cool. It's not my kind of thing. It is explicitly a PvP game, I believe.
Yeah.
So not something I'm going to be very interested in. And in addition to that, it's coming to PS5 and PC. So a lot of what you said earlier in the episode, especially you, Chris, was right on, that they actually had quite a few of these, even though they fainted in some way with the Jim Ryan interview recently, suggesting that they weren't going to be doing this. So let's start with you, Chris. What did you think of Haven's PlayStation IP, Fair Games?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the, and I've said this before, I don't take credit for this. This is a friend of mine, Lyle. He has a rule, a saying where it's no game, no hype. Those is the rules. So I'm interested in the premise of a sort of a Watch Dogs 2 kind of heist PvP game. Like, that's cool. Like, I dig the premise. I think the visual design is really cool. But as we will see in some of the games shown later, the CGI, especially when you have a CGI trailer mixed in with a gameplay trailer, which it doesn't happen for this game, but it happens with some games later on. It all depends on how well the game actually executes on the vision that is shown in the trailer. And if they do, then dope. I'll check it out easily. But right now, I can't be excited about it. I'm just like passively interested. Like, we'll see how this ends up.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I'm watching the trailer now, and there is some cool iconography. I like that their icon, like the loading icon on their computer, is like the scales of justice, but with a smiley face underneath, like a mouth underneath
cool.
it. That's a smiley
it's cool
face.
Looking.
And yeah, there's a lot of cool in the whole eat the rich mentality, and like basically having a ranking board of billionaires that people go after to try to like fuck with.
Yeah,
there's some interesting ideas, at least you can glean from it. By the way, I said it was PvP. I thought I read that, but I'm not seeing that in here. What it says is it's a competitive heist experience coming to PS5 and PC. So there could be some sort of...
It'll be multiplayer is the point.
Oh, no, here it is. As huge fans of competitive multiplayer experiences, Fairgames came from a desire to create a new type of PvP game with emergent sandbox gameplay. Okay.
Cool.
So that's what it is. I just wanted to make
all
clear.
about it. Hopefully they can nail it.
Yeah, that would be nice. So yeah, no release date, no gameplay. Dustin, what do you think about Fairgames from Haven?
Yeah, my main negative is just that I am not really down with the look of the game. It's not bad by any means, and there's other games in the showcase we saw that I thought looked bad. It just, like you guys were saying, it feels like a Ubisoft game in a lot of ways, which makes sense since this game is being made in Canada, where I'm sure they got tons of Ubisoft devs working on it.
Well, they do. I mean, like the whole leadership team, a lot of those guys went to Google and then went to the studio, so it is them. You know? Yeah, exactly. And definitely. I don't know. It's not that, I guess, to be clear, it's not that it's a bad style. I personally just am not too thrilled about it, but I don't know. We'll see. Obviously, this comes off the heels of other types of heist games like Payday and stuff like that, and so I'm curious how they'll be able to make something new with that. It could be awesome. There's tons of games that I'm not down with the art style that are still awesome and that I love, and this could be one of them. Yeah, I'm really enamored with the idea, and because it reminds me a little bit of Payday or something, which is a game I actually did dig on PS3.
Yeah,
and I loved like the whole bank robber, fuck the rich kind of mentality of the Robin Hood thing, which I think they're leaning into. And again, I think the name of the game is really cool. I really hope they lose that $, man. I don't know why they think that that's a good idea. I get it, but it's just, and it doesn't really matter, but it kind of does. Like, it seems a little more PlayStation if you would just call it Fairgames, and that was it. But I dig it. So we'll see. We'll hopefully hear more. No date on that, obviously. I would doubt that would even be 2024. I would assume 2025 maybe for that. Okay. I have listed here as 1A Jim Ryan, just because we see Jim Ryan. So we thought we would shout him out. As I noted, he was very brief, which I think is necessary, but not quite as confident as I was assuming he was going to be. No cockiness or anything like that. And seemed quite pleased with himself, quite happy to be there. Some of the cuts, I wondered when he said something like leading into the second game, which is Helldivers 2, which we'll talk about in a minute, where he's like, have a, enjoy or something. He just was like amped up, ready to go. I'm like, we're ready to go, Jim. So good to see you. All right. Number 2, Helldivers 2 from Arrowhead. Finally. I dig the original Helldivers. It was really, really tough. That's what I loved about it. It was hard to play with other people. It was funny in that sense. And I think that they leaned into the humor of it in how violent and bloody and just ridiculous it was. You would put a gun turret down, the turret would just wipe your entire team out, which is not something you meant to do, would wipe out you along with the enemies. I don't know. There's something interesting about it. Plus it had like a crossplay between PS3, PS4, and Vita, which was also interesting. But this game from Arrowhead has been long in development, coming to PC and PS5 later this year, but with no specific release date. And I thought that the trailer was very well done. I actually have to look at the trailer footage that leaked, if that's even in this trailer. I don't think it is. I think that, which is interesting. I think that trailer has been scrapped, especially because I think it has Sony Computer Entertainment even in front of it, which just goes to show you how long this has been in development. But Starship Trooper vibes from the ad, which I think is great. And I don't know. I'm excited about this game. I'm definitely going to check this one out when it comes out. I just think it looks like a lot of fun. Chris, let's go to you first. Helldivers.
Yeah, I mean, am I misremembering what the original the original Helldivers was not like this, right? It was
way cruder and more low budget. It was up to 4-player co-op like top-down shooter.
Right. Okay, yeah. That's so they're doing like a Risk of Rain type situation here,
right? Exactly.
They're just sort of switching the perspective. I dug the tone of the ad. I thought it was funny. And then it kind of cut to the gameplay, and then I started getting it's gonna upset some people, but it kind of started giving me Game Pass vibes. Like there's something about it, like it wasn't running all that well, or I don't know. I'm curious about it because I liked the original Helldivers quite a bit, but
dude, I can hear the clacking of the keyboard right now.
I'm sorry, I don't mean
one
it
of Colin's favorite games from Game Pass. Like,
I don't mean it in a good way. Like it's there's some Game Pass games that are great. I just mean, it looked a little. I don't know. Maybe there's like a rendering issue or something. Like I'm sure it'll look way better than obviously compression and streaming and all that. but I am curious to check it out. Like it did pique my interest, although I can't say it really moved the needle. I'm as interested in it as I was before I saw really anything about it,
What do you think, Chris, about Helldivers? I'm sorry, Dustin, about Helldivers 2 from Arrowhead? Been a while since we've heard from it. We knew it was in the NVIDIA leak, so we knew it was coming. They've been real deliberate about this one. I don't know if they brought it back to the drawing board or like just gave them more time. They must see something in it. And here is an interesting note, as far as I can tell. I mean, I'll correct myself if we go through and I realize that this isn't true, but I'm pretty sure it is. This is the only second party game that was shown the entire time.
Yeah, I think this looks awesome. I think this looks super fun. I'm always down for some fun co-op games, and that's the exact thing that I got from this trailer, is just seeing, having your buddy set up a bomb that blows up, or like setting up a turret or something like that. They're launching a big missile at some point. And the fact that it's fully focused on, from what it looks like from this trailer release, cooperative play, like it's not like a PvP situation. I love stuff like this. And I love that they're taking it to the next level by making this, not that there's anything wrong with top-down type games, but it definitely feels different, much higher budget, being a over-the-shoulder third-person shooter. And so I'm really curious about this one. I'm really curious about like how the structure will be, because I think that would be cool too if it's I'm pretty sure like the original Helldivers was much shorter mission based, and so it's not like you can kind of just hop in for a couple different missions with the boys or something like that. Sounds cool. So this was probably one of my favorite announcements from the show, actually, is this game that I think just looks like a ton of fun.
All right, so yeah, Helldivers 2 later this year, no date. In fact, we got no dates from any PlayStation games, exclusive games, which is interesting.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that's all about, but they
total mind share.
Yeah, total mind share, definitely. All right, let's see. Number 3 is Immortals of Aveum, which is from Ascendant Studios. This is a new team. I thought you guys would be interested in this because I was reading a little bit about them. They're led by a guy named Brett Robbins. Brett Robbins is a longtime games designer who ultimately found his way to EA. But here are some of his credits, which I thought you guys would find interesting. He was a designer on Gex Enter the Gecko, Gex 3 Deep Cover Gecko, Blood Omen 2, and then Lord of the Rings Return of the King, and then a
sick.
007 game From Russia with Love, and then he was one of the directors on Dead Space. And so his new studio is this team Ascendant, and they're working with EA Originals. And people will remember that EA Originals is this ever-broadening brand of second-party EA games. In other words, EA games that are published and funded with IP owned by them, but that is from a developer outside of their walls. So Unravel was basically the first of its kind like that, and then A Way Out. And what was the follow-up to that?
It Takes Two.
It Takes Two was the first one. Oh no, It Takes Two is the second one.
A Way Out was the first one, yeah.
Prisoner, right. And then yeah, A Rocket Arena was in there. Sea of Solitude was another one of those games. Wild Hearts is the most recent from Omega Force that people really dig. So this is in that line of so-called second-party EA games. And I got to say, because when I was saying before that I think that this should get a B or so, this is one, and I was saying that there were great games. I was like, this is one of those games. This game looks fucking awesome. I personally think this game looks mega fun. I'm curious if I'm alone here. Dustin, let's begin with you.
Yeah, this game, I think we talked about it a few weeks back.
We did. It was only announced a month or so ago, actually.
Yeah. And
it comes out July 20th, by the way, July 20.
Yeah. It's weird. What it's hard for me to quite articulate with this game is that it is cool that it has this original, it's a fast-paced, and I think they say fast and fluid on the PlayStation blog, FPS shooter game that uses spells. But again, and I hate to be a downer twice in a row with the same type of criticism, is that I'm just not really into the art direction of this game. It feels very Marvel-esque. In fact, it just feels a lot like Doctor Strange in a way, like that kind of like the way the spells look and stuff like that. So, but again, it looks pretty fun to play as far as the gameplay we saw. And that's the other thing, is the trailer had gameplay, which is always gonna, that's a huge plus for me now in these shows when there's so much stuff that doesn't have any gameplay at all. So yeah, I'm curious about this one. It's not like any kind of big day one for me, but I'm curious to see how it does as far as reviews, and if it it's really good, then definitely would be something worth checking out.
Yeah, I must say that I'm day one on this one. I don't need to see anything more about it. Just
day one.
Yeah, there's just something about it because it's described. I'm trying again with all these fucking notes. Here it is. It's described in their write-up as an action-packed single-player first-person magic shooter. That sounds awesome to me. I don't know, Chris, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, art style aside, I'm kind of with Dustin on that, but I do like the idea, and I think it looks fun. So I'm curious about it. You know, EA Originals tends to put out some pretty good stuff.
Yeah, they do. So, in fact, I would argue that they have, I mean, I haven't played most of them, but just critically, it seems like they have actually no misses at all. Maybe that Rocket Arena or whatever the fuck game is the closest thing, but I think people actually did like that game. It just, and I think
it just didn't like pop off.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm into it. Although, yeah, I am in agreement that the art is a little off-putting.
All right, let's see here. Fourth up, and by the way, July 20th, one more time for Immortals of Aveum, which is also available on Xbox and PC, of course. This one was kind of random. This one's from the studio One More Level, is Ghostrunner 2. People might remember the action platformer Ghostrunner, which came to PS4 in 2020 and PS5 in 2021. They don't show very much about this, but they must believe in it. It comes from publisher 505 Games, which I think we get a little bit of later on too. So they must have had a little bit of a deal to get involved here, and they're certainly growing with their relationship with Remedy and others. I didn't play the original Ghostrunner. It's supposed to be right up my alley. I don't really know why I haven't played it. I think I might even own it. It might have been given away on PS Plus at some point or something.
I don't know
why.
It was.
Yeah. That might be why I have it. So, all right. Well, Dustin, talk to me. Have you played Ghostrunner? Are you interested in Ghostrunner 2 from One More Level?
Yeah, this is one of those games that I probably was 80% through, and then something else came out, and then I never went back to it. But it wasn't because the game was bad. I actually think this game is fucking awesome. I love this game, and it's a shame that I haven't gone back to finish it because it's really, really good. That part of the reason why I haven't gone back is that I will have to restart it because this is one of those games that the different mechanics layer on top of each other, and if you don't remember, you're going to be totally fucked.
Yeah,
this game's hard. I found this game to be really, really tough in a really good way. It kind of has that Hotline Miami loop where you got to get from point A to point B and there's enemies. And if you get hit one or two times, you're out, you're done. And also, if you're like me, where you like playing certain types of games like this on mouse and keyboard, this is one that I can't even imagine playing on console for me specifically because of how fast paced it is and being a first person game. But this game's, the first one was so sick. Probably it'll actually be perfect timing that when this comes out, I'll probably go back and play the first one and finally finish it because I loved it that much and it deserves to be finished. So absolutely stoked to see this at the showcase.
Yeah, just to give a little bit of context here from PlayStation Blog, again, we're kind of flying by the seat of our pants as we record, but it says, quote, Ghostrunner 2 explores the world of Ghostrunner with the player visiting more places, not only Dharma Tower. The game's story takes place 1 year after the events of the first game. The people of Dharma Tower are rebuilding, commerce begins to flow, etc., etc., etc. Ghostrunner 2 offers everything you loved about the original, but with even more exciting features. While the first game certainly had some challenging bosses, the sequel takes it to the next level. Get ready to face off against some of the toughest opponents you've encountered in a video game. The new dialogue system allows diving deeper into the lore and plot of the game. Jack can interact with NPCs that are his friends from the Climbers faction. Plus, there is now a central HQ base of operations where Jack can take a break from missions. So it seems like they've heavily expanded on it, which is what you should be doing in a sequel. That sounds great. Not really for me, though. I maybe I'll get to the first one at some point. I don't know. Chris, are you interested in Ghostrunner 2?
Yeah, absolutely. Easily. Like, yeah, I loved Ghostrunner. I had a similar thing too, where I just got pulled away from it, and it is a hard game to go back to once you've like spent a lot of time away from it. You have to restart it. I don't think it's very long though, which is, you know, it's a pretty approachable game. It does have that Hotline Miami loop. Every time you die, you pretty much immediately start back where you started. So it doesn't feel like super punishing. It really gets you into the groove of like learning, you know, the step-by-step way to get through each encounter. And I really loved it. And seeing it here, it was a nice surprise.
All right, this fifth game, I'm curious to know what you guys think of this. I tried to do a little research on it. I can't find very much about it. There's a studio called S Game. And I don't know, they're Asian, I think. I'm not sure if they're Korean or Chinese or what. I'll look in a second. But they've made a game called Phantom Blade Executioners that's apparently already available on PC and on phone. But it seems like they're doing a new Phantom Blade game, the first that we'll get on console, called Phantom Blade Zero, which is described as only coming to PS5. There's really not much more to say about it. This seems to me, and I'll have a little bit more to say in a moment, but it sounds like a cool idea. The idea is I think you have 66 days to live or whatever. I'm not sure how active that is in the game or what that means, but there seems to be some sort of calendar or time progression precedent in the game. But I must admit, though it looks pretty neat and high budget, a lot of these games are really starting to blur together. Like everyone's chasing the Demon Souls, Dark Souls, very East Asian aesthetic, hack and slash, deliberate movement. How many of these can there possibly be?
Yeah,
they really are starting to blur together. But that's just my interpretation of it. What did you think, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. But I thought this was really the first game of the showcase that really kind of like struck me as like, this looks dope. Like I like the way that combat flowed and the way that the character seemed to dodge, and it seemed very like the animation of it is so beautiful, and it makes combat look really, really fun and frenetic, and I'm really stoked to get my hands on this. This was the first game of the showcase that I was like, yeah, I got to play this.
What are your thoughts, Dustin?
Yeah, well, real quick, if you guys didn't see, I recommend looking up Phantom Blade Executioners, because it looks nothing like this game. It's like a flat 2D art style. But so it was just shocking when I looked that up. But yeah, this game, you're right, Colin, in that immediately I was like, oh, they're trying to be Sekiro. This is another type of Sekiro game, which again, we have so many of these games now that take place in, ancient Japan or China or, just kind of this style. But I'm also in agreement with Chris that what they showed did look really cool as far as the flow of combat and the gameplay and running on walls, the parkour aspect. I really thought did look fun, but as always, I'm skeptical of non-FromSoft games that try to emulate this type of gameplay style, especially from a team that we don't know a lot about. I don't know what their history is outside of this mobile game. Maybe there's...
Yeah, so I have a little more information now. So S-Game is a Chinese studio. The guy in the write-up says that he worked on his first indie game in Beijing and then New Haven. My assumption is that his reference to New Haven is Yale. But I could be wrong about that. Maybe he just doesn't want to sound like a dickhead, because I don't know why else he would be in New Haven or what that would mean. So maybe he did some West-East kind of connection with different devs when he was working as an architecture student, it says here, but he founded his studio S-Game in China. And this game that we were talking about, Phantom Blade, has over 20 million players, even though it never left China. So it's big. And this Phantom Blade Zero game must be one of these either China hero games that Sony got, or just Sony broaching the Chinese industry or the Chinese market, like we've said that they've been needing to do for a while and are doing, actually, I think, to a pioneering extent compared to their competitors. And again, we're seeing that in India now too as well. So I think there's no denying that it looks very high quality and very interesting. I wonder, isn't enough? How many of these different games are you going to play? Just giving it a different aesthetic, I think, would be really cool.
Yeah,
it would be like playing Far Cry, but every one of them is a tropical game or something like that. That would suck. At least they're a little different from each other. I don't know. Anyway, the next one here is Sword of the Sea. This game comes from Giant Squid, and I like that they leaned into the whole Journey connection, because the game looks a lot like Journey. And I think they actually did that on purpose in the trailer in the beginning to make it almost seem overt, and then how different the game actually does look when you get into the nitty gritty of it and get away from that orange and red patina that is on, that just makes it look like Journey. I'm even looking at the screenshots here. It looks like someone remade Journey in some way. But of course, Giant Squid is the studio right there in Santa Monica, where I used to live, actually, that they made Abzu, which came out on PS4 in 2016, which I thought was okay. And then they made The Pathless, which came to PS4 and PS5 in 2020. In fact, it was a PS5 launch game. The first game was published by 505, the second by Annapurna. And I actually never played The Pathless much more than like an hour. Micah played it and beat it, I think. And I think she liked it. So I don't know. This game looks fine. It's not really for me. What do you think about this one, Dustin?
Yeah, so I'm surprised that you say it's not for you. Colin is such a big fan of Journey.
We already have a Journey. I mean, just looking at it, I'm like, I don't know. Journey, It wasn't the very nature of Journey. Well, I shouldn't say that. Journey touched me and struck me in such a deep way because it was a one-of-a-kind game. It's not. Right. That's never going to happen to me again. Like, nothing's going to do like what Journey did specifically for me again.
Yeah. Well, that was the thing for me when I saw it. Initially, I was like, this looks so much like Journey. Are they making Journey 2? Because you see the sand and the mountains and stuff like that. And then, I don't know, it's weird because I just kind of feel that I get that it's the same artist or a lot of the same people on the team, but it feels unambitious because, like you said, they already made Journey. And this is Journey, but with sand surfing. Or something like that. So I don't know. We'll see. I wasn't particularly hot on this, but I also am not that hot on Journey overall. I don't think Journey's bad, but it's just, I don't know, not my type of game.
Any interest here from you, Chris, for Sword of the Sea?
Yeah, for sure. I think visually it's very striking. There's one specific shot in the trailer. I don't remember the exact timestamp, but like it's kind of like the ocean kind of appearing out of this like circle transition in the sand, and I thought it was like, that's a striking image. I think it looks cool. Except I know myself well enough to know that I appreciate these games more than I enjoy playing them. So I might give it a shot. I don't know. It looks cool though. Like I do appreciate that it exists because it is giving that much needed visual diversity that I think Sony kind of needs.
We can move through these next few ones, I think, really quickly. I'll just list a few and we can talk about whatever you would want, which would be number 7 was the Talos Principle 2 for PS5, which is a puzzle game that I couldn't be any less interested in, but I'm sure people are really interested in it. Talos Principle is a huge game. Neva, which comes to PS5 in 2024 and EVA. And then Cat Quest, Pirates of the Caribbean, which comes to PS4 and PS5 in 2024. I love the name of that. That's very cute.
Yeah.
I don't really have anything to say about these. Dustin, do you have anything you want to say about any of these 3 games?
I don't like all the sad creature dog, the mythical dog creature dying in that Neva trailer it felt a little baity to me. It's like, hey, we know you like these sad games where, animals die. So we're just going to put this in here for a really long time. I don't know, honestly kind of annoyed me that how long they lingered on that. I was like, we get it. It's sad. But a lot of people really like that game Grease that team did. So, and then I've only heard good things about Talos Principle, so I need to play that at some point.
Anything you want to add, Chris, before we move on?
No, yeah, this was kind of like this was looking in my kitchen for somebody to eat at this point. Like, because I didn't play the Talos Principle. Like I don't have any relationship to it. I thought that that Grease, that Neva game looked, the art of it looks cool, but I don't really have any interest in it. And I don't know, Cats. What is it? Cat's Quest. Cat
Quest, Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah, it's cute.
Yeah, I don't really know. Let me see here. Is there any? Oh, cat. There it is. Let's see what it says on PlayStation Blog for it. The Gentle Bros is the studio. That's a great name. Let's see. There's really nothing. Do you say?
Yeah, I didn't mean to get this into the weeds.
But no, I'm just curious. A newly free book. They don't really even say what it is.
Yeah.
I think people need to be. No, but I think people need to be better in their write-ups. Like,
no, for sure. Yeah.
What is it?
It's cats.
You're unveiling the new entry into the Cat Quest series. What the fuck is the Cat Quest series? All right. I had to go into this one. Number 10, Foam Stars.
Oh, man.
From Square Enix. This seems to be a shocking ripoff in some way. I saw Andy Robinson from VGC tweet about it, where I was like, wow, this is interesting. It looks cool. I guess it's a little different than Splatoon, but it's described on the PlayStation blog as a 4v4 party shooter for PS5 and PS4. I don't know. What do you think about this, Chris?
Man, how do I want to say this? I couldn't believe how upset I was watching this trailer. Like, I don't know, like, because it was just Splatoon, but also there was like an aesthetic to it that just really, I could not stand it. And then it cut to gameplay and it looked worse. This is the thing. This is the trailer that I was talking about, by the way, where it's like the CGI trailer, like, you know, there's some art decisions there that are just like, oh man, that looks really fucking not great. But I mean, it's animated in a nice way. And then it cuts to the game and like a night and day difference. And it's just foam Splatoon. But like, I don't know, like, I had a stroke watching this trailer. Like, I'm pretty sure I won't recover.
Dustin, you have anything you want to add?
This feels like a game that was born in a Japanese boardroom where they saw that Splatoon 3 was the best-selling game launch ever or whatever in Japan back when that came out. Maybe before that too, because this game, I mean, Splatoon is huge in Japan. I mean, it's pretty big here too, but I would imagine that that's exactly where this comes from, is a marketing desire to have a game that's like Splatoon. So I don't know. I wouldn't say that it's not for us, but I would imagine that this game was definitely more focused with the Japanese audience in mind. But I don't know. It just also kind of looked weird. I don't know. I'd be okay with a Splatoon ripoff game, but this wasn't it. You know, it was, I don't know, disappointing when you see a Square Enix logo pop up and this is what you get.
You guys say I don't know one more time, I'm going to kill myself. All right. Let's see. The next one up is All Possible Futures game, The Plucky Squire.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought this was pretty interesting. This is published by Devolver. It looks kind of like a storybook game meets some sort of Toy Story-like aesthetic. And I don't know, this is an interesting idea. I don't know much more about it. It says on PlayStation Blog, in The Plucky Squire, our hero realizes that they are now the main character in a storybook. They must deal with this mind-blowing revelation while also grappling with a rather nasty villain who wishes to take control of their book. And then they go into Jot, Violet Thrash, Moonbeard, Humgrump. They go into all these characters in the
Humgrump is a good name.
Yeah, it is in the trailer. So not much to say here. It says it comes to PlayStation 5 this year. We don't know when yet. Do you have anything you would like to say about this, Dustin?
I like that it goes from on the page to out in the real world. I don't know if any other games have done anything like that. I'm sure they have, but the way that they pull it off, I really like how it looks on the page. There was something about that looked really realistic and cartoony at the same time that I really liked.
Yeah.
And I remember being intrigued by this game when they revealed it. And so clearly PlayStation believes in it to some degree to put it on this once again. So I'll continue to keep my eye on it.
Any interest from you, Chris?
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, I think that style, like whenever a game can do that, you know, 3D, 2D mesh and have it like make sense in the universe, I always think it's cool. Like I think Mario Odyssey did something similar in some levels, and I think there's a Zelda game that I think it's a handheld Zelda game that does something similar. But like I love that 2D to 3D. What was that game about the shadows too? Was it Compulsion that made it?
Oh
yeah.
The launch game.
Oh my God.
Contrast?
Contrast, right?
Contrast, yeah.
That's
like
right.
I like that. I like that idea a lot. And I'm always gonna be curious about any game that tries it. So like, yeah. And I thought the overall visual design of it looked really cool too.
There's an old PS3, PSN exclusive game. I think it might have come to PC later, called Sideways New York. And it was it was like a side scroller, but it was graffiti on a building, and you would go around. It kind of got that vibe from this too. I don't remember who made that game, but it was pretty good. All right, so the Plucky Squire, we'll keep an eye out for that later this year. The game Teardown was shown 12th. This is not a new game. This is already on PC.
Yeah.
So this was the first of the games that they showed that were basically just a port, but the port is coming at some point this year. It seems like it might be PS5 exclusive as far as a console port, at least for the time being, because I don't see anything else about in a press release or anything, but it is early days. Anything to say about this game? I wrote that it looks like a Minecraft kind of like thing going on. It looks pretty interesting. I don't know anything about it though. It's certainly not my sort of game.
I know that people that have played this game love it. And if you look on Steam right now, it has overwhelmingly positive feedback with 65,000 reviews. So I've been intrigued by this game on PC for a while, but I never checked it out. So it would make sense that you want a game like this on PlayStation, more Minecraft style games. And I don't even know, it feels unfair to say it's like Minecraft. It just has that cube-like art aesthetic. So it's an easy comparison there, but it's more about, it seems, the destruction and physics of it, which seem cool.
Yeah. Anything you want to add, Chris?
No, I mean, I think it looks cool. I've heard really good things about it. But it's also just, I don't know. It's the kind of game that I would have to have it given to me or like try it at someone's house to really, like, I'm not going to set aside money for it. I feel like it's a cool little sandbox that they've made, but I'm not really that eager to check it out.
Okay, let's see. Now we're getting into some more interesting things here. Number 13 is Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. This was the long rumored Metal Gear Solid 3 remake. I thought the trailer was actually pretty cool because I wasn't expecting it to be what it was. Yeah. I don't know why. I'm sure it was obvious to people that know the game better than me. But Konami coming to PS5, Virtuous, I think, is developed. I didn't see if it's being if it's been confirmed who's making it, but it's been long rumored to be the studio Virtuous. And we otherwise don't know anything but it's coming to PS5. There's more to talk about with Metal Gear Solid, but we'll start here. I got to know, Dustin, where are you at with this Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater?
Yeah, it was an exciting trailer to see. And at this point, with so many rumors, it felt all but confirmed. I like the way they did it, where you didn't really know what was going on or what it was for until I started to pick it up once there was a certain look to the way the barrier was, that since I just played Metal Gear Solid 3 that had the hole in it where you sneak through, that I started to pick it up there. And then when you saw the parrot, which of course is another iconic part of that game. But man, I love that they use the Snake Eater song in this as well. But obviously there are so many questions still about it. Mm-hmm. You know, what is it, the nature of it, I guess. Obviously it's a remake, of course, but when you get a CG trailer like this, it's more of just an announcement to get everybody excited. But clearly, and obviously don't want to go into this too much since we're going to in a minute, there seems to be some other plans, which I think is almost as exciting for me. Is just that Metal Gear is alive beyond just this remake.
Well, since you bring that up, we might as well just go into it as we throw it over to Chris, which is the Metal Gear Solid. And I have actually a screenshot up here. Here it is. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1. They didn't keep this up for too long. So this will include Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty, and Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater on PlayStation 5. It says sneak back into the original games. Autumn 2023, and the Volume 1 suggests that there'll be a Volume 2 with hopefully Metal Gear Solid 4 and 5, so there's really no reason to play those games now. I mean, it's obvious that you're going to be able to get them on the best possible hardware. It's especially exciting for the original Metal Gear Solid because I'm very curious to see what they're going to do with that. That game needs a lot of work to modernize it, even though it is a wonderful and iconic game. So, Chris, let's go over to you. Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater plus the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1.
Yeah, very cool. Long time coming. The original, at least Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3, which are like my personal favorites, are playable, and they have been playable on the Xbox consoles for a hot minute now. So it's only fitting that they would eventually find their way on the PlayStation. Long time coming. Very excited about that. And also the prospect of 4 and 5 coming in some, higher fidelity capacity later on. I will say, once I don't know, man, like the trailer, like I didn't know what it was. And then you see Snake, and then it's like, oh, this is so cool. And then the song plays. And then that's kind of it. And I understand why. I mean, it is just a teaser, but at the same time, this game's been rumored for so fucking long that the fact that that's kind of all we got about it was a little underwhelming to me. I was hoping we would at least get I don't know, like not even a long bit of gameplay, but at least like some idea of what it looks in game, as opposed to this kind of CGI trailer, which again was cool. But I feel like this game's been teasing us for so long. We've been talking about Metal Gear Solid 3 remake since I think since we started the show around that time. So to see it this long after those rumors have been percolating, and we still don't even really know when was there a date attached to it at all?
No date for Delta, a fall 2023 release date for the collection.
Yeah, so like I don't know. It was exciting and underwhelming at the same time, which I'm not used to feeling. I remember like once it was over, I was like, man, I feel like I should be a lot more excited about that than I am, and I'm still looking forward to it. But it's like it's weird.
Yeah, I actually couldn't care less about the remake just because Snake Eater is my least favorite of the first three. I'm much more excited about being able to play 1 and 2 on PS5 with proper controls. Hopefully, the game. It would be, for me anyway, revolutionary to those games if they modernize the controls. It would totally change it. That game is such a pain in the ass to play sometimes, and no matter what you play it on. And MGS1. I mean that
needs work.
I wouldn't even bother. At this point.
that needs work for sure.
But it's not a knock against the game. It's just a different era. So yeah, they just need to figure that out. All right.
It's worth pointing out real quick, Colin, that Metal Gear Solid, that was up in the air about whether or not that was going to be a PlayStation exclusive. It is not. That is also coming to Xbox as well, which it seems like Xbox has already put out some cheeky tweets about all the games from the showcase that are coming. But yeah.
Did they? I have to look at that.
Yeah, they said what a good looking group.
Yeah, what a good looking group. And it's like, it's pretty much like a lot of the big games. And it's just coming to Xbox. Yeah, it's in the little chat here.
Yeah, let me pull this over and look.
It's surprisingly cheeky from them, actually.
Oh yeah, definitely. Immortals, Ghostrunner, Marathon. This actually is interesting. Let me go back. So yeah, we know Fairgames obviously in Helldivers, we know. So Immortals and Ghostrunner. So it seems like Phantom Blade Zero is PS5 exclusive, console exclusive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in all likelihood.
I mean, unless they have more to say here, but Sword of the Sea, maybe a timed exclusive. That wouldn't be a surprise either, because I think I feel like Abzu and the Pathless were both timed exclusives, weren't they?
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Sounds right.
Pathless was. I know that.
Talos Principle, I don't know. I think that even coming to console is strange. So that might... Oh, no, that's on this list. So Talos Principle is not coming. Neva is... So Cat Quest, Neva, Talos Principle, those three games, they'll all come to Xbox. No Foam Stars.
Oh, man.
Plucky Squire is coming to Xbox.
Yeah, take that. No foam for you.
Teardown's coming to Xbox.
No foam for you.
And then let's see, Metal Gear Solid. They don't list the collection. I wonder if that's PlayStation exclusive. That wouldn't surprise me, because games like Castlevania Requiem are PlayStation exclusive. So it wouldn't be that.
I would argue the PlayStation needs it less, or the opposite. Xbox needs it less because they already have. They're really only missing the first Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah. So that's all. We'll have more to say about this. If this image is all inclusive, which I suspect it is, because it includes things like Marathon, things that were included late in the show, that this actually indicates that there's quite a bit. I mean, when you really line it up, it all makes a lot of sense, actually. So we'll get into that. But you can, in other words, you can glean from the negative space what is timed exclusive or maybe outright exclusive. Although I don't think any, like I said earlier, Helldivers was the only second party game, at least one with a PlayStation Studios logo before it. So I would assume anything else is a timed exclusive that wouldn't be in that Xbox tweet. So thank you, Microsoft, for making that simpler for me. The next game that comes up here, and number 15, is Towers of Aghasba. And this comes to PS5 next year. Now, I did a little bit of digging about these guys too. The studio is called Dreamlit. And they released a prototype of this game on YouTube, like a trailer for it, back in 2019. And it has more than 750,000 views. So it was pretty popular at that time. This is kind of the reorganization of that game. And considering it doesn't seem to appear on the Microsoft list, this could be a timed Sony exclusive. It's described as this. Players can build vast settlements, quote, players can build vast settlements and grow sprawling ecosystems on their fantasy island. Express your creativity by developing your island in any way you want, while striking a balance between advancing your civilization and maintaining the island's ecosystem. As a young builder returning to your ancestral land, you are tasked with helping your tribe rebuild their lost civilization. However, the desolate island can barely sustain the people of your tribe. So you have to go into all of this and work, I guess, appease the gods and deal with the gods to get everything going. It's interesting. It seems like it's one of those Dark Cloud-like games where you'll probably be doing things, coming back and doing things. So any interest in this, Dustin?
I'm not sure, honestly. It looked cool in that I like immediately when you see the glider, it made me think of Zelda Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, and stuff like that. But the city building stuff seems pretty neat as well. And you brought up Dark Cloud, and other games like that, like Ni no Kuni had a bit of, maybe not quite like that, but where you're building your town and stuff like that. But yeah, this was an interesting one. I'm not gonna lie, I felt bad for them because at the moment, I was so excited about Metal Gear and going to post a tweet about Metal Gear that this was a trailer I didn't see quite as thoroughly. And I'm watching it now. It looks pretty cool. So I'm curious about it.
Any interest from you, Chris? I doubt it, but
No.
Okay, we'll move on. Yeah, it's not for me either. All right. Number 16 was Final Fantasy XVI. One last chance to get a look at it. Comes out June 22nd. We already know. I actually muted it and looked away. I didn't even really see any of it. So
Same.
anything we want to say about this? No, I think we're good. Okay. All right. Number 17, Alan Wake 2. Of course, the follow-up to the 2010 originally Xbox 360 exclusive that later came to PC, and then it came to PS4 and PS5 back in 2021 finally. Alan Wake 2 is a long time coming and takes place, I think, 13 years after the original game. It looks pretty cool. Dated October 17th. I still have to play the original. I only messed with it at IGN. I think we were doing Let's Plays for it or something, so I didn't play it in the appropriate setting or fully. It's one of those games I definitely need to get back to, although I heard it doesn't really hold up anymore. But it is a Revenant game, which is cool. We love Control, especially here on this show, and Epic is publishing this game. It's kind of weird. I actually saw Jez Corden write about it on Twitter. It's like, why did Microsoft pass on a game like this? Like, wouldn't you just want this just to have it, since Alan Wake was kind of your thing? Anyway, Chris, let's talk to you first. Alan Wake 2, Remedy plus Epic. Any interest? October 17.
Yeah, no, obviously. Like I loved the original Alan Wake, and seeing it return in this way is really exciting. Seeing Sam Lake in the trailer was also like a really fun. Like, I'm sure, like, to your average viewer, it's not distracting or funny, but like I laughed when I saw him. I was like, oh, look, it's Max Payne. But no, I'm super stoked about it. There is something about, I don't know who it is, right? But the actor the voice actor of Alan Wake is so identifiable that it's like, that's such a cozy voice to me. Like, the second I heard it, I was like, oh, I'm excited. The game probably could have looked way worse than it actually looked, that it ended up looking. And I still would have been excited about it just because that voice is so like cozy to me.
Matthew Peretta?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's really in much, or at least I don't recognize his voice from really much of anything outside of Alan Wake. So I'm looking forward to it. I think they're leaning into the horror a little bit more, and yeah, I'm stoked about Alan Wake.
He also plays Dr. Darling in Control. That's interesting. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Dustin, anything you want to say about Alan Wake 2? I don't know if are you an Alan Wake person?
I feel mixed about it, in that I loved Alan Wake when I first played it on 360 years ago, and then when I replayed the remastered version, it did not hold up very well to me in a lot of different ways. But despite that, from a gameplay perspective, is where it didn't exactly do it for me. But I love the aesthetic and the story, and so to see it come back is pretty exciting. And I thought this trailer was super cool. I know that when they announced it, they said they were leaning into the horror aspect and that it was going to be a straight on survival horror game, which is sick. And there's a couple shots in this trailer that really stick out to me. There's one where they're in a city and it's really foggy and the fog looks kind of green and there's all these red neon signs. It's at 1 minute and 21 seconds at the trailer, if anyone's curious about that. And I love that. It has so much style to it, and it's a totally different style from the original game as well. The original game, the enemies were shadow monster type guys that you had to shoot a flashlight on, and the enemies with their weird horns and stuff in this game, the different masks, look really cool. So I'm excited about this, and I just saw on Twitter, digital only for this game. No physical release, which is pretty interesting. They said something about this is why they're saving some money so that this won't be a $70 game. They're keeping it at $60, and part of that is keeping it digital only. So pretty interesting.
Alan Wake is fascinating because Microsoft owned that IP. So I don't know if people recall, Remedy went and bought it back from them for almost nothing. Apparently, it's just very strange. Like, why would you? That's not something Sony would do. The only example we have of Sony even letting someone do something like that was with that what's with that Q Games Tomorrow Children. Yeah. And I think Sony still owns like a piece of it, which is very strange. What is this? Share file activity notification.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's my tax returns. Okay. All right. Number 18. Assassin's Creed Mirage, which was first announced back in September of 2022. I had to go look and see. This one takes place in Iraq. It looks, when I first saw it, not remembering or knowing really anything about Assassin's Creed, I was like, is this a remake of the first one? It just looked like that, but it's supposed to be a much tighter, old school Assassin's Creed experience. And I know a lot of people are really excited about it. It comes to PS5 on October 12th. And it's the 15th anniversary of the brand. There's a big write-up actually on PlayStation blog with some screenshots and whatever. I'm not going to play. I'm just so far beyond getting into Assassin's Creed. I feel a little poserish even diving in at this point. So it's over for me. But Chris, are you going to play Assassin's Creed Mirage?
Yeah, I don't know. Like these games, I have such a weird history with them. Like I really enjoyed. I thought the first one was interesting. At the time, the first one kind of blew my mind. Right at that time, looking back on it, it's very simple. Kind of like there's really not a lot of meat on those bones. Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood I really loved, and then I just sort of fell off. Assassin's Creed 3 bothered me, and then I just never really gave it a chance after that. And so I'm kind of in your boat where it's been so long. Like, what the hell am I gonna like? What is there for? It also looked so. You know what's funny about it is that it looked basically how I remembered it. Like it didn't look like it was doing anything particularly differently. Like the most different thing I saw from it was like him wrapping the noose around that guy's neck and tackling him off a ledge, which I thought was dope. I was like, that's really cool. But also, that's it. My biggest problem with Assassin's Creed is that like you can pretty much only just walk up to people and stab them. And it's like you're an assassin. Like to me, it's like Hitman fulfills the fantasy of that way, way better. And I feel like if Assassin's Creed is going to grow and evolve, it needs to learn from something like Hitman, or, you know, not as ridiculous, of course. You can control the tone of it, but I don't know, just like walking up to somebody and stabbing them, or jumping off a ledge onto them and stabbing them. And it's just all so like trivial. Like, I don't know.
It's trite at this point. Yeah, him standing on the tower at the end and just, I was like, oh, good, thank God there's a little thing for you to stand on this tower for sure. Yeah, it's not for me. But I know a lot of people really love it. The sales speak for themselves.
Of course, yeah.
Dustin, any thoughts on Assassin's Creed Mirage?
I'm in the exact same boat as you guys, so I won't repeat that. But shout out for a nice 60 FPS trailer with lots of gameplay focused. Which this game was announced a year ago now, so it makes sense there would be lots of gameplay. But I was just happy to see a nice demonstration of what the game looks and feels like. So I have to give him props for that.
Right on. All right. Number 19 is, let me see, Revenant Hill. This game is relevant because it is from Bethany Hockenberry and Scott Benson. At least they wrote it, and they're the writers and creators alongside, I don't know if you guys know the name Alec Holokwa, I think his name is. He committed suicide a couple of years ago. There's like an interesting story about that. Sadly, you guys can go read about it, but they did a game together called Night in the Woods, which launched back in 2017 and came to PS4 that year. And it's an adventure game. It's not my style of game, but for those that are into it, those are the people that are making this game. If that looks familiar to you, they introduced their new studio, which is called the Glorious Society, and they introduced it as a co-op, which is interesting. We're talking about new ways of doing business in the industry, very similar to ZAUM. It didn't work out very well for them, but I think it's possible because games like Dead Cells are made by co-ops as well. So they introduced themselves there, but otherwise, this is not a game I really care too deeply about. It's probably not for me. Do you guys have any thoughts on this?
I was intrigued by the setting, and in the YouTube trailer, it says it's 1920. And Twigs the cat has a dream. Find a safe place to sleep, put down roots, grow some radishes, get a job, eat mice, do dangerous things with new friends, build something together in a world falling apart. So, I don't know. Interesting to see a context that's totally different from Night in the Woods, which I think was a lot more modern day. But I know a lot of people really liked that game and thought the writing was really clever, but it totally passed me by. But seeing a game set in the 1920s, neat.
Next up, and I'll skip Chris on this one. I don't think he's going to be interested in it, but Granblue Fantasy Relink from Cygames is finally being shown for a winter 2023. They're really going to do it. Cygames, of course, the Japanese team that's been working on this game for a long time. You guys might remember, and I have it here. This game was announced 7 years ago and was originally under development at Platinum. And right before COVID, Platinum Games was removed from the project, as they were ignominiously removed from Scalebound in the same era. Not looking great for them at that point. And Cygames kind of brought it in and was working on it internally. Granblue Fantasy is a Cygames role-playing game series that goes beyond this game, and I'm not quite sure what games have come and what games haven't. I think most of that stuff has not come over yet. And I think that this might be one of the introductions, if not the introduction, into what Granblue Fantasy is. So this is apparently an action role-playing game, and I don't know, it looks pretty cool, but I don't know if I'm going to play it. Are you interested in this, Dustin?
Yeah, to my understanding, Granblue Fantasy is a big mobile game. And there was also that Granblue Fantasy fighting game from a few years ago that was an Arc System Works game. But I've had my eye on this. Like you said, it's been announced for so long, but I think that it looks fun. It looks kind of reminds me of Tales, that most recent Tales game, in particular, Tales of Arise. It has a similar look and feel to that, but I don't know anything about this world. So I'm curious if it will be a good introduction in that way. But yeah, I love anime games like this. Action RPGs are my thing. So I definitely am excited to check it out and see what's going on with it. 7 years in development isn't necessarily, it can be a bit of a bad omen in some ways if maybe this game was all over the place. But what they showed in this trailer and some of the other gameplay stuff I've seen on YouTube, they have long extended gameplay stuff that you can see, all looked up my alley. So I'm curious to see more.
All right. Number 21, Street Fighter 6. This is imminent, just I think in the next week or two. I don't know. Is this what people really want out of Street Fighter? I know people are so excited about it, but it's really strange to me. Like, I thought we got into Street Fighter for the characters and fighting as the characters and all that, not being yourself or being some rando. Who wants to fight Ken Masters as some random person? That sounds funny to me. I can't wait to see how comical some of this shit looks.
Yeah, I think that's, yeah, in fairness, the beta for this has been out for a while and people love it. Like the actual gameplay of it apparently is like really, really great, and people are really happy about it. So this is just an extra thing. I do love character creators in fighting games, specifically Soul Calibur, the kind of demented, wretched, sad souls that you can create in that character creator are like, it's so addicting. And I mean, if adding a little bit of that flair into Street Fighter could be fun, because you still have Street Fighter's bones, making up the game anyway. But yeah, I mean, this is another example of one of those games where it's like, I'll probably get this is a game I'll play at friends' houses. This is
yeah. It's I don't know. I think what I used to look for in fighting games might be largely over at this point, which is fine because I'm not the core fighting fan, obviously. Dustin, are you interested in Street Fighter 6?
Not in particular, no. But like you said, Colin, everything I hear about this game, the fans of Street Fighter are amped for it. And we heard loud and clear when we said, I think maybe it was all three of us or just Chris and I, that we said that we thought the aesthetic wasn't right for Street Fighter or something like that. But I've heard the opposite loud and clear. So
I just think that's so incredible. That's so weird. I honestly look at this game and I'm like, this is so ugly. That's what I feel like. Not that it's not technically beautiful, but that it's just, this doesn't look like Street Fighter to me. And I really think that began with Street Fighter 4 and certainly evolved into Street Fighter 5, but this is like a whole nother level of not Street Fighter to me. And yeah. I don't know how you can look at a game like, think about Street Fighter 2 or Street Fighter Alpha. These games are gorgeous. Marvel vs. Capcom, X-Men vs. Street Fighter. These are gorgeous ass games. Why can't you just make very high resolution versions of those more flat 2D aesthetic games that are key? I think that obviously that's not what people want, I guess, but I thought that's what Street Fighter was.
Yeah. It's bizarre.
All right, number 22 is a game called Ultros, and it's described on PlayStation Blog as a psychedelic sci-fi side-scroller coming to PS5 and PS4 in 2024. Hadok is the studio's name, Hadoque. And otherwise, so I don't know what this game is. I was looking at it and I wrote in my notes here, it looked kind of like Hollow Knight, but a Hollow Knight that embraces really vivid color. The exact opposite color and shading of Hollow Knight. But when I was looking at the trailer for it, it reminded me a little bit of it. He's a little bit tall for that, but that's what I drew out of it anyway. It seems to be some sort of Metroidvania. I don't think people really like to use that particular description anymore, but it's based on this looped style gameplay. So I think there is some sort of roguelite element as well. Is this interesting to anyone, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I looked at it and I got sort of Dead Cells vibes off of it.
Yeah, I can see that.
But yeah, it looks interesting, but I wonder. It almost feels like there's like it's too much color for me. Like it feels kind of discombobulating in certain, and I think that's kind of the point in some way. I do think. I mean, they're advertising it as like, or at least people are talking about it as like a trippy kind of experience. So I get it. I just also feel like for me, I feel like this is going to be a little visually intimidating, because Guacamelee was like a really colorful Metroidvania, but this is very messy color, you know?
Yeah, I agree. I don't know enough about art to be able to identify the aesthetic. It's got that almost 80s oversaturation. I don't know. I don't even know if that's the right era. Dustin, what do you think about this game, Ultros?
I think the art direction is awesome. It's very psychedelic, very DMT, whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
This team, I was trying to look them up and I couldn't find any previous games that they had done. I don't know if Colin, if you saw anything when I searched that studio name, but
no, I didn't find anything.
Seems to be their first game. But the thing with games like this, especially if there isn't another game that they've done, is that I'm always concerned about it being more style than substance. Not that the gameplay looks bad for this at all, but I think the art style is really, really neat and intriguing. I'm imagining this game on an OLED screen in particular being really, really cool, very trippy. So I've always thought that weird psychedelic art is neat. So to see this in a game is very cool.
All right. Number 23 is another game that's not new. Tower of Fantasy. This game comes from a studio called Hada in China. It's a free-to-play open-world action RPG, and it was released in China and Korea by the studio/publisher Perfect World. Came out in China in 2021 and worldwide on 2022, available PC and on your phone. This is a port to PS4 and PS5, and similar to what I think, again, with the Xbox artwork out there, this is another one of those things where it seems like PlayStation has breached the Chinese wall, pardon the pun, and got another game out of there for their console. So people might know Perfect World for some other stuff, like they did Final Fantasy Type 0 online and a game called Forsaken World and some other stuff. And I think they've done some Persona work, but otherwise I don't know very much about this game other than that it exists already. Dustin, have you seen anything about this game? Are you curious about it? It's just another one of these like
yeah, when I saw the name, I thought that maybe I'd heard of it at some point, but this is just we're feeling the effects of the success of Genshin Impact, really, that there's a huge market for these games that are highly anime aesthetic, and they also run on phones and console and have gacha mechanics and stuff like that. I don't want to say this game looks like bad by any means. It just looks exactly like Genshin Impact and the other game that we talked about in this show, that Bandai Namco game that's a free-to-play MMO as well, where I was trying to figure out how to describe this, that there are games with anime aesthetics that you can tell that are inspired by, and then there's ones that are just purely through and through look like modern dime a dozen anime that you see on Crunchyroll, and this is one of them.
Yeah, fair enough. You have nothing to say about it. I'm not even going to bother.
Absolutely.
We'll just move on.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. But let's talk about this next one, because this is a long time coming. Number 24 is Dragon's Dogma 2.
Mm-hmm.
The sequel has finally been officially revealed, though it has been teased endlessly over the years. People might remember that Dragon's Dogma was a Capcom published and developed open world role-playing game, kind of Western style role-playing game in some sense. Came to PS3 in 2012. The Dark Arisen 1.5 kind of DLC. I don't know exactly what that was. I think it was an expansion, came out in 2013 on PS3. And then everything was ported to PS4 in 2017. And over time, this has been just constantly teased. And we've known it's coming. I want to say this might have been in the NVIDIA leak too. But Capcom didn't really make this a secret. And
it was officially announced last year. A t-shirt reveal.
Oh, right. Okay.
At that anniversary stream where they did the dramatic thing where they were all unzipping their jacket and said, enough. Hey, Dragon's Dogma 2. But they didn't show anything else. So it was kind of a soft announcement, if you ask me.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. So Dragon's Dogma 2 from Capcom. I don't think they even dated it. And I'm not really clear on any other details about it, but I'm wondering, did either of you even play the original one? I did play it, but very briefly. I don't remember very much about it. Chris?
Very, very briefly. Like super briefly a long time ago. I thought it was cool. I just, I don't know. I had very, very, I didn't have a lot of patience for really, really deep games like that. But I think now's a great time for it's weird because like this was announced here, or not announced here, but shown off here. And I remember like, did I see this before? And I forgot, like they announced it kind of like in this weird half-hearted way, like ages ago, where they showed, I think it was like just interviews with people and like, I think the logo. Do you remember that? Like the initial unveiling of it?
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
It was, yeah, I saw it. I was like, because the logo threw it back into my mind. I was like, oh yeah, they showed this logo before. Yeah. And then that was it. And everybody was like, what? So it's nice to see that it's real and that it looks really cool. I mean, there's so many reasons to be excited about this, not only because it's another Dragon's Dogma, but specifically it's another Dragon's Dogma out of current Capcom, which to me is like, that bodes pretty well.
All right. Well, yeah, there's not much more. I'm sorry. I'm like going through all my notes. There's not much more to say about it, I guess, right now. They just didn't give us very much. But maybe 2024, 2025, we'll see. All right. Number 5 was Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted 2, late 2023. I don't even understand what this is. But it seems like it's obviously big. It seems like Sony has some sort of deal with this game. So, but it's not for me. So anything to say about that? No. All right. And then the next 5 games we can take all at once, I think. Which are PSVR 2 games. So they showed Resident Evil 4 for PSVR 2, Arizona Sunshine 2 from Vertigo, Crossfire Sierra Squad from Smilegate, Synapse from In Dreams, which is dated and I think might already be on another platform. I'm not sure. And then Beat Saber, which was one of your guesses, Dustin, is available now on PSVR.
With the Shadow Drop.
Yep. PSVR 2 available with Queen DLC. So I don't know. This looked pretty good to me. Resident Evil 4 looks good. Arizona Sunshine looks good. Crossfire, that game Synapse looks pretty neat. And Beat Saber, obviously everyone loves Beat Saber. So Dustin, what are your thoughts here on the PSVR 2 offerings? We were promised some PSVR 2 games. I will say that I think that there was a major miss here by not having anything from first or second party. Where are your games?
Yeah, I don't think this was quite enough, if you ask me. I think that the most exciting things were kind of the givens, right? We already knew about Resident Evil 4 VR. Don't get me wrong, looked fucking awesome. And I'm really excited to check that out and play it because the Quest version, which was based on the original version of the game, not the remake, was really, really fun. And so I imagine this will just be even better. And yeah, Beat Saber's cool, but it's Beat Saber. We've all played it. If you're into Beat Saber and still playing it, then this is fantastic news for you. If you, apparently I'm pretty sure that I saw something about it either being cross-buy with PS4 or there's some kind of upgrade path. So there's that if you already have and bought the original version. But I don't know. It wasn't the really big, exciting moment. You know, there's no Half-Life Alyx, which is, always up in the air. Always up in the air, never actually solidified. But then there's also no first party. Like you said, there's no Astrobot or Spider-Man or something. And I know that maybe these are pie in the sky ideas, but when we've already kind of felt like this platform is middling in some ways, and we talked about on the show how it sold better than expected, I was hoping for more.
All right, let's go to number. I'm sorry, you had more to say. Please.
Well, one thing I will say is that like Synapse, which was the coolest game of that bunch, outside of obviously like the givens, like again, like Beat Saber is obviously great, Resident Evil 4 is obviously going to be great, and that was in a state of play in like February.
Yeah,
I remember seeing that game specifically, like, and I remember like, oh, it's this again, and so it's like, man, and it was the same exact. It wasn't the same exact trailer, but it was like they didn't show anything that they didn't show in the state of play. So it begs the question again. It's like, why are we? You do a showcase once every few years. Like, why waste a slot? Like, I understand it's showing what's coming to PSVR, and that's important right now, especially. But I don't know. This is, it's fine. It's not enough though.
All right, number 31 is a big one. Marathon was revealed from Bungie. No PlayStation markings anywhere on it, and we know now that it is one of the multi-platform games. This isn't a surprise since it seems like the acquisition happened in part with the guarantee that it would remain such. It's described as a sci-fi PvP extraction shooter. And of course, this was Bungie's 5th game, but their first big one, I would say, from 1994. It was an Apple Pippin game originally, in addition to Classic OS.
Yeah.
And it's kind of been lost to history in some sense. There are 3 of them, I think. I don't know what's going on with this, but I know you're really excited about it, Crystal. Let's go to you.
Yeah, I'm stoked about it. Like I played Marathon so long ago, and it is one of those games that it is so old and it is from such a specific time that I feel like they have such an ample opportunity to take this IP and kind of like transform it in kind of whatever way they want. And I've seen some people like they're a little, there's a controversy about like how different it looks. And to me, I'm like, dude, this is sick. Like I love the way it looks. It's so weird. And they have what's that microscopic organism? It's called like a space bear or something. It's like,
oh,
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I know what you're saying because you see those.
Yeah,
like
it's
a
in the
YouTube
beginning.
thumbnail. These live on your face.
I see. I pulled up the first animal to survive in space.
Yeah, it's like a trilobite or something. I don't know, something like that. But like you have that aesthetic on like the holograms look very, very old school, and it is. I don't know, man. I'm so stoked about this. I know that. It's a PvP extraction shooter, which is what I had figured it would be. So I'm not really all that disappointed by that. I know a lot of people are like, man, I wish it was a story single player FPS. And to me, it's like, dude, if you know anything about Bungie, there will be story in this. Like I can guarantee you that.
Well, here's what it says in part on the PlayStation blog. It says, quote, Marathon is designed from the start as a PvP focused game and won't have a single player campaign. Instead, with the PvP experience as our foundation, we're creating opportunities for player-driven stories to unfold, stories that are integrated with the overarching game narrative. We're building a world full of persistent, evolving zones where players create their own journey with every run they take. That might mean an unforgettable firefight against another crew vying for the same loot, or a last-second extraction while beset on all sides. So, yeah, it seems like they're going something a little more open-ended, which is good. I think they need that. They probably need a break.
Yeah,
and I love that image, by the way, at the end of the moon, or whatever that is, some moon shattered by some spaceship or whatever. That's dope as hell.
It's just their art team, man. Like I love Bungie's art design. I love just their sound design, the way the trailer like glitches out at the end, and even just seeing Bungie's logo associated with something new after so long is so interesting and exciting to me. Like seeing that like yellowish green tint over it, which is so not Destiny. It's not Halo. It's a long time coming, and it's interesting. There's already an ARG up now, which is super cool. I love
Bungie.
Classic Bungie. Like they've done this for so long, and a lot of people who pretend to have played Marathon are a little upset that it doesn't look the same. I would imagine a lot of people who did play Marathon are very, very happy to see it back. It looks dope. I'm super stoked.
Dustin, you have thoughts?
Yeah. I love this neon era that Bungie is in right now. I didn't play Beyond Light, but what I saw, I loved the super stylized bright colors. And I'm looking at the website for Marathon right now, and if you looked at this, the first thing you woke up, it would hurt your eyes because it's so bright. The bright blues and contrasting against black and white. Really, really neat stuff. I'm curious how it will play out as far as like you guys were talking about with the story and stuff like that, because that's the thing it's weird. This mixture of being excited by the story, and that's one of the big excitement or parts that is really exciting to me, just seeing the trailer and reading this little blurb on the website. But at the same time, it's not that kind of game, which feels a little disappointing in some way. But Bungie is the lore masters, where people make 6-hour videos explaining lore in stuff like Destiny.
If there's any studio that can squeeze a ton of story into something like an extraction shooter, it's them. Like I don't have any confidence that any other studio is going to be able to do that. Right. And and also what's exciting for me is that like I don't really vibe with extraction shooters really all that much. And so for me, this is exciting because I didn't vibe with MMO FPS RPGs really either until Destiny. And so this is going to be like my kind of gateway into this genre. I've played a little bit of Tarkov. I get it. Like it doesn't fit well with me, but I think they can make it fit well with me. And I don't know. I trust their output very, very implicitly, especially when they're making a shooter, which is, what they should be doing, which is, and it's exciting. It would be crazy if they were working on like some like third person narrative, whatever. But like, this is, I'm excited.
Well, good.
This is the thing that made me scream, by the way.
Oh, good. I assume so.
Yeah.
I'm happy for you. It looks good. I will say that I went to YouTube to check out the comments, mostly positive. Went to PlayStation blog, pretty much all negative.
Yeah.
Why?
People don't want PvP on PlayStation games. I told everyone that you got to start adjusting we know more now about what some of these games are, right? We have an idea of at least a quarter of them, I would say now.
Why doesn't Bungie have a son in the game? Why didn't they give the Bungie player a son?
Guys don't deserve good shit.
Number 32 is related. It's Destiny 2, The Final Shape.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on this?
Well, it seemed like they were doing a bit of a teaser thing because if the trailer was kind of quick, but if I caught it correctly, it looks like in late August, they're going to have like a Destiny Direct something of the sort to kind of go into what the final shape is. I mean, I'm super stoked about it. I've fallen off of Destiny a little bit just because Zelda and working on video stuff has taken me away from it. But I'm always eager to jump back into it, and seeing Nathan Fillion back as Cade in some way is exciting. I don't know. We'll obviously have more to say in August when they actually dive into it. But for right now, it's intriguing that character is back in the way that he seems to be.
I was going to ask you about that. I feel like it's kind of sucks. It has a Star Wars no one's ever really gone vibe. I thought it was cool they killed him. Bold for a long-running game, one of the fan favorite characters. Oh, he's back. Cool.
Yeah. I think I'm of two minds about it. I need to, because I don't know enough about what is going on. Because like it seems to imply that they're in the Traveler. So like I don't, or at least that seems to be the implication. I really have no idea what's going on. I would prefer him to stay dead. However, it is nice to hear Nathan Fillion back in that role.
Sure.
And it doesn't seem like he's doing it in like a joke. It doesn't seem like jokey, like, Destiny's fun. It seems like, it's pretty dire.
Yeah.
So, which is what I like. But yeah, we'll see. I'm interested, but we'll see.
All right. Sorry, I got a random phone call. It was from ADP. I don't need to be talking to you right now. All right. There's a few more to get through, my friends. This next one is interesting, I think. It's Concord, a new PlayStation IP launching in 2024 from newly purchased studio Firewalk. And we found out recently, it's interesting. Haven and Firewalk both acquired, and their games are immediately shown. So you can see, while Deviation's game failed and they would have been probably shown off around this time, these two games have kind of made the grade. So it's a PvP multiplayer first-person shooter, and it seems to have a very 70s sci-fi hard aesthetic, which I think looks really, really great. The art that they have on PlayStation Blog, people should go check it out. It's mega psychedelic and really, really cool looking, in my opinion. I think this game, we don't know much about it at all, but I think it has a cool potential because it seems diverse and different, which at least aesthetically, which I think it's going to need, to survive.
Yeah. I do want to say, seeing this trailer, it's interesting because this reminded me a lot of Contraband.
Oh yeah,
that Xbox.
We'll probably see that soon.
That Xbox 70s kind of looking CGI trailer that seemed to imply certain things.
Yeah, from Avalanche.
I mean, it looks. I thought that sniper rifle or whatever on the table looked really cool.
Yeah, there's a screenshot of it actually.
It looks like a Destiny weapon to me, actually, but.
Yeah, it's super dope. Yeah, there's a cool screenshot of like the handprint over the device, like the electronic door opening device and stuff too. There's some cool stuff here. Yeah, but we just don't know. There's not much to say about it. It's just exciting to see that Haven and Firewalk were not the studios that I expected to see, though. It's good to see them and know what they're working on because we can count those ticks now.
Yeah,
as 2 more games that we can understand and understanding that the games as a service are coming from new studios, and again, not necessarily only from the old studios, meaning that we'll still get our our single player narrative driven games. Dustin, do you have anything you want to say about? I'm sorry, Chris, go ahead.
Oh, one more thing, and coming to PS5 and PC,
That's
like
right.
a lot of these games.
That's right. Mm-hmm. Indeed, I think there was 3 of them total. Yeah, because it's Haven's game and then Helldivers. And this, so that makes sense. So Dustin, anything you'd like to add? We don't know anything about this game yet. But.
Yeah. It's very the UI, not the UI, but the ship reminded me of a Star Wars ship on the inside with the way I keep wanting to say HUD. It's not a HUD, like a dash on a car, I guess, having very much the Star Wars aesthetic, maybe some Guardians of the Galaxy in there. And then that ending shot kind of reminded me of 2001: A Space Odyssey at the end with the rainbows and stuff. Yeah. But PC and PS5 day and date, it seems. So very much taking the player pool argument that Chris was making earlier to, showing it here that's the way to do it with these games to get as many players in as possible and taking PC seriously. And I think what Jim Ryan said, what's worth pointing out is that I wouldn't expect these single player games that we didn't necessarily get to be day and date still. I think what he said remains true, but the live service aspect, having those as many players as possible on different platforms, it makes sense.
All right, so we'll keep an eye out for Firewalk's Concord 2024, PS5 and PC. Looking forward to that. I'm not going to play it, obviously, because it's not for me, but it'll be for someone. I'm really interested to see how these games critically do and commercially do. Are people going to be into them? It's going to be very, very interesting to find out. We're not that far away from finding out. All right. 2A I have written down here because I had 1A as Jim Ryan's first thing. So 2A would be the Gran Turismo movie trailer. We don't need to talk about that.
Yeah.
And then 3A I had is Jim Ryan returns, and here he reveals 2 things. The lesser and last item that he reveals are the PlayStation earbuds that we heard about. I think they're called the Nomads or something like that. And then, or that was the code name. They're not obviously going to be called that. But then they showed Project Q. We knew it as Q Lite, but they're calling it Project Q, which is indeed the remote play device with an 8-inch HD screen and all the functionality of a DualSense. I'm going to be all over that bad boy. I'm curious what you make of that. Chris, are you interested in the Project Q? We saw it. I mean, I don't know if it's a render or whatever, but we saw what it looks like. And
it looks dope.
Yeah, it does.
Did they reveal price on it?
No, they haven't said anything else about it. And in fact, I can't even find there's only 2 things on the PlayStation blog that haven't been covered. There's no Metal Gear Solid PlayStation blog post or press release that I can find from Konami anywhere as the time of recording. And there's nothing about this device.
Yeah, I mean, I am more interested in it than I was hearing about it as a a concept.
Yeah, hypothetical.
As a hypothetical, because it looks really nice. Like aesthetically, it's just very pleasing. I don't know, man. It's getting rough here in Casa Raygun with I got a Steam Deck now. I'm on my Switch, and now I'm gonna have this other fucking thing. like I don't know. I think I might want to see how it goes. You know, I'll wait until the review copies are out in the wild or the review units are out in the wild and see how it functions. Because I feel like I could get some good use out of this thing. I don't know where I'm going to put all these things.
Yeah, I totally understand that. I'm shameless. I'm going to be all over this thing day one. I really, really want this thing. It's exactly what I feel like PlayStation needs to cut in a little bit to Switch. It's not really going to do it because Switch is just truly mobile. Although, is it possible that the next Switch does require some sort of cloud or docking or whatever because of the power that it's going to require? Because how much more can you do without keeping the price low? I'll be very interested to see that. Dustin, I'm sorry, Chris.
Well, I was going to say the Steam Deck's pretty strong and relatively cheap.
How much does the Steam Deck cost?
I think it's like
base is $400.
Oh, that's affordable. I think people would pay $400 for a Nintendo hardware. No doubt. I think the tolerance for Nintendo hardware would be $500, which I think is the tolerance for all hardware at this point. God, my fucking neck hurts. What the hell is that all about? Dustin, go on.
Yeah, the Q Lite, just as a point of comparison, it has an 8-inch screen. The Nintendo Switch, the normal version is a 6.2-inch, and the OLED is a 7 inches. So,
interesting.
Jim Ryan's giving you that extra inch on
he's
this
got that
bad boy.
Jim Ryan's 8 inches.
Yeah, Jim Ryan's 8 inches, just thrusting right into your lap. So 1080p, 60 FPS over Wi-Fi. I want to know how well this thing works, just because my experience with streaming from the phone has always been really mixed. And I think what was some of the recent information about Jim Ryan saying about cloud being a lot more important? Obviously, this isn't necessarily a cloud device, but I just wonder if there's some new tech in there that's going to make this thing, maybe we'll be surprised with how low latency and how little compression is on there. I think it looks neat. At the same time, they split a DualSense in half and just put a screen in the middle. It's I don't know how to feel about it. On one hand, I think about the ergonomics, where especially recently playing the Switch kind of fucking sucks when you're in handheld mode. If you don't have one of the grip things or some other way, the standard Joy-Cons suck. So to see them, like I said, split a controller in half and put a screen in the middle, there's a part of it from an aesthetic perspective that I don't like, but from an ergonomic perspective, this thing is going to be so incredibly comfortable. I would imagine it feels just like holding a DualSense, which, like I said, the Steam Deck is a little better because they have some of the ergonomics built in, but this doesn't look like something that's designed to be taken out of the home, which makes sense because it goes over Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
So it's not designed to be portable, which lends to it being more ergonomic. So I wonder what the price point will be. That's my biggest question right now, and when we'll see it.
All right. So yeah, Project Q. And then the PlayStation earbuds, I don't know. I don't need to
I
care about that. All right. Finally, number 34. It's the final thing that they showed, and much to discuss here as well, is Spider-Man 2. And the big shock here to me, first of all, the game looks fucking awesome. I mean, there's just absolutely no denying how good that game looks. It looks great. And the gameplay quirks or perks and all the different things, switching characters, it seems like they are indeed going over to Queens and Brooklyn, which was my prediction. They figured it out, I think, by making you go towards the more industrial parts of those areas to use cranes and ships and all that, which is interesting. And it makes you wonder how much you'd actually be there as well. But the big shock to me was that they don't date it. I don't know what that means. To me, can there really be that much mystery about when your game's going to be ready? Or is it possible conspiratorially that this has something to do with the new console and they just don't know when they're going to get to be able to put the little sleeves over the new console and make your little Spider-Man bundles and all of that. And that might have some more to do with it than the game. So it's hard to read into that, but I would have bet $500 that there was going to be a release date. I mean, how could you not have a release date? We don't have a release. Can you believe that I don't think they put a fucking release date on any game that really is truly meaningful from first or second party. They didn't. So we still have no better idea. We have a little bit better of an idea of what's going on this year with Helldivers, but that could appear before or after. We have no clue. So what do you think about this, Chris? Spider-Man 2. I mean, talk about it however you like.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it looks great. There's like a new HUD there. They did exactly what I figured they would do with the symbiote suit and kind of giving it its own moveset that's like very, very hyper specific. I noticed that the HUD looks significantly different. I'm curious how it plays and like how different it is, because it looks like there's a lot more combat options, a lot more traversal options. Obviously, like Miles and Peter, I think both have the wingsuit, which is exciting. Very, very cool. I also noticed something I did notice was that way faster. Like the speed that Miles is able to like swing over like an insane amount of buildings is noticeable. Like he's quicker than Spider-Man PS4 or Miles Morales. So, I mean, there's a lot going on in the trailer. We got like an insane amount of gameplay of this. I mean, you said it, you alluded to it earlier, Colin, but like I almost feel like too much in some way, which is hilarious because it's the exact problem that like the first Spider-Man on PS4 had with its marketing. It's just like, oh my God, you're showing me so much. Like they showed the Sinister Six in the trailer for Spider-Man PS4, and I'm like, dude, what? It's crazy. And yeah, I don't know. I want to hand it off to somebody else because I could talk about this for a long time.
Dustin, what are your thoughts on Spider-Man 2?
So I think that in particular, the Venom powers, I don't know much about Venom really at all outside of the Spider-Man 3, right? Venom.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so that's really not even a good
that's
representation.
A bad perch.
I've always thought Venom was cool. I will say that the line at the end of the trailer where, what is it? He says something like, he's got crazy teeth. He's like, I've got them too, or something.
So do I.
So do I, yeah. A little hokey at the end, but it is comic book thing. So I'm not going to judge it too harshly on that. The thing that really stuck out to me from a gameplay perspective was the gliding. And I think that's part of the way they're getting around having a larger map that will not have necessarily skyscrapers to cling on to, is that maybe you can launch yourself up in the air and then kind of glide across things. And I also felt at one point there's a part that shows the gliding really fast. And I thought this is the SSD flex where they're showing how high fidelity the world can be and how quickly you can go through it. So it was neat. I have no idea who this dude at the beginning of the trailer was.
Craven?
That's Craven the Hunter.
Yeah. I didn't even know what was going on. I thought, is this even Spider-Man? Are they not ending with Spider-Man? But that's just because I'm so ignorant when it comes to extended comic book stuff not
I
part of an
that
established
too.
movie. You know?
I thought it might have been Wolverine at first, and then I heard Sergei, and I was like, oh, okay, Craven. I know that.
Yeah.
And the lizard is in there as well.
Yeah,
Killer
Dr.
Croc.
Very, very, very
Killer
different than I remember him in my Spider-Man cartoon from back in the day. It was much more hokey and campy.
Yeah, I'm sad that he doesn't have a lab coat and purple pants, to be honest with you.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a little disappointing.
It's cool. I think it's an interesting combination of villains. I'm sure there are many more. They actually showed a few of maybe the potential people you would find on the map when all the people are coming up, which is cool. I think it looks beautiful. I understand why they showed so much of it. I just think you can show this is just a mild critique, because even in just clicking around some of these things on PlayStation blog and looking on Twitter, it seems like so many people are not into what PlayStation just announced and like just showed but I'm looking at it from the lens of, what do we think about the actual games? Like, how good are the games, and not maybe meeting or exceeding our expectations in terms of the presentation itself. And this is a very AAA game. I mean, this is an incredibly slick looking game that they're incredibly confident in. I just think that if I can split hairs, figure out a different way to show your game off than showing it running for 10 consecutive minutes or whatever, spoiling a part of the game. I don't want to see it like that. I don't know why anyone would want to see it like that, but I know obviously a lot of people do. But it's the same thing with Final Fantasy XVI, where I just looked away. I watched very intently for a minute, and then I'm like, all right, I don't think I need to see any more. I get it. It looks great. You're proving that it's real, and we'll look forward to playing it at a future date. But Spider-Man 2 looks neat. So is Venom is not the same as this character, right? Are they different people?
No. So the symbiote suit, the black suit that he has, is a living organism, and it's its own thing. And then that leaves Peter and merges with Eddie Brock, and that's Venom.
Oh, okay.
Venom is Eddie Brock with that suit.
Interesting. Okay.
And Spider-Man is
Tom Hardy.
Tom Hardy. That's right.
Yeah.
Topher Grace.
Oh.
From Spider-Man 3.
Well, interesting. But it looks great. I'm excited to play it, but I don't know that I have much more to say about it than that. I just am surprised that there was no release date. I'm conspiratorially wondering if that has to do with the game or hardware and considerations that you have to make there, because obviously you want them to come out around the same time or at the same time to kind of feed off of each other. But as we wrap up, I wanted to go back around and just see how we feel. Now, see, the difficult thing about doing something like this is that we're coming in hot. It would be better to be able to sit and think about this and really do it their old fashioned way. And I think that the next episode we'll be able to approach it and kind of give longer trail thoughts about what we're thinking with some time to think and some time to pass. But I think just having watched it in the last few hours and then recording this and getting right into it and just kind of clicking around here and just seeing on my screen, just a lot of people tweeting at me being like, oh, that sucked. That was kind of being negative. I don't think it sucked, but I understand people's disenchantment considering Sony's silence. As I said at the top, I think that the poor scoring of this would only come from Sony's silence, so that you expect when they're going to say something, it actually matters. And this leaves us with a lot more questions about when we might see things. I assume Summer Game Fest, and there are other things, Gamescom, Tokyo Game Show. There's going to be a bunch of other opportunities to show one or two games. But as far as making something about your first party, are they going to do something in a few months? Are they going to do something later this year? Are they not going to let more time pass? Because that's what I would be interested to know, is if we'll do another one of these later in the year. It's like, okay, now we're already setting a different cadence and precedent, so we'll look forward to later in the year to get more information about different things. But if we're indeed going to wait 18 months, it just seems like that's not possible to do that again. But on the other hand, my assessment, and I'll kick it over to you, Dustin, is that it just doesn't. None of this seems to matter. And as we were discussing in the news, PlayStation 5 is just selling at a meteoric velocity. It's doing incredibly well. A lot of the things shown here don't matter to core PlayStation 5 gamers. They matter to core Sony fans, but people that play PlayStation 5 might be interested in Call of Duty. They might be interested in something else entirely. And so I understand the consternation that there's not a whole lot to be shown here, especially from a gameplay perspective from first and second party. It seemed a little paltry. What are all the teams doing, and when are you going to show that stuff?
Yeah, well, they're going to show it at PlayStation Experience this December in Anaheim. Looking forward to that. That's going to be the next big blowout. I've just decided. In all seriousness, my takeaway goes back to, I think, what you were saying earlier, Colin, is that this would be a different showcase if it hadn't been a year and a half, 2 years or whatever. And I really hope we're not waiting another 2 years for something like this. It's not that it's bad, but I think that switching it up, maybe going back a little bit to the old way, where maybe we get one or two showcases a year sprinkled in with some state of plays or something like that. The only thing I will say, Sony PR, I hope you were laughing over the last month or two as I was replaying all of the Metal Gear Solid games, struggling, figuring out where to play them, emulating them, all this bullshit. And you knew this whole time, we're just going to sprinkle those out shortly this year. So appreciate that. But I wonder, Colin, trophy support on these.
Oh, yeah.
How did the Castlevania games work? Are they individually? I'm wondering if we can see individual platinums or just one for everything.
Yeah. So it's interesting. All the collections do things differently, where first it was like there was no platinum trophy and everything was just, it didn't really matter. Then that was like with Mega Man and all of that, the Mega Man. And then Mega Man X had a platinum trophy for everything. And then games like Mega Man Battle Network that just came out, they split it into two packages. So it's like Mega Man Battle Network 1 and 2, I think, are a platinum trophy, and Mega Man Battle Network 3 and 4, I think, are a different platinum trophy. And the Castlevania Advanced Collection just combines them all into one platinum. My assumption with Metal Gear Solid is that each game will get their own because
you'd think.
Yeah, they know, and I think that that's the expectation, and I think there's going to be rampant disappointment if they don't do that, and that they're allowed to do that, so they should. Yeah. But Chris, do you have any closing thoughts that you want to share?
No, I mean, some bangers, some things that I'm, very stoked on. It was cool to see Spider-Man. Very exciting to see Bungie come out with something new. Obviously Concord seems interesting.
Foam Stars.
Yeah, Foam Stars.
Oh,
Ooh,
yeah.
man. I'm excited to foam all over myself when Foam Star comes out.
Oh.
I think, I don't know, man. It was just the amount of silence that predated this showcase was so unwarranted. It's crazy. And that's just kind of how I feel about it. It was fine. It was nothing horrendous except for Foam. I think Foam Stars is easily it's clearly the punching bag today. So it's safe to say that was kind of the weird misstep, especially because I feel like it's one thing to have Foam Stars. It's another thing to have Foam Stars by Square Enix. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
totally.
That's
like a second. You could have just waved it off,
and they had nothing else to show except for Final Fantasy 16, really. So. Yeah, because there were some missing members too. Like, no Bandai Namco, I don't think. No Koei Tecmo.
Colin, how are you feeling about no factions at all, or no updates?
That's interesting. Like, I don't know. Things started to leak about factions in the last few days too. Although it's unknown if it's from reliable sources, but people that have kind of been in play sessions, or whatever, kind of explaining some things. I think there was like some janky footage of it. I don't know if it's real or not. I didn't check it out because my assumption was that it was going to be here. I just, do they not care about getting that bump anymore? Is it possible that in your marketing telemetry that it's simply better to just announce these games every few months, one off in a PlayStation blog post, and then get that news cycle and everyone makes their YouTube videos and their podcasts, as opposed to stacking it all on top of each other? There's probably some sort of opportunity cost that precludes them from doing stuff like this. And so this could be as strong as maybe it's expected to be, but I'm surprised factions. It just seems like factions would be close to being ready at this point, within a year from now or so, maybe 18 months. But again, I was saying earlier at the top, it's like B plus. I think I'm going to go for just B, a solid B. I don't think B. I think B plus is a little too heavy, because again, in looking at just objectively looking at things that I would want to play, Helldivers 2, I want to play. Immortals, I want to play. The Plucky Squire, I'd like to play. Metal Gear Solid in the collection, I'd like to play. Excuse me, Final Fantasy 16, obviously. Maybe Alan Wake 2. Maybe Granblue Fantasy Relink. Maybe Dragon's Dogma. And then maybe Spider-Man 2. So from a personal standpoint, when you're considering that there are 34 games shown, it's not a lot of Colin stuff. But from that perspective, it's like a D. But from just an objective analyst point of view, I would just give it a solid B, again, because I think they're not managing their expectations properly. But I just don't know that they care. I don't think they're going to care until there's a reason for them to care. And they're just not seeing that reason yet.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah. So that's my take. But all right, let's kick it back into the regular show now. And this didn't take as long as I thought it was going to. I thought it was going to take like a longer period of time for us to discuss all this stuff, but they did frankly just didn't show as much as I thought.
It's because it's a B.
Yeah, fair enough. Maybe I'm even being a little bullish on it, but I'm going to stay with a B. All right. Enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you for your love, kindness, and support. Bye. All right. That was the showcase coverage. It's crazy that they announced Siphon Filter 7 and PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale 2.
I thought it was crazy that they had Werewolf Hitler go up there and announce the Order 1488 live on stream. Fucking nuts.
That was wild and crazy.
Yeah, crazy.
And then Jim Ryan sacrificed himself on an Aztec altar.
Whoa. Yeah. For the cause.
Right. For the gamers. Right, that's right.
Whoa.
Oh,
power to the players.
I was like, power to the players. Oh, fuck. All right. Well, we have listener inquiries here. We're actually answering these before the showcase. We're going to strap them to the end of the show just to keep tradition going. So we're going to have to move quick because we're running out of time here in real time. So we'll move quickly, but I didn't want to neglect you guys. Matthew Seffick wrote in and said, hey, you dirty sluts. Colin, this question is specifically for you. I don't want to sound like that a-hole, but I'm willing to bite that bullet. I can't wrap my mind around you not wanting to even give Tears of the Kingdom a try. What gets me is that you're willing to invest hours in games like Forespoken and Dead Island 2. I'm not saying those games are blatantly bad, but Tears of the Kingdom is a masterpiece in game design. That doesn't pique your interest? Hearing your explanation for why you were not a fan of the style of game that Zelda has become being the main reason not to even give it a shot is wild to me. Because you give games that are not even that quality a shot and even beat or platinum them. If Zelda was on PlayStation and had a platinum or is just some brand new IP, would you be playing it? Is this some deep psychological issue from years past making an appearance? Who hurt you? Main reason I write in is because I love hearing your perspective on games, Colin. Love you guys and keep rocking in the free world. A lot of people are saying things and writing in about this. I want you guys to understand one thing. First of all, I don't play every PlayStation game. So saying something on like that, if Zelda came to PlayStation, you wouldn't be playing it. It's like, I don't think so. Did I play The Last Guardian? Did I play Gravity Rush 2? Did I play Demon Souls? Did I play fucking Destruction All-Stars? I didn't play Sackboy's Adventure. This idea that just I play everything that comes to PlayStation is not true. I don't play MLB The Show. I don't play Gran Turismo. So it's hard for me to kind of square that with the way I approach games because I'm simply not that like I'm too stuck in certain genres. But the one thing I wanted to say was I appreciate a lot of people's goodwill and interest in all of that, but no one knows me better than me. And I know I'm not going to like it. I try to placate you guys sometimes. I spent 20 hours with Elden Ring that I'll never get back. I knew I wasn't going to like it. I knew I was going to be bad at it. I knew I was going to be frustrated about it. And I downloaded it and I played it and gave it an earnest try, but I should have just listened to myself. I knew I wasn't going to like it. Just like I didn't even bother with Demon Souls when it was a launch game on PS5 because I didn't want to fucking play it. You know? So you don't want to force me into games that I don't want to play because you're not going to get the kind of feedback that you think. You think I'm just going to play a game that I know. I didn't like the last Zelda game, having spent 20 or 25 hours with it. So there's no reason for me to think I'm going to like this one. The more obtuse one. The more puzzle-oriented one. The more difficult one from all sounds of it. I'm not interested. Yeah, that could be for other people. Yeah. But I know what I like. I like my checkboxes. I like my shooters. I like my role-playing games. I like all these different things. I get a little frustrated because I don't know if it was on Sacred or Sacred Plus, but I thought I gave what I thought was a very eloquent rundown of where I think Zelda has been and where it has gone and why and where and how it lost me. And there's one thing you can't say to me is that I don't know Zelda. I fucking know Zelda very, 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 very well. Go read my facts that I wrote when I was 16. You know, it's been with me for a long time. So it's not that I don't want to like it. I loved it. I was a bigger Nintendo fanboy than many of you listening could have possibly imagined for a lot of my life. Though I was always definitely a PlayStation gamer as well. I always held Nintendo near and dear, but it's not for me anymore. I'm not interested.
Yeah.
And that's just it. I don't know how else to put it.
That's entirely fair, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Not because I thought that, and I'm wondering, like, I thought that my very, what I felt was educated stance on where things have been and all that, I thought that would resonate with people and be like, wow, he's really speaking from the heart. He's really getting it. Like, yeah, this is what it is, think, you know? Yeah, go ahead.
I think a lot, and we won't belabor this, but I think what a lot of people are feeling is like, I didn't really like Breath of the Wild. I put a lot of time into it. I put 80 hours into that game. And I was like trying to find it's like, what is it about this thing that everybody loves so much? And I didn't really find it. I found some things about it that I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. It's an interesting physics system sort of, but like, I just this isn't vibing with me. This is way, 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 way better. It's a lot more linear in some ways, even though it's, and we've talked about this before, but like it's hitting all the check marks that I wanted out of the previous one. And so I think that's why people are like, maybe you should give it a try, just because I feel it is. I know we talk a lot about how obtuse the puzzles are, but I think sincerely, it is more your speed. I wouldn't force that on you though, because it is a big fucking game and it's going to take you a long time to play through it. And it's probably not worth it, but I think you would like it way more than Breath of the Wild, like easily.
Yeah. I think Dagan's trying to sell me on it too. I I don't know. I'll consider it, but it's not going to happen anytime soon, and probably never.
Yeah.
To be honest. And I think that if you really want to know, if you didn't hear what my kind of soliloquy about Zelda and my love of Zelda and my history with Zelda and my extensive knowledge of Zelda and how I feel like it's evolved away from something I want, you can listen to the last episode because I think I kind of go into it there. But yeah, I appreciate your guys' concern on this front, but I'm just gonna have to stick with Forespoken. I'm sorry.
See, Colin, that's the thing, though. That's why I think you're getting heat. People, this is what's shocking to people, and it shouldn't be shocking if you've listened to this show or listened to Colin for a long time. Of course, Colin is platinum Forespoken during this time of Zelda. This is why you listen. This is how it always been. Colin's rewatching Walking Dead, which I think is a much worse offense when there's seemingly amazing shows. Colin went and asked in the staff chat about our top shows that we think that he would like. No, Walking Dead it is. That's more offensive to me. You know, why aren't you giving shit for that?
Yeah, I'm just, let me just be. I'm just going to be.
And that's the thing.
Yeah.
That's the big thing.
Yeah, let me just be.
Yeah. Aaron
Kell wrote in and said, hey, CDC. I know all of you are against the consolidation of the gaming market, but I was curious what each of you thought about the fit CD Projekt Red could have at PlayStation Studios. For me, I see all the reports of them looking to move money around to make acquisitions and mergers, and I think CD Projekt makes sense given their loss of Bethesda and Obsidian recently in the WRPG genre. Joining PS Studios would solve one of their biggest issues as a developer, and that is releasing games with too many bugs. Sony would allow them to polish things the way more prior to launch, which could avoid another Cyberpunk 2077 fiasco. What do you guys think? Man. It's important that we talk, because I'm curious, because you use CD Projekt Red and CD Projekt interchangeably, Aaron, and I'm curious what you are talking about, because CD Projekt Red is the developer of The Witcher. CD Projekt is the publisher. And it's relevant because they own a bunch of other things and a bunch of other studios. And that's so CD Projekt Red is the developer I think that you would want. I don't know that you would want CD Projekt the publisher. And I don't know that they fit. Although, Chris, I'm curious what you think. I do think there is a need, and we've discussed it in the past, like that could fill a pretty important need that Sony is missing a studio that can make a game like that. And when you think about it, they're one of the maybe only 4 or 5 teams that you could, like Spiders would be another one, but they're with Focus, like a team that could make that kind of game. Yeah, I'm wondering what you think of that.
Yeah, it would fulfill their kind of well, is it still a WRPG if it's Poland? Yeah, right.
Yeah, of course.
It's Western.
Yeah, it is Western.
You know what I mean, though.
Yeah, that's definitely that's the East. That's Eastern Europe. But
yeah. It's an East Western RPG. But I think I mean, it would fulfill a need as far as, you know, definitely Xbox is really, really well armed for that fight specifically, like the, you know, Obsidian and Bethesda and good lord, they've got that pretty on lock. So, and Sony in comparison has pretty much nothing as far as that goes. So, I mean, it in a worse, you know, more puerile, disgusting, toxic atmosphered world, where this was necessary, then yeah, absolutely. Sony, go buy CD Projekt Red. I would hate this. It would ruin whatever day that happened for me. But, I'm just tired of this.
Yeah. Well, just get ready, man. They're apparently going to free up $8 billion for more acquisitions, which is not a lot compared to what Microsoft is spending, but that could be a Square Enix.
Yeah, maybe.
We'll see.
God,
we have not. You ain't seen nothing yet. Who's saying that? I can't remember.
The Village People.
The Village People. That's right, dude. I was amped up when they played YMCA at the Young Man.
So dancing like DJT.
DJT. Oh, Donald J. Trump. Oh yeah, he loves that. Oh yeah, his
that was his election night.
I find it super fascinating that so many Republicans seem to love the Village People, even though they're like remarkably gay.
I was actually saying to Michael, like when it was on, I was like, this song is so blatantly gay. Yeah.
Hang out with all the boys.
Yeah,
macho man. It's crazy.
I love it. Dustin, anything you want to add before we move on to CD Projekt?
It would be an interesting choice since it seems that PlayStation had a little bit of beef with them over Cyberpunk and the removal from the store. But you know, when it comes to business and making money, there's an opportunity. I'm sure they would maybe be willing to forgive that. It would be an interesting pick.
Yeah.
All right. The Brownie Bro wrote in and said, hello, gents. This question is for Chris. How are you enjoying your new Steam Deck? I have primarily used my PS5 over the past few years, but the deck has been an awesome addition to my gaming repertoire. While I typically use my PS5 for exclusives and AAA releases, I've taken the opportunity to play quite a number of indie games on the deck. How is the deck going to affect which games you play on it, and which games do you play on console?
Man, yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I'm loving it a lot more than I thought I would. Like, I've never really been a handheld person. Like, when I was really, really young, I was into it. Like, I loved Pokemon on the Game Boy. I kind of fell off of that. PSP was huge for me. PSP DS, that era but that was the last. I never jumped on the 3DS. I got a Vita like recently, like in the last 5 years. So like I fell off that train largely because the experiences there weren't cutting it for me. Like I needed more. And even the Switch to some degree, with the exception of Zelda, like I don't really play anything on the Switch because it's a hyper compromised version of it. And with the Steam Deck, it's like there's no compromise. It feels like everything runs wonderfully on it. Like I'm playing Dishonored on it right now, and it runs perfectly. Being able to, I gotta say, being able to take Halo 2 and play it like portably is like a childhood. I was giggling to myself like while I was playing. I was like, I can't believe this is real. It's something I've dreamed about since like high school or like even before, that this would be possible, and it is. It's crazy. It just came out of nowhere. I wasn't expecting it. I wasn't planning on getting one or anything. So it's really, really cool. I don't know how it's going to affect what games I play on it or what games I play on console versus it yet, because I'm still in the really early phases of deciding like what I want to use it for. I do kind of feel like I want it to be the thing that I take for travel purposes, take it on planes, so I can take my favorite like my comfort games with me, like my Halos and like Bastion and these types of games that just like I really, really love, that I can now play uncompromised in a portable fashion. So I don't know if I'm going to be playing I'm not going to be playing many new things on it, unless it's something like Bolt Gun, which I have been playing on it because it seems kind of tailor made for it. It's like a lo-fi kind of like limited graphical, like it's not Cyberpunk 2077, although I'll be really curious to see how that runs on it. Those aren't the games I'm planning on playing on it. You know, it's just kind of my new default portable.
Dustin, do you have a Steam Deck?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, are you still messing around with yours?
It comes and goes, which is what I expected from it, is that I would go through and use it a lot and then not use it for maybe even months at a time. And that's where I am right now. The last thing I was playing on it was Pizza Tower, which was an amazing game. When I talked about that on Sacred Symbols a few weeks back, I need to get back to that. But yeah, it comes and goes. I think it's a cool device. I just wish the screen was better. I have a Switch OLED, and it is not even a fair comparison at all how much better the Switch OLED screen looks, which is funny just because it's so much less powerful of a device, but the screen on the Steam Deck is probably its worst flaw.
Interesting. All right. Cyrus Nelson wrote in and said, "Hey, gal pals. First, I wanted to check in with your balls, Colin. Hopefully those bad boys remain in perfect oval shape after crushing them with that mighty dump truck." Yeah, everything's.
I've gotten that picture of you wincing in pain sent to me so many times.
Yeah, they made you guys made it into an emoji on or whatever, a React.
Yeah,
on Discord. It's
every time
Discord.
A bad announcement happens during the showcase, so please spam that.
Yeah, that's gonna be that's fun. Yeah, it's fun. Have fun out there. You have to be self-deprecating if you're on the internet. The worst people on the internet are the people that take themselves seriously. I sat my dump truck ass on my nuts. It happened. He says, second, game file sizes are absolutely insane. With Mortal Kombat 1 reportedly eating up around 100 gigs of space, what are console SSD capacities going to look like with the next generation? If a fighting game is gobbling up this much space, is the next COD going to be closer to 200 gigs? Are we now looking at 2 terabytes of space as the starting point for the PS6? Even that seems low with the way things are going. Thanks for the countless hours of entertainment over these wild few years, and may all your autism be ever flowing. It will be. Thank you. He actually says, "May your all's autism be ever flowing." I know what you mean there. That is actually spoken but you got to use an apostrophe because it made it a little hard to read. Thank you. I can't do anything about the autism. Dustin, let's stick with you. 100 gigs for Mortal Kombat 1. This was really upsetting a lot of people. I didn't report on this. It was being reported everywhere. I just didn't feel like it was that big of a story. But then when I was going through the listener inquiries, I saw that someone wrote in about it. I was like, all right, well, we'll bring it up here. I continue to say that I have plenty of space on my console, but I do know that this is a problem for a lot of these bigger games.
Yeah, I upgraded my PlayStation 5 storage space just because I hated thinking about it and deleting stuff. And there's, as the console goes on, there's more games that I want to keep installed all the time. So I just went and bit the bullet and did it. But I got to say, to me, when I read a game like Mortal Kombat 1 requiring 100 gigabytes of space, I'm like, what's going on? What do you uncompress? Compress something. Figure it out. I know I'm not a game developer, but to me, that just reads that there's something that's bloating up the space in this. And so
doesn't that mean it can't? Does that fit on a disc? 100 gigs?
If it's over 100, then that's probably going to be one of those unlocked discs.
Yeah.
If I'd have to imagine, but yeah, it's unfortunate. And with the PS5 only having not even a full terabyte in it, it seems like, people are going to need solutions to upgrade. Luckily, it's not insanely expensive now to add more space, but I don't know. I would say call out for developers to figure out ways to compress the size of their games. That just seems insane.
Let's stick with you, Dustin, on this next one. We'll move a little quicker here because I know we have to go. Where am I here? Yeah, Sourdough Norse wrote in and said, well, hello there, my sacred bun buns. Scared bun buns. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? Scared bun buns?
Typo.
Yeah. Wanted to reach out about Honkai Star Rail. After putting about 20 hours in the game, I got to say that this is legit. The production quality is off the charts, and clearly a lot of time and effort has been put into every aspect of the game. Story, character development, world building, and a battle system slightly reminiscent of Persona. And this is all doable without spending money if you don't want to. There is some mobile game flair that isn't going to be everyone's liking, but I still think it's worth a shot. Dustin 100% has to try this game. Colin, I think, should try it as well. Definitely possible he gets turned off by some of the goings-ons, but I think he should still make an effort. Chris might want to stay away, but I never know with him in turn-based games anymore since he enjoyed Like a Dragon, but he hates anime, so I'd say pass. It's kind of like if Mass Effect Sans dialogue options had a baby with Final Fantasy. Worth a shot when it comes to PS4, since I know you won't want to play on mobile. So for the people that don't know, Honkai Star Rail is the newest game from MiHoYo, the Chinese studio that does Genshin Impact. They're also making another game called Zenless Zone Zero, but that hasn't been announced for PlayStation. But it's clear that Sony has gotten into bed with them in some way because Genshin Impact, I don't think, is on Xbox. And Honkai Star Rail is only going to be on console on PlayStation as well. It's available on PC and mobile now, but it definitely looks cool. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that the game looks neat. It's just, I don't know. I don't like the... How are you making money on me? How do you plan on making money on me? Is there a way that if I could just... It would be cool. In other words, it would be cool if they released this game and they said, like, you can just play it for free and grind away, or you just buy it. Then maybe I'd feel like less of an asshole playing it in some sense. Because then I don't know how they're going to get me or what's going to happen and all that sense. Chris, I won't even go to you with this, but Dustin, I'm curious what you think of Honkai Star Rail and if you're going to check this out.
Yeah, I will definitely check it out when it comes to a proper device on PlayStation or even PC maybe, but I don't know. This is the type of game I would want to play on my couch, but I have no interest in checking it out on my phone at all. But for what I've seen, this does look cool. It looks high budget and fun, but I've kind of stayed away from it or looking into it at all just because I don't want to play it on a phone. So whenever it comes to PlayStation, I'll be sure to, at the very least, check it out.
Yeah, it's the follow-up. There's a game called Honkai Impact Third that I think is on PC that came out maybe 6 or 7 years ago. And that at least in Asia, I think it came out more recently in the West. This is some sort of follow-up to it. See, the whole gacha thing is like not doing it for me, though. What's wrong with you, Chris? Talk to me.
I looked it up out of curiosity. It just looks like everything. Yeah. It looks like everything I've ever seen. Like I don't know. I can't tell these apart from other anime games.
Yeah, to me it does look very high budget. I will say that. Genshin Impact does too, in my opinion. But yeah. I don't know. There's too many other things. I like how I'm actually on the Wikipedia now and it says series Honkai. Oh yeah, so there's these. I guess it's Honkai Gakuken. Honkai Gakuen.
Oh man.
Should I say it one more time? No.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
It'll appear behind you. Like Beetlejuice.
Finally, Joseph wrote in and said, "Good day, fellas. Have any of you ever felt like you're too old to still be gaming? I've slowly been going through this for the past few years as my gamer friends slowly stopped gaming due to life, work, kids, or just losing interest. My last gamer friend who would still play GTA Online with me recently told me that he wouldn't be upgrading to the next gen and is selling his PS4. I'm in my late 20s and don't have any real life friends who game anymore. I feel like I'm getting too old to be a gamer, but it's my only hobby. My girlfriend even thinks I'm wasting my time still gaming at my age. I don't have any intention of quitting anytime soon, but I do often think about this. So I just want to know if you guys have ever felt with these feelings in your life. Thanks for the great weekly entertainment. Hope to see you guys in London soon. Thank you, Joseph, for writing in." Every once in a while, someone writes in with something like this. And I want to remind everyone that video games you really have to be ass backwards to not understand that video games are no longer the quarter munching or any kids sitting Indian style playing NES kind of stuff that is attractive to only children. It really shows a lack of culture. I hate to say that. Like, your girlfriend sounds like she doesn't have any culture when she says something like that. Because how can you have any culture or sense of the world and then be like, but you still play video games? That's like saying you still watch movies. What's the difference? I just don't get it. You still have fun. Don't enjoy anything. It's I don't know. I that's something from fucking 1997. That's not, I don't want to hear that stuff anymore in 2023. Joseph, you got to break up with your girlfriend. Chris, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I co-sign that. I co-sign that prescription. No, I think it's just kind of silly that would. I understand the feeling because there is something about it that like, and you know what it is? It's I've been doing it for so long. Like I remember doing it as a kid, and there's not really many things that I did as a kid that I still do. Like, or at least like to the degree that I do them. In fact, I think I play more video games, I think, now than I did when I was a kid. I mean, largely because it's just kind of part of my job now. But also just because I have more money and expendable income to kind of sink into things that I otherwise, I had like maybe a couple games in my library. And then like maybe I would come across some hand-me-downs from like uncles who didn't want them or I would happen across them. And they weren't always to my taste. So like now I dictate my own taste. And now I dictate like, oh, I want to play that. And I can. And it's fine. There's nothing. I don't know. It's a difficult mindset to even get into because I don't know how to put myself in the shoes of somebody who doesn't understand what video games are now. Like it's hard for me to relate.
It's indistinguishable. Like I don't think it's for. It is indistinguishable from reading or something where you could read a comic book or you can read War and Peace or you can watch, I don't know, Gone with the Wind, or you can watch fucking House Party or something. I just don't know what people like. They look at games in this very myopic, this is your one experience Pac-Man kind of thing or whatever you think it is. And I just don't, it's just, I don't know, Dustin, you have anything you say about this? It's frustrating to me because on one hand, I don't care, but on the other hand, it's just surprising that people are so. And I'm being mean to Joseph's people. I don't mean to be that way. It's just anyone being mean to anyone that just doesn't get it. It's like, what is there not to get here?
Yeah, I think Joseph has two paths. He can either refer to, tell his girlfriend and his family that they're uncultured swine and live his own life of freedom, which is honestly a fantastic path. Or I think what another option is when you have these people in your life, you show them what they're missing out on. And you it's not one of those things where you tell them they got to play The Last of Us or they got to play BioShock and sit them down and play the whole game, but give them a simple education. Be like, this is what games can be. Or, this show on HBO came from a video game, the story. So I think a lot of time it's just these people are ignorant of what games are currently. Like you said, a very old school way of thinking, very 90s, the Nintendo is a toy type thinking. And yeah, these are still toys in some degree, but I don't know. You can waste your life a million different ways. You can watch soap operas, read romance novels, you can watch sports or read books or whatever. There's a million different ways to spend your time. And if you're enjoying it, then it's not a waste, right? So I don't know.
Yeah, the only wasted time is time spent not enjoying the time you have.
And bitching about people playing video games.
The only time wasted is time spent not fucking.
Oh.
Yeah. Which is my whole life.
What does your girlfriend do? Does she watch The Good Doctor?
Yeah.
There's a video I saw where every time he says I'm a doctor, they double up the video. So like it becomes double and then double and then double and double every time. I'm a doctor.
You see those I am a surgeon.
I'm a surgeon. That's what it is. Yeah. I just love how Dr. Han has become a character. Like,
the stoic. Yeah, Daniel Day Kim.
Yeah, Daniel Day Kim.
Right? Chad.
He looks like a drawing of a Chad. Like he looks like he was created in a lab in that frame to look as cool as possible.
He'll always be the Korean guy in Lost to me. Jin. Yeah. Right?
I think Jin.
I never saw Lost. No, that's not true. I did. I just forgot.
Yeah, that's where I know him from. All right, my friends. it's time to go now. We're really going to go, but we hope you enjoyed the entire podcast. Closing comments, Dustin?
Man, I love the part where Jim Ryan sacrificed himself during the show. It was very cool.
For the gamers.
For the gamers, for the players, great stuff. Thank you, Jim, for that. We'll miss you.
Yeah.
But cool. Thanks everybody for listening. We appreciate it.
Chris, closing comments.
I am there in line day one for Mugamon.
Yeah, Mugamon. I can't wait.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they announced
that's
the
foreshadowing.
Mugamon.
They haven't seen that episode yet.
Yeah, that's right. Well, don't worry about it.
You'll see it soon.
You'll see it.
You'll see it soon.
You'll see.
All right, my friends. Thank you for your time. Thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support of all things Last Stand, Sacred Symbols, Knockback, Defining Duke, Constellation, Punching Up, and so on and so forth. Couldn't do it without you. We'll see you next time for more. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.